Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 38:17. Lu Xiyu and Ming Xiaolong were surprised. How did he know this guy? This guy came directly from the lower three universes to Yi Hai without passing through Jiu Shao. How could they know each other? Since Yu Sang Tian defeated Ru Shi, Jiu Shao could no longer enter the spiritualized universe at will like before. Qian Shu was more cautious and should not have gone to the lower three universes. Qian Shu's face turned pale. Impossible, impossible, how could this person come to Jiu Shao? He should have been pushed out of Tianmen. Granny Ya's face changed, and her pupils flickered. There was deep fear in her eyes. It was incredible. How could this person enter Jiu Shao without passing through Tianmen? Wait, could it be the beast from the spiritualized universe? Compared to Qian Shu, she was more afraid because she experienced the horror of the beast that broke through Tianmen. That was an eternal life realm beast, an eternal life realm beast. That immortal realm giant beast was obviously chasing after this person, but it still let him escape. What kind of combat strength did this person have? Just thinking about it made her feel cold. How could such a person enter Jiu Shao? Why was he not stopped by the god of defense? In Lingyuan, Lu Yin looked at Qian Shu and said, "I'm coming for you." There was no sound, but the shape of his mouth could be seen. On the spring and autumn bamboo slip, Qian Shu gritted his teeth, his face gloomy, and turned to leave. He was looking for De Guan, who was very powerful. This time, he was in big trouble. In fact, he regretted it after returning from Tianmen. The reason why he let Granny Yi do it was that he looked down on the people of the three universes and did not want the trash of the three universes to enter Jiu Shao. Secondly, he wanted to kill Luo Qin. As for Lu Yin, he did not care at all. But after seeing the beast, he knew that he was in big trouble. He had provoked someone he should not have provoked. Granny Yi told him that it was an eternal life realm beast, and Tianmen was almost torn down. If the god of defense had not driven the beast away, Jiu Shao would be facing a disaster now. No matter where he came from, he could not provoke a powerhouse who could fight with an eternal life realm beast. So after returning to the spring and autumn bamboo slip, he did not go anywhere. He had been very nervous, hoping that Lu Yin would die or never enter Jiu Shao. But he did not expect this person to appear so soon. This person was far more troublesome than Death Hillock. This was a powerhouse who dared to fight with an eternal life realm beast. Just then, someone from the Luo family arrived at Tianmen. It was the old man who stopped Lu Yin. The old man immediately recognized Lu Yin, and just like Qian Shu and Granny Yi, his entire body turned cold. Those who had not experienced the horror of resisting an eternal life realm giant beast would not be able to understand their current feelings. It was as if there was an unstoppable enemy standing there, waiting for you to pass, and there was an abyss between them. There were many people in Mausoleum Plains, and there was no lack of experts among them. There were even hidden experts who weren't intimidated by Lu Yin's palm. No matter how powerful it was still within their knowledge. However, they wouldn't go so far as to stand up for the spring and autumn scroll. Lu Yin was obviously looking for trouble with the spring and autumn booklet, but many people were more than happy to watch the drama unfold. Although the booklet had used its methods to establish good relations with some powers, there were even more powers that disliked it. When another rune was found and released its power, Qin Wenqian's eyes widened. Powerful auras from the spring and autumn scroll pressed down on the horizon, sweeping towards Lu Yin like a storm that caused the sky to darken. Lu Yin raised his head again and looked up. There, he saw several pairs of cold eyes staring back at him. The leader of the group was an old woman. Compared to Granny Yi's sinister face, this old woman was filled with a scholarly aura. Her eyes were not as cold as the others, but rather gentle, as if they could contain everything. Everyone distanced themselves from Lu Yin, and even those who wanted to follow behind him to find the characters did not dare to approach him. There was only one person and one bamboo in the world. There was nothing else. The void exploded, and endless darkness spread out and swept past Lu Yin's head. Lu Yin frowned and slowly raised his hand, aiming at the spring and autumn booklet as if he was about to attack. Everyone who saw this held their breaths. Who was this person? He was provoking the entire spring and autumn booklet. Even the defense of God was not so arrogant. Lu Xiyu was stunned. She had thought that this person was already lawless enough for secretly breaking the legs of the four Lin sword sect leaders, but this scene completely changed her understanding. It was too crazy for one person to provoke the spring and autumn booklet. Even Long Yin had brought people from the third peak and backed them up. Ming Xiaolong pursed her lips. What do you want to do? Dong! 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 An old woman with a gentle gaze walked out and smiled at the girl standing between Lu Xiyu and Ming Xiaolong. Miss, I've frightened you. I'll go and solve the problem. I won't disturb your view of the world. The girl looked at the old woman and nodded slightly with a rare respect. Please do as you wish. Don't worry about me. The old woman smiled, took a step forward, and slowly landed in front of Lu Yin. Lu Yin lowered his hand. If you don't come down, I'll flip the spring and autumn booklet. The old woman was Ying Mei, the only master of the spring and autumn booklet. She was also the current owner of this turbid treasure. She did not take Lu Yin's words seriously. Flip the spring and autumn booklet. Other than an eternal life realm powerhouse, who would dare to say such a thing? This person was too arrogant, but it was understandable. After all, with this person's strength, he must have been invincible in the three universes. Although no one knew what method he used to avoid the pursuit of an eternal life realm creature, it was still below the eternal life realm. Otherwise, the spring and autumn booklet would not have survived until now. Even Heaven's Gate would not have been able to stop him. For him to be pushed out by Granny Ye meant that his strength was limited. Granny Ye and the others had been blinded by the eternal life realm creature and thought that this person was strong. However, she would not underestimate Lu Yin. In her heart, Lu Yin had surpassed Yu Sang Tian. He was the strongest person in the three universes and had the battle strength of an imperial god. Such a person was a strong enemy that even the spring and autumn booklet had to be careful of. May I know your name? Ying Mei asked, her gaze not hostile. Lu Yin looked at her and smiled. I don't really want to say it. Ying Mei did not understand. Why? I haven't figured out what identity I should use to travel the 9 firmaments. Not many people in the 9 firmaments universe knew of Lu Yin's name. In the past, it had been Yuya, Xingfan, Chaoyi, the 9th spirit, and later Qinglian Shangyu, the 7 fairies, and those close to the 7 fairies. Including Death Hillock, there weren't many people in the 9 firmaments universe. There was no way to hide his identity, but he had not figured out what to do. Fulfilling the 7 fairies' conditions would allow him to obtain Qinglian Yu's promise, which would save the Tian Yuan universe. However, with the threat of the Hive civilization, was it enough to ensure that the Tian Yuan universe would not be restarted by the 9 firmaments universe? He had to do more. Thinking about it this way, it seemed that there was nothing to hide. Are you from the spiritualized universe? My name is Lu Yin. Are you Ying Mei? Lu Yin asked. Ying Mei was puzzled. Didn't he not want to say it? Why did he say it again? Although she was curious, she did not ask. Qian Shu told me about the Heavenly Gates incident. The spring and autumn scroll was in the wrong. How do you want to resolve this? Just tell me. As long as the spring and autumn scroll can do it, we will not refuse. Of course, there is one thing I have to say in advance. This incident is not directed at you. You have no enmity with the spring and autumn scroll. The spring and autumn scroll is also willing to be friends with you. Lu Yin praised, everyone says that the spring and autumn scroll is despicable. Now it seems that the rumors are false. You are very reasonable. Ying Mei's expression did not change. How many people can see the universe clearly? Only by standing high can one see further. However, the highest position is limited. Most people are not qualified. Do you think I am qualified? Lu Yin asked with a smile. Ying Mei sighed. With your strength, of course you are qualified. Lu Yin put his hands behind his back. Since I am qualified, does that mean I am right? That depends on the matter, Ying Mei said. Lu Yin and Ying Mei looked at each other. Your disciple Qian Shu and that evil servant attacked me. No matter what the reason was, it is a fact that they almost killed me. I want them to pay the price. Hand them over to me, and I will be even with the spring and autumn scroll. Ying Mei's eyes flashed, and her tone hardened. Do you know who they are? Are they the sons of your great Ying Mei temple? Lu Yin did not hold back. Ying Mei said, the evil servant you speak of is my spring and autumn scroll central temple. Ye is one of the hidden experts of the spring and autumn scroll. He is not a servant. As for Qian Shu, he is sleeping in the junior pavilion. He represents the future of the spring and autumn scroll. Do you think I will hand them over to you? Lu Yin sighed. It seems like we cannot come to an agreement. Ying Mei said, I respect you, so I am willing to negotiate. However, this does not mean that you can insult my spring and autumn scroll without restraint. I have sincerity. Please show me your sincerity. Lu Yin laughed. The people of your spring and autumn scroll almost killed me, and now you want me to show sincerity. Is this how the spring and autumn scroll does things? That outsider was not wrong. You are indeed despicable and shameless. Ying Mei frowned and looked at Lu Yin coldly. Lu Yin stared back at her. Everyone on the spring and autumn scroll, including the people around them, heard the conversation between Lu Yin and Ying Mei. They all held their breaths, and the atmosphere became tense. Who was Ying Mei? She was the current owner of the spring and autumn scroll, one of the top figures of the Nine Heavens universe. She was qualified to fight for the defense of gods. If not for the spring and autumn scroll, even if Ru Guo offered up the Rushi Sutra, he would not have been able to replace Ru Shi as the defense of gods. Ying Mei was far from qualified. Even the defense of gods would not be so rude to her, but he had actually described the spring and autumn scroll as despicable. This had never happened before. Even if some of the powers in the Nine Heavens universe were hostile to the spring and autumn scroll, they rarely had a falling out like this. The only exception was Long Yin and the people of the Sixth Night Pillar, who were mortal enemies. The spring and autumn scroll could not afford to offend either of them. They could not understand what kind of enmity Lu Yin had with the spring and autumn scroll that made him provoke it alone and curse it without restraint. Qian Shu, Grania, and the rest of the people on the spring and autumn scroll had ugly expressions. Lu Xiu cheered, completely ignoring the expressions of the people on the spring and autumn scroll. Ming Xiaolong also laughed heartily. She also wanted to curse the spring and autumn scroll, but with her status, she could not do so. This little thief was too satisfying. On the graveyard, those from the Linshan Road family who wanted to rely on the spring and autumn scroll held their breaths in silence. They did not dare to speak up, as it was not their turn to do so. Shui Su clenched her fists, pale and bloodless. Retreat, retreat as much as possible. This has nothing to do with me. The people from the Luo family were similarly carefree. The spring and autumn scroll had always been domineering, and it felt good to be cursed like this. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 38:18. Even further away, Lang Ruyu, Si Jiushi, and the people from the Spirit Alliance were all watching, but none of them made a move. Something big was about to happen. Ingmei's expression darkened. Aren't you being too presumptuous? Lu Yin's lips curled up. You can try and make me pay the price. Everyone looked at Lu Yin. No matter how this person ended up, this matter would definitely be recorded in history. He was too provocative. Granny Ye wanted nothing more than to rush down and kill Lu Yin. Qian Shu clenched his fists. He had to kill this person. A gust of wind blew past, causing the grass on the plains to grow even more lush. It bent in the wind, looking like a green wave that extended into the distance. Ingmei looked at Lu Yin deeply. The spring and autumn scroll has harmed you once. Although it was unintentional, it is a fact. The spring and autumn scroll is not someone who bullies others. Your humiliation and disruption of the scroll of the world's gathering can be considered as revenge. The spring and autumn scroll will accept it. From now on, the grudge between you and the spring and autumn scroll is written off. Lu Yin was amused. Written off. You have the final say. Ingmei said coldly, everyone saw and heard you humiliate the spring and autumn scroll. Even an ordinary person would fight for their dignity after being humiliated. The spring and autumn scroll did not do anything to you, and that is the price. Please do not be overbearing. This matter ends here. If you are willing to be friends with the spring and autumn scroll, you can come in for a chat. If not, please leave. The spring and autumn scroll will not make things difficult for you. Lu Yin praised, well said. What a magnanimous spring and autumn scroll. It can be considered one of a kind to be able to say such things so openly. If you want to resolve your grudge, sure. Let's make a bet. Ingmei was surprised. A bet? If not for the fact that there were too many outsiders present, she would have attacked long ago. Even if she was wary of Lu Yin's strength, she would not allow him to humiliate her, especially since that lady was present. If the spring and autumn scroll wanted to gain a foothold in the Nine Firmaments universe, that lady was crucial. Furthermore, she did not think that Lu Yin could suppress the spring and autumn scroll. Yu Sang Tian could not do that either. Even if this person's power level surpassed Yu Sang Tian's, he was still at the peak of bitter adversity. As long as he was at this level, he could not suppress the spring and autumn scroll. She could back down once or twice to show the magnanimity of the spring and autumn booklet. However, she couldn't do it 3 times. At that time, even that lady would stand on the side of the spring and autumn booklet. Moreover, this person was at a great disadvantage. As long as this person continued to cause trouble, she would consign him to eternal damnation. However, she had never expected Lu Yin to bring up the word bet. Gambling made Ingmei think of Ming Xiaoqiu. Did this person come here because of the nature manifestation valley? Was to be that. 2. No, Ming Xiaolong shouldn't have come to Lingyuan. On the spring and autumn bamboo scroll, Ming Xiaolong's eyes widened. Is this his plan? Due to win-win to win-to-win. No, it was too difficult. The spring and autumn scroll had a way to win the bet. To be as to be able autumns twos to do's to be suspected to be to them suspected. To be two. Ming Xiaolong could only worry, Ingmei frowned and sized him up. You want me to tell you the rules? Lu Yin smiled. That's fair, right? Ingmei did not understand what Lu Yin was trying to do. If he had been invited by the Myriad Elephant Valley, then he should have known that the Myriad Elephant Valley had lost. Although the rules were fair, anyone could guess that the spring and autumn scroll had some sort of winning method. Furthermore, even Wanlu had lost, so why was this person still gambling? Was it unrelated to the valley? Honestly, if Lu Yin wanted to propose the rules himself, Mei would think that he was related to the valley. But he had given the right to propose the rules to the spring and autumn scroll. This was abnormal. The more abnormal it was, the more Mei did not want to accept it. She felt that Lu Yin's confidence was terrifying. Looks like you don't dare. The spring and autumn scroll does not dare to gamble with me. If word gets out, your reputation will be ruined. Lu Yin mocked. He could deal with the spring and autumn scroll directly, but there were too many outsiders here. He wanted to fight for the position of God's defense in the future, so he could make enemies. However, they had to be reasonable. Otherwise, there would be a lot of trouble in the future. He also wanted to see how the spring and autumn scroll could win a fair bet. Mei asked, "What are your conditions?" Lu Yin's expression changed. "If you win, my grudge with the spring and autumn scroll will be settled, and I will not cause trouble for you. You lose." He paused. At this moment, Ming Xiaolong's heart jumped. Once the conditions were out, everyone would know that this person was related to the valley. Soon, the valley would be mocked by countless people for being sore losers and for seeking outside help. But it did not matter. As long as her brother could return, anything was fine. Lu Xiyu was nervous and pursed her lips. Under everyone's gaze, Lu Yin slowly said, "I want Qian Shu and that evil servant's life." Mei's eyes widened. Everyone looked at Lu Yin in shock. Granny Ye was one thing, but Qian Shu was the future of the spring and autumn scroll. The spring and autumn scroll had finally found a genius who was qualified to sleep in the junior defense tower. How could it be the wager? Qian Shu's gaze on the spring and autumn scroll was vicious. Granny Ye was furious. What evil servant? She had the spring and autumn scroll. Ming Xiaolong was confused. The wager had nothing to do with her brother. What was this person thinking? Mei's expression sank. Aren't you going too far? Is the price just to settle the grudge? You want to trade for the lives of my spring and autumn scroll and Qian Shu? Lu Yin's lips curled up. If you knew me, you would know that settling the grudge with me is the best deal. I'm not using my grudge to trade with you. I'm using the lives of everyone in your spring and autumn scroll in exchange. Mei was furious. Arrogant. A voice came from the spring and autumn bamboo scroll. It was Granny Ye. Great, that person came from the spiritualized universe. He forged a talisman, he broke into the celestial gate, he colluded with the Luo clan, he defiled the continent of the 9 clouds. He's a despicable person, he doesn't deserve to be in the continent of the 9 clouds, and he doesn't deserve to gamble with the spring and autumn bamboo scroll. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and his figure disappeared. Mei's eyes narrowed. Not good. She jumped up. Be careful. Only those who were qualified could enter the spring and autumn scroll. The entire spring and autumn scroll was enveloped by an invisible force. Those who were not allowed to enter had to either retreat or barge in. Lu Yin was naturally not allowed to enter, so he raised a hand and pressed it into the void. The space around the spring and autumn scroll warped and cracked open. He then stepped inside, climbed onto the spring and autumn scroll, and slapped Granny Ye. Slap. Granny Ye had undergone spiritual cultivation and was at the peak of the bitter adversity realm. She was a top expert on the spring and autumn scroll, but she could not avoid this slap. She could clearly see space, time, and everything she knew, including her own consciousness, but her thoughts stopped. She could only watch as the slap sent her flying and smashed into the ground. Mei appeared. She was just one step behind Lu Yin, and Granny Ye had already been slapped. How was this possible? Lu Yin had broken through the spring and autumn scroll's defenses, ignored Granny Ye, and slapped her. Everything had been accomplished in this one step. It seemed like a single step, but it was like a chasm. Not only Mei, but everyone else was stunned. Who would have thought that an expert at the peak of the bitter adversity realm would be sent flying with a single slap? How was this possible? Even the defense of God could not do this. This slap on Granny Ya's face caused everyone's minds to go blank, including the girl. This slap had hit everyone's cognitive blind spot. Granny Ya fell to the ground in a daze. She could not block it. She could not block it at all. How did he do it? Spout nonsense. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll kill you. Lu Yin withdrew his hand casually. But at this moment, everyone looked at him differently. It was also at this moment that everyone felt that Lu Yin was not arrogant before. He really was qualified to threaten the spring and autumn scroll. But where did such an expert come from? Ying Mei's face was terrifyingly gloomy. She stared at Lu Yin's back, full of killing intent. Your Excellency has repeatedly insulted the spring and autumn scroll. You've gone too far. Don't blame the spring and autumn scroll. It belongs to the spring and autumn scroll. Mr. Mo and the other experts from the spring and autumn scroll surrounded Lu Yin, releasing monstrous killing intent. Their souls appeared, and the blood tower and the gate of wonder appeared. Although Lu Yin's strength was terrifying, it was not to the extent that they did not dare to make a move, as long as he was not an Eternal Realm expert. Granny Ya stood up and stared at Lu Yin viciously. Her killing intent was stronger than anyone else's. Lu Xiyu shouted, "The spring and autumn scroll, this is your fault. That evil servant insulted others with malicious words, and you don't allow him to make a move." Ming Xiaolong also spoke, as expected of the spring and autumn scroll. You want to kill people in the heart. You're despicable indeed. Ying Mei ignored them and looked at the lady. Please go inside and rest. If you're injured in this battle, it will be the fault of the spring and autumn scroll. The lady was calm. It's fine. Lu Yin looked at the lady. Was this the lady that Ming Xiaolong was afraid of? They were stalling for time just to wait for her to leave. What a grand display. Even the 7 fairies were afraid. Meh. Qing Yun. Lu Yin looked at the lady in shock. Wasn't that Qing Yun? Although half her face was covered, Lu Yin was very familiar with her. That face, those hands, and that figure were exactly the same as Qing Yun's. Why was Qing Yun here? In an instant, images of his interactions with Qing Yun flashed through Lu Yin's mind. Qing Yun, the 9th spirit, the gate of wonder, the 9 heavens universe, and so on. Qing Yun. The lady looked at Lu Yin, puzzled. Did this person know her? Impudent. How dare you call the lady by her name? Granny Ya shouted. Ying Mei stood in front of Qing Yun and stared at Lu Yin. I don't care that you're from another universe. I don't care that you insulted the spring and autumn scroll, but calling the lady by her name is disrespectful and should be punished. Lu Xiyu was anxious. Old woman, what nonsense are you talking about? That person must have been surprised that you're here. Please don't blame him. Ming Xiaolong also pleaded. Please don't blame him. Qing Yun looked past Ying Mei and met Lu Yin's eyes. You know me. Lu Yin was surprised. It wasn't Qing Yun. Otherwise, it was impossible for her not to recognize him. However, his appearance and voice were the same as Qing Yun's. You must be Qing Yun. My name is Qing Yun, but I've never seen you before. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 38:19. Qian Shu said, Miss, you don't have to pay attention to this person. There are too many people in the universe who know of Mississippi. Even in the destroyed outer universe, there are creatures who know of Miss's existence. This person is just playing to the gallery. Ying Mei's expression was solemn. If you are curious about this person, wait for my spring and autumn bamboo slip to capture him. You can know anything you want to know. Granny Ya, Mr. Mo, and the rest of the experts from the Spring and Autumn Scroll all stepped forward at the same time. The word suppress appeared in front of each of them, and the words were linked together with the Spring and Autumn Scroll as the foundation to form a large force that suppressed Luin. Luin frowned. The 9-foot garden was adept at forming alliances, and the Spring and Autumn slips were the same. As expected, the more a civilization developed, the more tricks it had. The 9 Clouds universe was like the Tian Yuan universe after countless years of development. It had also plundered the resources and cultivation culture of the spiritualized universe. It was a real colossus. At that moment, a cold light flickered outside of the Spring and Autumn Scroll. Long Yin had arrived, and he had brought along the people from the 3rd peak of the Death Hillock. It was obvious that he was here to help Luin. Below, an old man climbed up and faced the Spring and Autumn bamboo slip. Mei, don't go overboard. Your Spring and Autumn bamboo slip has so many people ganging up on one person. Our Heavenly Gate Luo family can't stand by and watch. Mei's expression was heavy. The Death Hill and the Luo clan had both stepped out to help this person. These fellows were already enemies with the Spring and Autumn booklet, and now they were adding insult to injury. Luin glanced at the old man, who nodded back at him. So it was him. That old man who checked his token in the Gate of Heaven was first instigated by Yugong to check his token. He only opened the Gate of Heaven after Yugong threatened him with Luo Ning's life. If it wasn't for that old man being a step slower, Qian Shu and the old woman wouldn't have been able to make a move on him in time. The Luo family could be considered an accomplice to the Spring and Autumn bamboo slip. However, the Spring and Autumn jade slip had attacked him because of Luo Ning. The Spring and Autumn jade slip and the Luo clan were enemies, and he was implicated. Now that the Luo clan was helping him, not only did they want to deal with the Spring and Autumn jade slip, they also wanted to take Luo Ning away from him. My Spring and Autumn bamboo slip has never violated any rules. If Death Chiu tries to force his way in, I will kill him without mercy. Mei was furious. At the same time, she stared at the elder from the Luo family. As for your Elysium Luo family, if you dare to interfere, the Spring and Autumn bamboo slip will immediately declare war on the Luo family. We will fight to the death. The Luo family's old man narrowed his eyes. Are you threatening the Luo family? Mei no longer looked at the old man. Instead, she stared at Long Yin. The 3rd summit could cause trouble, but they did not dare to do so openly. Otherwise, Long Yin would definitely be removed as the summit lord of the 3rd summit. Now, it was not as simple as causing trouble. Each and every one of them wanted to help. There were definitely more people who wanted to cause trouble for the Spring and Autumn bamboo slip. However, would they dare to show themselves? Those who wanted to help didn't dare to do anything, but those who wanted to help the Spring and Autumn Scroll didn't dare to do anything either. The scroll could withstand Lu Yin's pressure, but those who wanted to rely on it couldn't. At this moment, Lu Xiu walked out. In front of her was a master of the Spring and Autumn Simplified Realm. He blocked her from moving forward, but he could not stop her from asking, Mei, is the Spring and Autumn Simplified Realm really going to attack this person? Mei frowned and looked at Lu Xiu. I respect the Azure Lotus Emperor, but even if he were here, he wouldn't allow this person to insult the Spring and Autumn bamboo slip like this. He even called you by your name. You should know that your name comes from the Azure Lotus Emperor. As an in-name disciple of the Azure Lotus Emperor and from the Four Lin Swords Gate, you've already helped this person several times. I'm not going to hold it against you, but please don't go too far. She stared at Ming Xiaolong with a warning look. Lu Xiu sneered. Don't talk nonsense. If you really respect my master, would you still dare to attack this person? Mei was shocked. Her expression changed as she stared at Lu Xiu. What do you mean? Qian Shu, Granny Ya, Mr. Mo, and the rest all looked at Lu Xiyu. Was this person related to the Azure Lotus Emperor? Lu Xiyu raised her head. Although the veil covered her face, one could still see her delicate, white neck. You all know what happened in the Four-Lin Swords Gate, right? He was the one who helped my father, Lu Xizhan, become the sword head of the Four-Lin Swords. Everyone was shocked. It was him. Ying Mei's face paled. Qian Shu and the rest were in disbelief. It was him. News of what had happened in the Four-Lin Swords Gate had already spread throughout the Ninth Heaven universe. The spring and autumn slip was not far from the Four-Lin Swords Gate, so it naturally knew about it. It was said that someone from the Sea of Yi had helped Lu Xizhan become the sword head of the Four-Lin Swords. He had even helped Lu Xizhan break through the Ku AI level and become the true sword head of the Four-Lin Swords. It was difficult for outsiders to know who that person was. The Four-Lin Swords Gate had prevented the news from spreading, but this matter had not been stopped. No one had thought that that person would be Lu Yin. Ying Mei stared at Lu Yin. It was you. Lu Yin smiled. It was me. Ying Mei gritted her teeth. How could it be him? This was troublesome. Even the Yin-named disciple of the Azure Lotus Emperor, Mingzhua, had appeared and admitted that this person was from the Sea of Yi. He must be related to the Azure Lotus Emperor. Such a person was comparable to the seven fairies. What would the spring and autumn slip do? Kill. That would be a slap to the Sea of Yi. Even if this person had nothing to do with the Azure Lotus Emperor, the fact that he was from the Sea of Yi and had a good relationship with Mingzhou was enough to make the spring and autumn slip suffer. The Azure Lotus Emperor's disciples were scattered throughout the Nine-Cloud universe. It was not just the seven fairies and Mingzhou. Some of the disciples' identities were unknown to them. If those people took revenge, it would be like poking a hornet's nest. Even if they did not die, they would lose a layer of skin. Furthermore, there was the Death Hillock, the Luo family, the Myriad Elephant Valley, and the Four-Lin Swords Gate watching over them. How could the spring and autumn slip survive? The more she thought about it, the uglier Ying Mei's expression became. Granny Ye and the others were ashen. They felt that they had offended the Azure Lotus Emperor. The sky was falling. Lu Yin shook his head. You don't have to worry. I have nothing to do with the Azure Lotus Emperor. I can tell you this clearly. Lu Xiyu was furious. She glared at Lu Yin. What nonsense are you talking about? Ming Xiaolong kept winking at him. You are from the Sea of Yi. How can you have nothing to do with it? Lu Yin waved his hand. There is no need to scare people with Yi Hai's name. This is a personal grudge between me and the spring and autumn slip. I, Lu Yin, will not use the Azure Lotus Emperor's name to take revenge. Ying Mei, do what you have to do. Ying Mei was afraid and wanted this matter to end. Regardless of Lu Yin's relationship with Yi Hai, just the fact that he was from the Sea of Yi was enough to make her not want to make a move. I am now in the spring and autumn slip. I will give you a chance to kill me. Otherwise, hand over Qian Shu and that evil servant to me, and I will let this matter go. Lu Yin was disdainful. Ying Mei stared at Lu Yin. Sir, do you really want to be so ruthless? Lu Yin said coldly, they pushed me out of the heavenly gates. It is time to settle this debt. Ying Mei's eyes flashed, and they were filled with killing intent and savagery. She did not want to offend Lu Yin, but how could she hand over Qian Shu? That was the future of the spring and autumn slip. Sir, the spring and autumn slip is willing to pay the price to end this matter. You insulted the spring and autumn slip before, so I will let it go. I hope that you will not force us. Lu Yin placed his hands behind his back. Hand them over. Ying Mei gritted her teeth in anger. Sir, do you really want to fight to the death? Lu Yin was disdainful. You are not worthy. Ingmei nodded and laughed coldly. Fine, fine, fine. Since that is the case, don't blame me. She raised her head and looked around. Does anyone know where this person came from? Everyone looked at each other. They did not understand why Ingmei was talking about this now. Granny had already said that this person came from the spiritualized universe. Ingmei said, this person is called Lu Yin. He came from the spiritualized universe. He interfered with the battle for the head of the swords as soon as he arrived in the continent of the 9 clouds. Now, he is provoking the spring and autumn slip. This so-called hatred is not without reason. My disciple, Qian Shu, sensed that this person wanted to harm the continent of the 9 clouds, so he pushed him out of the heavenly gates. I originally wanted to solve this matter secretly, but this person's cultivation level is too high, and he colluded with the swords of the swords. Qian Shu took a step forward. Yu Sang Tian killed people from the beginning. He made it difficult for people from the continent of the 9 clouds to enter the spiritualized universe. He blocked our knowledge of the spiritualized universe. This person joined forces with Yu Sang Tian to plot against the continent of the 9 clouds. Previously, at the heavenly gates, this person attracted an eternal life-level monster. If we had not acted quickly, that monster would have killed its way into the continent of the 9 clouds. Everyone looked outside the spring and autumn slip. They were all in disbelief. An eternal life-level monster. Lu Xiyu and Ming Xiaolong were shocked. They did not know about this. Qing Yun looked outside. The old man from the Luo family looked gloomy. Back then. Tell us if this person attracted the eternal life-level monster or not, shouted Granny Ya. The old man narrowed his eyes. Yes. Everyone looked at Lu Yin in a different way. Qian Shu sneered. You colluded with Yu Sang Tian and lured an eternal life-level monster into the heavenly gates. The spiritualized universe has a master grass. Now, you are colluding with the swords of the swords of the swords of the swords. Lu Yin, what are your intentions? Lu Yin listened to Ingmei and Qian Shu and could not help but praise them. Well said, well said. Using facts to drive falsehood. Provoking the hatred and contempt of the continent of the 9 clouds towards the spiritualized universe. Using words to confuse the world, killing people and destroying their hearts. You are worthy of being the successor of the spring and autumn slip. Your ability to reverse black and white is amazing. Yu Sang Tian's killing was the beginning. Countless people in the continent of the 9 clouds hated him. Originally, the people of the continent of the 9 clouds looked down on the 3 universes. When the beginning died, they were filled with killing intent towards Yu Sang Tian. Lu Yin was very clear about this. Yuya's attitude was too obvious. Qian Shu used this as a starting point, and then combined it with the matter of the Eternal Realm monster. Unfortunately, it was still the truth, which gave everyone the misconception that Lu Yin was plotting against the 9 firmaments and was trying to harm them. Ingmei even pointed out that Lu Yin would not hesitate to offend Yihai in order to make Yihai's people apprehensive. Although she did not say much, she successfully pushed Lu Yin to the opposite side of the continent of the 9 clouds. She also reduced the hostility of the spring and autumn slip towards Yihai as much as possible. Lu Yin, no matter how glib your tongue is, you can't change the facts. Qian Shu said loudly. Then he continued, Yu Sang Tian deliberately killed the god of defense in order to prevent the people of the continent of the 9 clouds from going to the spiritualized universe. That was a slap in the face of the continent of the 9 clouds. It also caused great losses to the major forces of the continent of the 9 clouds. Let me tell you one more thing. He stared at Lu Yin coldly. The Juqi garden was destroyed. Everyone was in an uproar. The Juqi garden was destroyed. How is that possible? The Juqi garden in the north region. Wasn't the mountain sealed? Qian Shu said loudly. The Juqi garden was destroyed because it violated a ban. What ban did it violate? It interfered with the three universes. If you don't believe me, you can ask Peak Master Long Yin. Everyone looked at Long Yin outside the spring and autumn slip. Long Yin did not deny it. It was the truth. Although the news of the Juchi Garden's destruction was blocked, it was easy for people who wanted to investigate. Thank you for the tips from brothers who will be better tomorrow. Thank you for your support. Thank you. Here's the update, thanks. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 38:20. Qian Shu's eyes narrowed. The 9-foot garden is one of the greatest powers in the 9 firmaments universe, but it was destroyed after a trip to the 3 universes. What about this person? He pointed at Lu Yin. He came from the 3 universes, interfered with the battle for the head of the 4 swords, provoked the spring and autumn scroll, and caused trouble for the 9 firmaments universe. Isn't this worse than the 9-foot garden? Why was the 9-foot garden destroyed while this person is still standing here? That's right. Why? Someone questioned. Many people looked at the people from the Death Hill. This is unfair to our own people. Is this how the Death Hill does things? The women from the 3rd peak stared coldly at Qian Shu. The 9-foot garden's destruction was not what Qian Shu had said. To the 3 universes, the 9-foot garden's interference was almost unstoppable. If everyone interfered with the 3 universes like the 9-foot garden, the 3 universes would not have developed to their current state. It seemed unfair to the powers of the 9 firmaments universe, but the 9 firmaments universe did not allow people from the 3 universes to come here. The 9-foot garden was punished not for the 3 universes, but for the 9 firmaments universe itself. Qian Shu had changed the concept. Although the 9-foot garden's violation of the rules was serious, it was far from enough to warrant their destruction. They had only been destroyed because of Chaui. This was an opportunity given by the Great Master. The 9-foot garden had finally broken the rules, so how could they wait any longer? Just like how the Great Master had reduced the punishment of the 3rd peak several times, the Death Hill had a duty to protect its own. The Great Master had said that this was how they were. This was the Death Hill, and anyone who did not like them could fight. As long as they could defeat them, the Death Hill would be given to them. Because of Qian Shu's words, everyone looked at Lu Yin with hostility and dissatisfaction. This dissatisfaction did not come from Lu Yin himself, but rather from the spiritualized universe. It came from the various dissatisfaction and contempt they had for the 3 universes. Ing Mei heaved a sigh of relief. This person had been too overbearing, and she had no choice but to do this. As long as one was a living being, regardless of their cultivation level, reason would always exist. As long as one was in the right, even the people of Yehai would not be able to easily cause trouble for the spring and autumn scroll. Of course, her greatest source of confidence was Lu Yin's words that had nothing to do with the Azure Lotus defense. Next, there was an even more important step, which was to obtain the lady's support. As long as the lady supported the spring and autumn bamboo slip, the people of Yehai wouldn't dare to cause trouble for him. Otherwise, it would be a slap to the lady's face. Next, this person would definitely die. She would pay any price to get rid of this person. The spring and autumn bamboo slip had never come up with so many reasons to kill someone. It wanted to kill someone but didn't dare to. It was too frustrating. Lu Yin did not refute him, as he felt that Qian Shu was reasonable. He had interfered in the affairs of the 9 firmaments universe, but not only had Death Hill not taken action, but he had even helped Lu Yin. If the 9-foot garden found out about this, wouldn't it be angered to death? Regardless of why the 9-feet garden was annihilated, from the cause and result, his existence was indeed unfair to them. Interesting. Inexplicably, he was a little happy. He thought that he would be hated when he came to the 9 clouds universe, but it was the other way around. These people couldn't see the big picture, but Lu Yin knew that people like him and Uptala Protector had hatred in their eyes. They could see the big picture. Maybe to Uptala Protector, the 9 firmaments universe and the other 3 universes were all the same, so he didn't care. Lu Yin was different from them in this regard. He would never look down on the Tian Yuan universe. No matter how high he stood or how far he looked, the Tian Yuan universe would always be his home. What was home? Home was where the people you cared about were buried. After the spring and autumn bamboo slips accusations, Lu Yin became the target of everyone's hatred. He didn't say much after boarding the spring and autumn bamboo slip, only watching the people's performance. On the other hand, Lu Xiyu and Ming Xiaolong were anxious, but it was useless. Ying Mei looked at the girl. Please bear witness to today's scene. The spring and autumn bamboo slip had no choice but to act. For the sake of the 9 firmaments universe, I would not hesitate to bear the hatred of some people. You! Lu Xiyu was furious. This some people was obviously referring to the 4 Lin sword sect and Yi Hai. They had become the villains. Qing Yun looked at Ying Mei and then at Lu Yin, her eyes full of curiosity. Lu Yin didn't care about what the spring and autumn bamboo slip said, as it wouldn't change the outcome. Even if they didn't say anything, someone else would in the future. If he wanted to be reasonable, he had to face these words. If some people agreed with the spring and autumn bamboo slip, there would be people who refuted. What he needed to do was to find the group of people who refuted. The spring and autumn bamboo slip's words could save Lu Yin a lot of time. What he needed to do was to establish his power. He had thoroughly established his power. Wrong. A gentle voice sounded. Lu Yin's eyes moved, and he looked at Qing Yun in surprise. Ying Mei's face changed. Miss? Qian Shu and the others, as well as the people of the Luo family outside, looked at Qing Yun. What did she say? Qing Yun said faintly, wrong. She looked at Qian Shu. You are wrong. Qian Shu's face changed, and he bowed slowly. Please correct me. Qing Yun looked at Lu Yin. Does Yu Sang Tian's actions have anything to do with this person? Qian Shu opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but before he could, Qing Yun continued. Do the 3 universes have the ability to plot against the 9 firmaments universe? Everyone was silent. What can they do by colluding with the 4 Lin sword sect? Everyone was still silent. Qing Yun continued, this person, where did he find this eternal life realm creature? If he could find one, the 3 universes would have been destroyed long ago. Everyone looked at each other. Yes, where did the eternal realm creature come from? If the 3 universes existed, how could the god of defense not care? This person couldn't find it, let alone lure the 9 firmaments universe. In just 4 short sentences, everyone's attitude changed drastically. Qing Yun's voice was like a cool stream flowing through everyone's hearts, erasing their paranoia about the 3 universes and erasing their negative emotions. Lu Yin felt strange. He didn't know where the eternal realm creature came from, but he did want to lure the 9 firmaments universe. But to normal people, this was the most incredible point. Ying Mei's eyes flickered. What do you mean? Qing Yun looked calm. If he wants to bet, let's bet with him. After that, she looked at Lu Yin. I think you are right. Lu Yin was stunned. What did he say? Lu Xiyu and Ming Xiaolong were stunned. They were most worried that the girl would speak for the spring and autumn bamboo slip. How did it turn around? Wait, did they really know each other? They suddenly remembered the scene in the Hellsea Lotus Pond. They looked at Qing Yun strangely and then looked at Lu Yin. Ying Mei didn't expect Qing Yun to help Lu Yin. They had inverted black and white and used the general trend to oppress him. However, compared to the general trend, who could compare to this girl? When she spoke, it was equivalent to deciding. Lu Yin didn't expect Qing Yun to help him. So, was this Qing Yun the same one from the spiritualized universe? If so, she shouldn't help him. He had bullied Qing Yun too many times. He stared at Qing Yun and asked, "Where is Qing Xiao?" Qing Yun's eyes moved. "Do you still want to bet?" Lu Yin looked at Qing Yun deeply and then turned to look at Ying Mei. "It doesn't matter." Ying Mei's face returned to calmness. Now, gambling was the most beneficial to them. She couldn't tell the girl's attitude to besiege Lu Yin. She couldn't just give the Qian Shu to this person. "Well, since the girl has spoken, if you want to bet, the spring and autumn bamboo slip will accompany you. You can state your conditions." "I said that I want the Qian Shu and the evil servant's life." Ying Mei clenched her fist. "What price will you pay?" Lu Yin's lips curled up. "What price do you want me to pay?" Ying Mei replied, "I want your life." Everyone looked at the arena. This gamble was no longer the same as before, and no one would be able to escape easily. Lu Yin smiled. "They aren't worth it, but if you add your life into the mix, I can agree." Qian Shu gritted his teeth. "This bastard." Ying Mei nodded her head. "All right, this old woman shall bet her life. I hope that you will keep your word. Once you lose, your life will belong to my spring and autumn bamboo scroll. I hope that everyone here will bear witness to this." She then turned to Qing Yun. "Miss, please bear witness as well." Qing Yun looked at Lu Yin. "All right." Ying Mei looked at Lu Yin. "How do you want to bet?" "Up to you." "The simpler and faster, the better," Lu Yin said. Ying Mei nodded and waved her hand, causing the dust to condense into a die. The die spun in the void. "Let's guess the number. Whoever guesses correctly wins." "How about it?" Lu Yin nodded. "All right. To be fair, you can give this die to the person who made it. It will isolate all external forces," Ying Mei said. Lu Yin looked at Qing Yun. "Help me out." Qing Yun did not refuse. She opened her hand, and the die slowly landed in her palm. It was still spinning when she grasped it. "You may begin. There's no limit to the number of guesses. Whoever guesses correctly first wins." "You?" Lu Yin looked at Ying Mei. She shook her head. "Just find a random disciple. The spring and autumn bamboo slip is open and aboveboard. I won't do it myself." A petite female disciple was pushed out, and she looked very nervous. Ying Mei looked at her. "Guess the number." The female disciple pursed her lips. "Yes, it's a grand sight." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This girl had been pushed out, and he had been keeping an eye on the people in the spring and autumn bamboo slip. She had been standing in the corner, and no one had noticed her. Someone had pushed her out on purpose, and if Lu Yin's guess was right, they had done something that had to do with luck. Wan Lu had said that one could obtain luck by carving words on the spring and autumn bamboo slip. At this moment, luck was on this girl. She looked cute, but her expression was nervous. She had been standing in the corner, and no matter how one looked at her, she looked weak. Just like when she had gambled with Ming Xiaoqiu, the spring and autumn bamboo slip was good at controlling people's hearts. This way, even if she won in the end, no one would say anything about the spring and autumn bamboo slip. Ying Mei sneered. The fairer the bet, the more advantageous it was for the spring and autumn bamboo slip. How many years had it been? No one had ever heard of someone controlling the illusory power of luck. How could this person compare to luck? "Guess," Ying Mei urged. The female disciple looked at Lu Yin nervously and thought for a moment. 5. Lu Yin released the heavenly Tao of karma, creating karma that spiraled through her body. At that moment, she cried out in alarm, "Wait!" Everyone was puzzled. Ying Mei frowned and stared at the female disciple. She thought for a moment. I think it's 6. Qing Yun looked at her. What time is it? 6. The female disciple was certain. Qing Yun looked at Ing Mei. Ing Mei nodded. With luck, whatever time it was, it would be. Thank you for your support, brothers. The fact that you've been reading this book is the greatest support for Sui Feng. Everyone is having a hard time right now, and unless it's absolutely necessary, I won't reward you. It's good to save some money for a physical examination. Once this difficult period is over and everyone is rich, Sui Feng will definitely ask for more rewards. Thank you, brothers, for your support. I wish everyone good health. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 38-21. Qing Yun looked at Lu Yin. What about you? What time? Lu Yin smiled. 5. The female disciple looked at Lu Yin in astonishment. This was the exact number that she had guessed. Ing Mei's heart sank. She felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't say what it was. Qian Shu frowned and stared at Qing Yun's hand. Qing Yun looked up. This matter concerns your life and death. Are you not going to confirm it? I'm not sure. The female disciple was very sure. Just now, when she was seized by a sudden impulse, someone had told her that it was 6 points. She didn't know where this impulse came from, but she knew that she had to say 6 points. 6 points would definitely win. Ing Mei took a deep breath. Yes. Lu Yin nodded. Yes. Under everyone's gaze, Qing Yun slowly opened her palm. The die was 5 points. In an instant, Ing Mei's face turned deathly pale. Impossible. The experts from the Spring and Autumn Scroll were all shocked. How could this be? The female disciple's limbs went soft and she fell to the ground. How could this be? How could this be? He would definitely win. Lu Xiyu cheered, that's great. We won. Ming Xiaolong let out a sigh of relief. She was scared to death. She thought she would lose. Lu Yin smiled and glanced at Ing Mei, your lives are mine. After he finished speaking, he took a step forward, and before anyone could react, he directly appeared in front of Granny Ye and struck her with his palm. Granny Ye was dumbstruck. The blood tower behind her spread out and she spat out a mouthful of blood. 9 heavens high God, blood tower. At the same time, she wrote in the air, spring and autumn, myriad forest / One tree after another was uprooted from the ground and turned into a slash that shot towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin's palm landed, and a limitless amount of power flowed through it. The foundation of sealing the heavens was unleashed, and the battle force of the realm of mastery spread out. Bang! The 10,000 linder cut was reduced to a puddle of ink. Lu Yin pressed his palm against the blood-red tower, causing it to shatter with a loud crack. His palm then landed on Granny Ye's head. A soft sound rang out. Everyone stared blankly. Granny Ye knelt on the ground, dead. Blood flowed down her feet, making everyone feel cold. This was the main body, not the spirit seed. If it died, it would be completely dead. A peak crossing coup adversity expert had died just like that. She had released her soul, which was her hidden strength. She had also used her battle skills, but she could not block that palm. That palm was not one of the great 5 palm arts, but it was unimaginably terrifying. Who in the universe could kill Granny Ye with a single palm strike? There were only a handful of people he could think of. Lu Yin stood in the pool of blood and slowly looked at Ing Mei. It's your turn. Your life is mine. Ing Mei's body trembled. She was furious to the extreme. She couldn't stop him. Blood stained the Spring and Autumn Scroll. None of the experts around the Spring and Autumn Scroll were able to stop him. This person's strength was terrifying. He was definitely at the level of a lesser defense deity. She didn't have the time to think about how she had lost even with her luck buff. She glared at Lu Yin. "Sir, do you really want to fight to the death?" Lu Yin sneered, "Looks like you're trying to act shamelessly. Everything has a price. Your life is the price." Ming Xiaolong shouted, "Ying Mei, do you really want to go back on your word?" This bet was decided by Mississippi. "You are not giving Miss any face." Ying Mei couldn't care less about the bet. What girl? She was going to die. Everything else was meaningless. The stench of blood permeated the air. She clenched her fists. Kill those who belong to the spring and autumn scroll. When the veneer of civilization was torn apart, what was revealed was viciousness that was even more violent than savagery. Around Lu Yin, all the experts from the spring and autumn scroll attacked at the same time. They raised their tower-shaped swords high into the air and slashed down. They came from 4 bitter adversity experts and 9 primordial realm cultivators. The leader was obviously Ying Mei. Granny Ye was still alive. She was also one of the experts. Even for a powerful organization like the Spring and Autumn Scroll, Granny Ye's loss was great enough to hurt them. Lu Yin stood where he was and allowed the 13 tower-shaped swords to fall. He raised his hand and struck out with the great 5 palms. Bang! All the tower-shaped swords shattered. Press! 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 The 13 of them wrote the word press at the same time. A heaven-like pressure suddenly descended, and a terrifying aura pushed everyone away. Qing Yun, Lu Xiu, and the others constantly retreated. The onlookers all retreated, not daring to approach. The spring and autumn scroll shook. When Long Yin saw this, he wanted to intervene, but he discovered that the spring and autumn scroll's defensive power had suddenly increased. All the disciples of the spring and autumn scroll moved to the edge, wary of Death Hill and the Luo family. Below the mausoleum, countless people watched as the void rippled with the spring and autumn scroll at the center. Spatial cracks spread across the horizon. A battle had begun above. Lu Yin raised his head as the 13 words, press, condensed. They turned into a huge press that descended to suppress him. He bent his middle finger, and the seal the heavens sequence particles gathered on it. Boundless power flowed, and the battle force of the realm of Palm made his finger seem like it was made of metal. With a gentle flick of his finger, the word press was instantly shattered. The terrifying power almost overturned the spring and autumn scroll, causing a backlash. Aside from Ying Mei and the other bitter adversity experts, the other 9 primordial realm cultivators all vomited blood as they stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. How was this possible? Was this a power that a human could reach? Ying Mei was also in disbelief. She knew that Lu Yin was very strong, strong enough to defeat all 3 universes and suppress the Lin Sword Gate. However, all the experts in the spring and autumn scroll had come together, and yet they couldn't even press down a single finger of his. Had this person's strength already reached the eternal realm? Lu Yin raised his head, and his consciousness whistled out and swept through the surroundings. It formed a visible shockwave that directly shattered the 9 primordial realm cultivators. They were unable to resist at all. However, the 9 of them were all spirit seeds. This was good, as his main body could be pressed into the hell of the appointment platform to increase his karma. If it weren't for his spirit seeds, it would truly be a waste. He had no plans on leaving anyone alive. Whether it was his spirit seed or his main body, they would all die. Mr. Mo took a step back and stared at Lu Yin in fear. The tremendous consciousness almost caused him to faint. How could someone have such a powerful consciousness? His mind blanked out, and he was unable to do anything. Lu Yin's strength had definitely surpassed the 13 celestial phenomenon in the consciousness universe. It was not just Mr. Mo. The other two bitter adversity experts' minds blanked out as well. Lu Yin looked at them and casually waved his hand. A single strike was enough to kill them all, but Ing Mei took a step forward and used the blood tower to block Lu Yin's strike. She struck out with her right hand, and the word kill appeared on her palm. Monstrous killing intent caused the sky to turn scarlet, and the spring and autumn scroll fell down, causing the mausoleum to crack open. This is Ing Mei's killing intent. It's been a very, very long time since she's been so furious. That's Ing Mei's kill. It really is terrifying. Atop the spring and autumn scroll, Qing Yun and the rest had already retreated and were floating in the void. Although the spring and autumn scroll was large, it could not withstand such a battle. Those from the Luo family and the Death Hillock had all retreated. They wanted to interfere, but they had no reason to. Furthermore, Lu Yin was not at a disadvantage, which shocked them as well. This person was resisting the entire spring and autumn scroll by himself. Ing Mei's single word, kill, caused Lu Yin's heart to palpitate. This was a supreme killing intent that came from someone at the peak of the bitter adversity realm, and it reminded him of Yu Sang Tian and Yuya. Although her fighting style was different from theirs, Ing Mei's killing intent was more direct and bloody. The word kill continued to press forward, and Ing Mei used all of her strength. Cracks covered the ground beneath her feet, but her eyes were terrifyingly calm. Lu Yin met her gaze. No matter how strong her killing intent was, it could not hide the disparity in their strength. He reached out with one hand, and under the shocked gazes of Long Yin and the rest, he forcefully grabbed the word kill and crushed it. The stench of blood dissipated. Qian Shu was stunned. How was this possible? Everyone was dumbfounded. Today's scene was much more inconceivable than anything they had seen in their previous lives. That was Ing Mei's kill word. She had spent her entire life cultivating the word kill, which was why she usually did not make a move. If she did, she would die. The spring and autumn scroll had roamed the ninth heaven universe, and it had been targeted by various parties at the beginning. It was all because of Ing Mei's kill word that she had walked step by step to where she was today. But now, that kill word had been crushed. Even Qing Yun was shaken. Ing Mei was a powerhouse who had the qualifications to compete for the position of defense deity. Her strength was something that even defense deities feared, so how could she be so weak? She gave off a feeling that she could be easily defeated. Lu Xiyu and Ming Xiaolong were both shocked. They recalled that Lu Yin had once said that he would destroy the spring and autumn scroll. It turned out that he had been serious. Lu Yin loosened his grip, revealing several bloodstains on his palm. Although he had crushed the word, he had still been injured. As expected of someone at the peak of the bitter adversity realm. His strength, or rather, his destructive power, could reach the eternal realm, but his defense was still lacking. Recovered. Ing Mei whispered. Behind them, Mr. Mo and the other bitter adversity realm powerhouses exhaled. We can fight. They were all men. One was Mr. Mo, another was called Mr. Yi Bai, and the last was the pavilion master of the spring and autumn scroll pavilion. They were all top experts in the spring and autumn scroll, but now that they were being protected by Ing Mei, they felt an indescribable feeling. Mr. Yi Bai sighed. Dogwan, this matter is my spring and autumn scroll's fault. Ing Mei gritted her teeth and shouted, do you want me to die? Mr. Yi Bai was bitter. I said a long time ago that the spring and autumn scroll's actions would lead to retribution sooner or later. Now, retribution has come. However, I will not retreat. From the moment I entered the spring and autumn scroll, I will die here even if I die. Stop talking nonsense. Today's battle is unpredictable, Mr. Mo growled. Ing Mei stared at Lu Yin. You guys go down. The pavilion master was shocked. Will it really come to that? Mr. Mo retreated and disappeared without hesitation. Mr. Bai shook his head and looked at Lu Yin. There was an apologetic and helpless look in his eyes, but he also disappeared. The pavilion master also disappeared. Lu Yin did not stop them, as they would not leave. The spring and autumn scroll still had some hidden secrets, so he wanted to see what exactly it was. Ying Mei did not speak to Lu Yin. At this point, one of them had to die, as the spring and autumn scroll's losses were too great. 9 Firmaments God of Defense, Blood Tower. Blood flowed from the corner of Ying Mei's mouth, and she spat it onto the tower, causing it to glow with vibrant colors that enveloped the surroundings. At the same time, she used her blood as a medium to write words that floated within the tower. Dragoncree's eyes went wide as he stared at Lu Yin. Be careful. Ying Mei has comprehended the law, and her words have formed a world. With her own blood as a medium, she can write a world of words that will banish you and make you fall into eternal oblivion. Lu Yin looked across and saw a vast amount of sequence particles emerge from the blood tower. These were Ying Mei's sequence laws. Comprehending the law was a sequence law. In the 9 Firmaments universe, there were some who called them sequence laws, and those who had comprehended them after breaking through to the progenitor realm. However, there were some who had not comprehended them even after reaching the crossing calamity realm, all for the sake of fighting for the position of God's defense, as well as the illusory eternal realm. During that period, once one comprehended a sequence law, it was known as comprehending the law. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 38-22. Those people were already invincible in the universe and had reached the pinnacle. They were prideful and set eternal life as their goal. Once they comprehended a law, it was the same as picking up the next weapon. Their earlier comprehension of a law could not be compared to it. Ying Mei's comprehension was a world of her words. Using the blood tower as a defense, she continued to write to banish Lu Yin. This was the true strength of someone who had completed the bitter calamity stage and the spring and autumn slip. The more words she writes, the wider the world of her words. Destroy it quickly, or you won't have a chance, an old voice said from the Luo family's elder. Lu Yin looked into the blood tower, where Ying Mei's gaze met his. It was so calm that it was terrifying. She must be very confident in her comprehension. The next weapon that someone who had completed the bitter calamity stage picked up would definitely be at the deified level. This move was her true trump card. Once she comprehended a law, she would never have the chance to become the divine defense. No wonder this woman cared so much about Qian Shu. Qian Shu was the only one who could touch the divine defense, but Qian Shu also had the spring and autumn slip, and so did Luo Ning. How were these powers planning to make them become divine defenses? If there were rules in all things, they could be broken. In other words, the appearance of rules was actually for people to break. Lu Yin stepped forward and walked towards the blood tower. Ying Mei stood within the tower and continued to write, her face growing paler and paler. She did not care as Lu Yin approached, as the blood tower was enough to defend her. The world of her words would also increase the strength of her soul due to her blood. This was something that outsiders did not know, or else she would not be able to write with peace of mind. Soon, more and more words would appear. She would have to write over 1,000 words, surpassing any previous attempt. Only then would she have the confidence to banish this person. Soon. Lu Yin slowly walked to the front of the blood tower. The disciples of the spring and autumn slip did not dare to approach. They watched this scene uneasily. Ying Mei continued to write, the blood-red words floating in the air. It was a horrifying sight. Lu Yin looked at her across the blood tower. Are you a main body or a spirit seed? Ying Mei spat out blood and continued to write. Lu Yin shook his head. It seems that I don't have time to answer. Let's leave it at that, then. With that, his consciousness opened the 9 skies behind him. A berserk consciousness that whistled out changed the heavens and spread throughout the entire mausoleum before spreading out again. Everyone who saw it turned pale. Far away in Myriad Valley, Wanlu looked up, his expression. Who? How could it have such a terrifying consciousness? In the Silan region, Lu Xizhan and the others watched in shock. Such awareness had never existed since ancient times. If one's line of sight could encompass the entire universe of the 9 heavens, one would discover that his consciousness was like a deep darkness that gradually covered the eastern region, forming a momentum that changed the heavens and changed the earth, splitting the dome of heaven. Lu Yin's consciousness was enough to replace the universe's astral dome, and at that moment, it was completely unleashed in the 9 heavens universe. Ying Mei's pupils shrank. The might of Lu Yin's consciousness had exceeded her expectations, and it definitely surpassed the consciousness of the 13 celestial phenomena. How could this person's consciousness be so powerful? The spring and autumn scroll was unable to bear the weight and kept falling. His consciousness opened the 9 heavens, unleashing the 9 heavens transformation. The starry sky was released from his heart, and boundless power flowed through his body. His body's surface withered, and everything that had reached an extreme would move in the opposite direction. Battle force of the realm of mastery and the heaven-sealing sequence particles were all released. Countless people's vision was set ablaze, and the void where Lu Yin was standing was unable to withstand the pressure. Ordinary people could not see him at all, and they could only see the constantly twisting void that emitted thunderous tearing sounds. Below the spring and autumn booklet, Mr. Mo and the rest struggled to hold it up. Lu Yin was like a mountain pressing down on their heads, and they couldn't hold on any longer. The spring and autumn booklet fell to the ground with a loud bang, shattering the entire mausoleum. Those who had participated in the Book of the World gathering were all affected, and the unlucky ones were directly pressed into the ground, their fates unknown. Ying Mei coughed up blood, and the tremors almost caused her mind to collapse. This person's strength had definitely touched upon the eternal realm, or else how could he be so powerful? The 9 heavens transformation, his consciousness, and his strength were all incredibly terrifying. Just how had this person cultivated? Suddenly, her face went pale as she watched Lu Yin raise his foot and kick out. With a bang, the blood tower shattered, and Ying Mei's body was sent flying along with the shattered tower. They passed through the spring and autumn booklet's mountain range and crashed into the ground so hard that the bottom couldn't be seen. The surroundings were silent. Long Yin was stunned. The elder from the Luo family was similarly stunned. Anyone who understood Ying Mei was stunned at this moment. Ying Mei had used her blood to stain the blood tower's defenses, and Lu Fa to pick up a weapon that had formed a world. But all of this had been completely shattered by Lu Yin's kick, and she hadn't even been able to retaliate. Wasn't the difference just too great? Lu Xiu swallowed and looked at Lu Yin's back. She understood what had happened to Lu Feiqin and the others. Crippling their legs was already being merciful. Ming Xiaolong stared blankly at Lu Yin's back and remembered Ozwa's reminder that they couldn't stop him. Indeed, they couldn't stop him. Even the entire Myriad Elephant Valley couldn't stop this kick. Qin Yun's expression was calm, but there were also ripples beneath her calm gaze. She had seen far more than others, but Lu Yin's kick had still shaken her. This was a power that surpassed the level of Dooku air. It definitely was. As long as one hadn't reached the eternal realm, it was impossible to block Lu Yin's kick. This was the result that Qin Yun saw. But this kick wasn't enough. At least, it couldn't kill Yu Seng Tian or Ying Mei. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. If it had been Yu Seng Tian, with his heart like a boulder, he would have been able to do the same. This was just a normal strength. But it was enough to shock everyone who saw it. He slowly turned his head and looked in a certain direction. The one standing there was Qian Shu. Qian Shu was right beside Qin Yun. He wanted to pretend to protect Qing Yun when the spring and autumn slip attacked Luyin, so that she wouldn't protect Luyin as much as possible. But now, Lu Yin's gaze made his scalp tingle. He felt like a disaster was about to befall him. Was it really the spring and autumn slip that had attacked this person? Or was this person suppressing the spring and autumn slip alone? Lu Yin raised his hand and beckoned to Qian Shu with a smile. Qian Shu gritted his teeth and slowly retreated. No, I don't want to go over. I don't want to die. Granny Ye had just been killed. The 9 primordial realm experts had their spirit seeds destroyed instantly, and Ning Mei had been sent flying with a kick. All of this shocked him, and he didn't want to approach Lu Yin. Qian Shu begged Qing Yun, "Miss, please save me. I beg you, please save me. For the sake of the spring and autumn bamboo slip that has always been at your beck and call, I beg you." Mississippi, he did not want to die, nor did he want to accept the loss of Xiao Ling's future. Lu Xiu and Ming Xiaolong stood on the other side of Qing Yun. They understood Qian Shu's feelings, but they didn't pity him. How many things had the spring and autumn slip done? The 6th Night Pillar had fought for the 9 firmaments universe and risked his life, but the first-generation ancestor of the spring and autumn slip had stolen his turbid treasure. Longyin's mother had been killed by someone from another universe, but the spring and autumn slip had suppressed it. Qian Shu had casually pushed Lu Yin out of Heaven's Gate because of Luo Ning. He didn't care about the life or death of someone he didn't know and looked down on the 3 universes. He was filled with disdain and contempt for life. He had gambled with Myriad Elephant Valley and won the genius Ming Xiaoqiu with luck. The spring and autumn slip had done too many things. It didn't deserve any sympathy. Lu Yin frowned. "Come here." He didn't attack. He just stared at Qian Shu, giving him immense pressure. Qian Shu hid behind Qing Yun as sweat dripped from his forehead. "Miss, please save me." Qing Yun glanced at Qian Shu before looking at Lu Yin. "He's no threat to you." Lu Yin and Qing Yun looked at each other. "Then help me keep an eye on him. I need him." Qing Yun was silent. She didn't agree or disagree. Lu Yin retracted his gaze and looked underground. "Stop pretending to be dead. Come out." After speaking, he casually waved his hand, causing the ground to flip over and Ning Mei to soar into the air. She panted heavily and cut an extremely sorry figure. Her scholarly aura had completely vanished, and her eyes were bloodshot as she glared at Lu Yin with hatred and fear. She had never imagined that she wouldn't even be able to use her strength. Attack! Ning Mei pressed down on the ground with one hand while the spring and autumn slip was beneath her feet. At the same time, the 3 Ku adepts pushed up at the bottom of the spring and autumn slip and wrote words. The spring and autumn slip trembled and peeled off. The top layer was pushed out horizontally, revealing the true spring and autumn slip, which was a bamboo. Mr. Mo and the other Ku adepts had written the word "suppress" on the bamboo, causing it to shrink continuously. Eventually, it fell into Ning Mei's hand. Lu Yin reached out and grabbed the bamboo. Both ends of the bamboo were in Ning Mei's and Lu Yin's hands at the same time. Anyone could snatch it. Ning Mei sneered, and the bamboo suddenly shrank again. Lu Yin wasn't paying attention and couldn't grab it. Light shuttled around his body, and in a second, the bamboo fell into his hand again. Ning Mei was shocked. The power of time. Lu Yin gripped the bamboo tightly, and the alchemy sword slashed out from behind his back. It pierced towards Ning Mei, but the blood tower appeared in front of her again to block the alchemy sword. The sword swept past the tower and pierced through Ning Mei's body, stabbing into the ground. Ning Mei's body was pierced through by the sword, and her blood splattered everywhere, dyeing half of her body red. She couldn't understand, why couldn't the blood tower block that sword? The bamboo in his hand bent, and Lu Yin's immense strength passed through the bamboo to shake Ning Mei. She almost lost her grip on the bamboo, and she roared, "This is my turbid treasure, no one can take it away from me." Then, words appeared on the bamboo and spread throughout it. They even reached Lu Yin's hand. The spring and autumn scroll has existed for so many years, and countless disciples have poured their blood, sweat, and tears into writing these words. How can you take it away? You're not stealing a turbid treasure, but the entire spring and autumn scroll's blood, sweat, and tears. What right do you have? Ingmei screamed, and the words seemed to come alive as they climbed towards Lu Yin. When the first word touched Lu Yin, his mind trembled, and he felt as if he was seeing a strange world. The words had all come alive, and there was a figure behind each word. Between heaven and earth, countless figures covered the sky. The mausoleum was gone, the spring and autumn scroll was gone, and Lu Xiyu and the others were gone. There were only those words. The words formed a world. These words appeared in Lu Yin's mind, and he sank into Ingmei's 10,000-word world. This person has fallen into a trap. Great Ingmei knew that he would definitely steal the spring and autumn jade slips, so she used the spring and autumn jade slips and the words left behind by countless disciples as a medium to display the 10,000-character book realm. Once he's trapped in the 10,000-word world, this person might fall into oblivion. This is a 10,000-word world that's created with the help of the spring and autumn scroll's turbid treasure. It's not any weaker than mastering Mei's own blood. Is it over? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 38-23. Not far away, Long Yin rushed towards Ingmei with two blades in his hands. Mr. Mo and the pavilion master tried to stop him at the same time, but in the blink of an eye, blood stained the sky. Long Yin had cultivated his spirit and had the battle strength of a consummate coup adversity cultivator. At the same time, a gate fell from the sky. 5 fingers fell on the gate of heaven. The Luo family had made their move. Mr. Yi Bai ascended to the sky and blocked the gate of heaven. Ingmei's expression was ugly. She shouted, "My spring and autumn scroll has never violated the rules. Death mound bullies others." Long Yin opened his hand and the mound of death spread towards Ingmei. The masters of the spring and autumn scroll were either dead or injured. They couldn't make a move. Those who were on good terms with the spring and autumn scroll didn't make a move either. It wasn't easy to find strong masters everywhere. With Long Yin's battle strength, only the masters of large forces could resist him. The mound of death spread in front of Ingmei and buried her. The rolling yellow sand was dyed red. Ingmei screamed miserably as her skin was torn apart. Behind her, someone made a move to stop the mound of death. It was the White Jade clan. Only the White Jade clan had to make a move. Long Yin hated the spring and autumn scroll because they had killed his mother. If the spring and autumn scroll was destroyed, the White Jade clan would be his next target. Yuru watched in horror. He never thought that the spring and autumn scroll would be forced to this point. Further away, no one cared about Lang Ruyu and Si Jiushi anymore. The Jin family didn't make a move against them or help the spring and autumn scroll. The White Jade clan made a move, but they still couldn't stop Long Yin. The White Jade clan woman was buried by the mound of death. What awaited her was the cold light of the blades and her head flying. Long Yin landed in front of Ingmei, his blades sharp. Ingmei glared at Long Yin with hatred. "If you dare to kill me, even the great master can't protect you. You wantonly killed people who didn't violate the rules. No power will tolerate you." Long Yin's voice was cold. "So what? I've waited for this day for too long." Then, he slashed. "Qian Shu!" Ingmei screamed. One came from far to near, ignoring the distance, it slashed towards Long Yin. Long Yin turned around and slashed with his blades, cutting the one in half. Qian Shu's expression was gloomy. Just now, he had made a move. He accepted spiritual cultivation and raised his cultivation to the great circle of crossing calamity. Ingmei closed her eyes and accepted the spiritual cultivation. This meant that Qian Shu could no longer enter the junior defense pavilion and could no longer become the defense of gods. He had lost his future. The hearts of all the spectators sank. Their thoughts were complicated. Seeing a top genius being forced to lose his future, even if Qian Shu was not their future, they still felt a sense of pity. It had to be known that Lu Yin had forced Qian Shu to seek protection from Qing Yun rather than accept spiritual cultivation. This was the final step, but he had still taken it. Long Yin smiled and looked at Qian Shu. Congratulations. From now on, you are also a powerhouse who has reached the great circle of Ku adversity. In the distance, the old man from the Luo family also laughed. Everyone who opposed the spring and autumn scroll laughed. They weren't afraid of how powerful the spring and autumn bamboo slip was now, but they were afraid of Qian Shu, the future variable. If Qian Shu could really become a god's defender, break through to the great circle of crossing bitter calamity, comprehend the Dharma, pick up the next weapon, or even go one step further, and be taken in as a disciple by a god of defense, then it would be troublesome. But now, it was over. It was completely over. Even if the spring and autumn bamboo slip survived this calamity, their futures were already set. It was unlikely that another genius like Qian Shu would be born, and the various great powers would not allow it. After all, how much had the spring and autumn bamboo slip paid to send Qian Shu to the junior defense pavilion? But now, it had all been for naught. Qian Shu lowered his head, and his gaze was sinister. He did not dare to raise his head, as he was afraid that Qing Yun would see his gaze. He was unwilling, and he wanted to kill. He wanted to kill crazily. His future was gone because of these people. Death Hill, the Luo family, Lu Yin, the Lin Sword sect, and even the myriad Elephant Valley. You want to kill me? Long Yin's voice traveled into Qian Shu's ears. Qian Shu suppressed his murderous intent and raised his head to meet Long Yin's gaze. Long Yin sneered. You really dare to attack me? I come from Death Hill, and I am the third Summit Lord. Now that I have confirmed that the spring and autumn bamboo slip did not break the rules, Death Hill will no longer interfere in this matter. You still want to attack me? Qian Shu clenched his fists, and his fingernails pierced into his flesh. Ingmei's mouth was bleeding, and she screamed, Long Yin, you are too vicious. Long Yin laughed heartily. In the distance, the women of the Third Summit laughed happily. Death Hill would no longer interfere in the battle with the spring and autumn bamboo slip. They had announced to the public that they had confirmed that the spring and autumn bamboo slip did not break the rules. As such, if the spring and autumn bamboo slip attacked someone from Death Hill, it would be offending Death Hill. Then, it would not be the third summit of Death Hill that attacked the spring and autumn bamboo slip. What the spring and autumn bamboo slip faced was the revenge of the entire Death Hill, the great leader's revenge. As for the attack just now, they would be punished, but they did not kill anyone in the spring and autumn bamboo slip. It was impossible for them to be severely punished. But for the spring and autumn bamboo slip, Qian Shu's future was sacrificed. In order to save Ingmei, Qian Shu had lost his future, and it was all because of Long Yin's attack. The spring and autumn bamboo slip had lost too much. Qian Shu had lost his future, but he could not take revenge on Long Yin. This feeling infuriated him, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Ingmei's hair was messy, and she glared at Long Yin. She wanted to cut this woman into pieces. Long Yin put away her twin blades. Enjoy it well. I've been experiencing this every day since my mother died. It's your turn now. After she finished speaking, she looked in another direction. She looked at Yuru. The White Jade clan is next. Yuru's face was pale. Everyone looked at Qian Shu, and their gazes were complicated. There was pity, and there was mockery. He had lost everything, and he did not even have the chance to attack. It was too laughable. If he had not accepted the spiritual cultivation and allowed Long Yin to attack him, would Long Yin have killed Ying Mei? She didn't know. No one knew. Even Long Yin herself couldn't give an answer. Ying Mei wasn't the only enemy she had. Her biggest enemy was the White Jade clan. However, her hatred for Ying Mei made her unable to control herself. So she did not know what the result would be. Thank you, Qian Shu. Long Yin left. Qian Shu was so angry that his body trembled. Ying Mei took a deep breath. Don't worry about her, Qian Shu. Kill the enemy first. On the other side, the characters were attached to Lu Yin's body as if they were alive. Lu Yin's eyes were open, but they were lifeless, as if he could not see the world around him. What he saw was a world of characters, the 10,000 character book realm. Qian Shu suddenly glared at Lu Yin, unable to hide the hatred and killing intent in his eyes. He took a step forward, and his 5 fingers descended. Each of his fingers drew the word one. It was the simplest word, but it carried the sharpest edge. This was the word that Qian Shu had been obsessed with for so many years. Ying Mei's strongest word was kill. This was because she wanted to lead the spring and autumn scroll to establish a foothold in the 9 firmaments. She had stopped Qian Shu from writing the word kill, and instead made him write one. She had hoped that with Qian Shu, the spring and autumn scroll would transform. This was the beginning of the spring and autumn scroll. However, her beautiful wish had not been realized. The 5 ones turned into a sharp light that enveloped Lu Yin. Qian Shu wanted to take his head. Careful! Careful! Lu Xiyu and Ming Xiaolong shouted. In the distance, Shu Bei Su also shouted, her face pale. Countless people held their breaths as they watched this scene unfold. Qian Shu's 5 fingers were about to descend. Lu Yin's sluggish gaze suddenly turned. He raised a hand and grabbed, colliding with Qian Shu's fingers. In an instant, Lu Yin's withered body began to recover. He was astonished. Qian Shu had cultivated his spirit and had the power of someone at the great circle of Ku Wo. The sharpness of his killing intent was no less than Ying Mei's. Was this the power of an absolute genius who was qualified to enter the junior defense tower? The 9-foot garden's misty red civet was qualified to compete for the junior defense tower, not the one that was already asleep. Countless people had competed with her, but even so, she was still a threat to Lu Yin after cultivating her spirit to the great circle of Ku Wo. Yu Ye and Chao Yi had chased after her, wasting a lot of time. Compared to the misty red civet, Qian Shu was much more powerful. The great circle of Ku Wo was a spirit seed that had been grafted onto a genius like Qian Shu. Its power was unparalleled, and Lu Yin's withered body began to recover. This meant that Qian Shu's attack had the ability to threaten Lu Yin. However, a threat was just a threat, it could not truly break through Lu Yin's defenses. Qian Shu's pupils shrank as Lu Yin grabbed his fingers tightly. Back off! Ying Mei shouted. She was well aware of how abnormal Lu Yin's strength was. Lu Yin exerted force and flung his hand away, but it was empty. Where was Qian Shu? Qian Shu was still above his head, and he looked at Lu Yin with a sinister gaze. Die! Qian Shu waved his fingers, and the same attack landed on Lu Yin's body, causing Lu Yin's body to recover. Qian Shu was stunned. What defense was this? Lu Yin was equally puzzled. He had clearly grabbed hold of Qian Shu. Qin Yun suddenly exclaimed in admiration, as expected of a genius from the junior defense tower. He has a physique that allows him to shift space. His mind is in front of him, and his body is in a parallel space-time. Everyone was puzzled. Qian Shu's eyes flashed. Qin Yun's words were obviously helping Lu Yin, but it did not matter. So what if he knew? No one could break through it. Sister, what's a physique that allows him to shift space? Lu Xiu asked curiously. Qin Yun said, he can overlap the void, and he can instantly appear in the current spacetime or in a parallel spacetime. However, from an outsider's perspective, he is still in the current spacetime. He can attack or defend. In the Junior Defense Tower, he is known as the Unsolvable. Lu Xiu was shocked. There's such a physique. Ming Xiaolong was shocked. In the Junior Imperial Building, only one person is born in several eras and is qualified to sleep. In the current era, many people are qualified to compete for the position of sleeping, but very few can enter the Junior Imperial Building. Qian Shu is not from our era. He, in his era, was invincible among his peers. The Junior Defense Tower was a place that everyone knew about, but no one had a clear understanding of the slumbering Junior Defense Tower. What was a genius that only appeared in several eras? This concept was too vague. Many people were called geniuses, and some were even invincible in the same realm. There were too many such people, and there were only 8 positions in the Junior Defense Tower. They were selected from the most elite cultivators of several eras. They were 1 in a billion strong people. That was why the Spring and Autumn Scroll did not hesitate to start a war and not give up on Qian Shu. Grania, who had completed Qai, had always been by his side to protect him. Thank you for your support, brothers. Times were difficult, and as long as there was a draft, Sui Feng would definitely update it. He did not necessarily have to give rewards. Thank you again for your support. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 38-24. At that moment, everyone finally saw what a Xiaoyu was. No one had ever heard of spatial manipulation. How could there be such a physique? Qian Shu's other hand reached out to grab Lu Yin. Lu Yin struck out with his palm, but he missed. Qian Shu's hand landed on Lu Yin's body. Lu Yin suddenly thought of someone, First Jian, the disciple of Grand Empyrean Reincarnation Spacetime. He was known as the perfect young exalted and had an innate gift called 9 emptiness in 10 rooms. It rendered all attacks ineffective. Although Lu Yin's power level had far surpassed First Jian's, it had been a tough fight. Qian Shu's physique was even more difficult to deal with than 9 emptiness in 10 rooms. Qian Shu was here, but he was also in a parallel spacetime. Qian Shu's attacks could land on Lu Yin, but when Lu Yin attacked, Qian Shu was still in a parallel spacetime. It was no wonder why Qian Shu could sleep in the Junior Defense Pavilion. Everyone looked at Qian Shu in shock. How could they fight like this? No wonder this person was called unbeatable. Qian Shu sneered and stared at Lu Yin. You forced me to do this. You must die today. Lu Yin looked at Qian Shu unhappily. I originally only wanted to take revenge on you, but you're making me uncomfortable now. I was very comfortable being exiled from the 10,000-word book realm, but you forced me out. He then released his Karma Heavenly Tao, and the wordless book connected to the Divine Seal Catalog. Formless karma shot towards Qian Shu. Qian Shu did not understand what Lu Yin was doing, but at that moment, he sensed that something was wrong and instinctively dodged. An invisible attack had appeared, causing his heart to palpitate. He subconsciously retreated. Yingmei did not understand, with Qian Shu's physique, why would he dodge? Lu Yin waved his hand, and the karma spiral chased after Qian Shu. Lu Yin did not care. Qian Shu's entire life had been recorded in the Divine Seal Catalog. Before he had undergone spiritual cultivation, Qian Shu's strength had been limited. Although the Karma Heavenly Tao continued to shrink, it was not that exaggerated. Lu Yin created karma and grabbed at Qian Shu. The person from the spring and autumn scroll mocked him, as this person could not even touch Qian Shu. Qian Shu sneered. "You're struggling. You can't even touch me." Qian Shu's voice trailed off, and Lu Yin grabbed Qian Shu's head. Ying Mei had been wary of Lu Yin. On this day, their worldview was constantly overturned. Bang! Qian Shu was viciously smashed into the ground and fainted from Lu Yin's attack. Everyone was stunned. Qing Yun was also stunned. Qian Shu had a space-time conversion body. He was a genius who had been sleeping in the Junior Imperial Pavilion. He was recognized by the continent of the Nine Clouds as well as the Immortal Emperor. Are you kidding me? When they found out about Qian Shu's physique, everyone was thinking about how to defeat him, but they couldn't find a way. Time. Space. With Qian Shu's battle prowess at the consummate level of coup adversity, he could already see through those powers. Only geniuses could deal with geniuses. Even so, in the Junior Imperial Pavilion, Qian Shu was said to be unsolvable. How did Lu Yin do it? Lu Yin casually tossed Qian Shu into the general appointment platform. Let him go. Ying Mei screamed as she charged out of the Death Hill's soil. The blood-red pagoda was raised high into the air and smashed towards Lu Yin. Behind Lu Yin, the azure sword slashed out once more, piercing through Ying Mei's body and pinning her into the ground. Her blood dyed the ground red. Mr. Mo, Mr. Yi Bai, the pavilion master of the book pavilion, and Du Ku Yi looked on in shock. Ying Mei struggled to get up and opened her hand, causing the bamboo slip to fly into the air. Lu Yin had failed to snatch the spring and autumn bamboo slip and was now trapped within the 10,000-word book. At this moment, the spring and autumn scroll was raised vertically, facing Lu Yin. Spring and autumn scroll, press. Ying Mei screamed like a malicious spirit. On the bamboo sheet, the word press appeared. Then, the word soared into the sky and covered the sun as it pressed down on Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked up. Is this the power of the spring and autumn scroll? It's not bad. This word made him feel pressured. This was a different kind of pressure brought about by a turbid treasure. The word press descended with a loud bang. Lu Yin raised his right hand and held it up. The ground beneath his feet shattered and a shock wave blasted out in all directions. The entire mausoleum was overturned and everyone retreated once more. Ying Mei's eyes were bloodshot. She climbed onto the bamboo sheet and continued writing the word press. At the same time, Mr. Mo, Mr. Yi Bai, the pavilion master of the book pavilion, and the others all climbed onto the bamboo sheet and wrote the word press. The word's power was even stronger and pressed down on Lu Yin's body. Lu Yin held on to the word press. The pressure did not come from the word, but from the spring and autumn scroll. He vaguely saw a huge tree with all kinds of things hanging on it. Some people went against the flow and rushed towards the tree. One of them had a bamboo sheet hanging on his waist. The bamboo sheet seemed to have unintentionally stuck to that person's body and was constantly approaching the tree. In the distance, Qing Yun and the others were also retreating. The word press had appeared and made them feel suffocated. The elder of the Luo family exclaimed, "This is the hidden word of the spring and autumn scroll." Senior Wei Qi was pressed down by this word and turned into dust. Senior Wei Qi. Someone exclaimed. Many people looked at the elder of the Luo family. The elder of the Luo family nodded with a serious expression. Senior Wei Qi was an ancient existence. He was once the head of the sixth night pillar. The first ancestor of the spring and autumn scroll cheated the turbid treasure from him. After the sixth night pillar returned to the nine clouds, Senior Wei Qi left the sixth night pillar and killed his way into the spring and autumn scroll as a rogue cultivator. Even though the first ancestor of the spring and autumn scroll was qualified to fight for the position of the head of the night pillar, his cultivation level was the same as Senior Wei Qi's. They were both at the top of the Ku adversity layer, but he wasn't as strong as Senior Wei Qi. Senior Wei Qi died in battle because of the word press. This is the hidden word of the spring and autumn scroll. It's enough to fight against the defense of gods. Qin Yun looked at the word in front of him. The whole area was under the pressure of the word press. They were suffocating. This word is even more powerful than the one used to press down on Senior Wei Qi. So many years have passed and the people of the spring and autumn scroll have put their blood and sweat into this word. Long Yin said, in theory, this word can press down on all living things under the immortal layer. Many people were astonished. Was it that terrifying? The 9 clouds, the eternity, all the influential groups in the continent of the 9 clouds have experienced the test of time. Which one of them doesn't have a trump card? Spiritual seeds are never the greatest trump card. If they don't have such a trump card, they're third-rate at best. Someone sighed. Lu Siyu was curious. What about the 4 great sword sect? Someone said, third-rate. But with the 7 fairies, it's not third-rate. The person saw that Lu Siyu's expression was not good and quickly added. Lu Siyu's expression was not good because of this person's words, but because she was worried when she saw Lu Yin being pressed down and unable to move. Ming Xiaolong grabbed his clothes and looked at Lu Yin. He had to get through it. Lang Ruyu, Si Jiushi, and the others all hoped that Lu Yin could get through it. They were not worried about Lu Yin, but they were unhappy with the spring and autumn scroll. The word press suddenly stopped. Lu Yin held on. Boundless energy circulated around his body. Lanterns appeared out of nowhere. True God's freedom technique. The scarlet lanterns were engraved with Ying Mei's name. Uneasiness shrouded Ying Mei's heart. Her face was pale as she stared at the lanterns in front of her. Suddenly, the lanterns shattered. Ying Mei spat out a mouthful of blood and stumbled back. She almost fell to the ground. Grand sight! Mr. Mo exclaimed. At this time, the lanterns shattered one by one. Ying Mei could no longer hold on and fell to the ground. Below her, Lu Yin took a step forward and walked through the void. He lifted the word press. Ying Mei cried out, "Don't worry about me. Press." Mr. Mo and the others gritted their teeth. Blood flowed down their arms as they wrote with their blood. Around them, the disciples of the spring and autumn booklet rushed towards the bamboo and wrote the word press with their blood. They cultivated in the booklet. The booklet gave them strength, and they could reciprocate the booklet's strength. For a moment, the word press became heavier. Lu Yin let out a breath. From the beginning, he had only wanted to destroy the spring and autumn booklet to establish his might after coming to the 9 firmaments universe. He had not planned to start a massacre. He was not a bloodthirsty person. But with all the disciples of the spring and autumn booklet attacking, this massacre was unavoidable. If the disciples of the spring and autumn booklet could kill him, they would not hesitate. He had not killed them before, not out of mercy, but because he did not need them. They were just ants. Now, he would trample them to death. The seal the heaven sequence particles spread out. With the support of the true God's freedom technique, Lu Yin's strength skyrocketed once again, surpassing Yu Sang Tian's heart of stone. He released the damage that was originally absorbed when things reached an extreme. His right hand supported the word press while his left hand punched out. Bang! There was a loud sound as everyone on the bamboo was sent flying into the sky. The remaining force exploded within their bodies, and when it reached the highest point, their bodies suddenly exploded, turning into a bloody mist that fell from the sky and rained down. Everyone stared blankly at the sky. This was a rain of blood that dyed the plains red. It was the blood of countless disciples of the spring and autumn booklet. It was their lives. Everyone who had stepped onto the spring and autumn booklet to attack Lu Yin had died, including the three who had crossed Kuei. They had not been able to block Lu Yin's attack and had been destroyed along with the word press. Only Ying Mei had been left with half her body destroyed, falling into the distance like a red meteor. The mausoleum was silent. Everyone looked at this scene in fear and disbelief. A single punch had destroyed the entire spring and autumn booklet. Countless people felt their bodies go cold, as if they had just witnessed a miracle. Who in the 9 firmaments universe could challenge and destroy the entire spring and autumn booklet? Even the defense god would find it difficult to do so. Everyone's eyes fell on Lu Yin as he walked out of the ground step by step. Some people directly knelt down, not daring to look up. The disciples who hadn't been able to attack in time fell to the ground, unable to crawl back up. Ying Mei landed on a rock in the distance, her body trembling. Blood flowed from her destroyed half. She was still in her original body. Lu Yin walked towards Ying Mei, his expression calm. "What do you think I am?" Lu Yin's words echoed throughout the plains. Everyone was listening, and no one dared to interrupt. "As long as Qian Shu and that evil servant are alive, I'll let you off. What is your spring and autumn booklet? You want to gamble with me? You use words to force me, sow discord, and kill me. Are you worthy?" Ying Mei lay on the ground, staring blankly at the sky. The bloody mist was still falling, turning the sky scarlet. Specks of blood sprinkled down on the plains. This day, the entire 9 firmaments universe would remember this person. Lu Yin walked over to Ying Mei step by step and looked down at her. "Everything has a cause and effect. Your spring and autumn booklets stole turbid treasures. Your words were forceful, and your actions were tyrannical. You appeared on your own. Every step you took was based on what you had done before. Everything in the past is the cause, and the effect is the end." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 38-25. Ying Mei spat out a mouthful of blood as she looked at Lu Yin. The world around her had turned hazy, and everything was blood-red. The victor is king. The spring and autumn scroll is yours, and it's the end. You will also receive your retribution one day. Lu Yin looked at her. "I always do things based on my conscience. Even if I'm wrong, I won't regret it." Ying Mei smiled bitterly. "Karma, karma." Suddenly, her eyes widened as she stared at Lu Yin. "Karma, you. Lu Yin immediately pushed Ying Mei into the Point Commander's hell, knowing that she had already guessed it. Qianshu's constitution was unsolvable, but Lu Yin could. Why? Because of karma. He had created karma, causing Qianshu to feel that he should be in this spacetime. If he intended to be in a parallel spacetime, it would be the complete opposite. Naturally, he would be able to capture Qianshu. Ying Mei had guessed that Lu Yin was from Yihai, and he was clearly someone from another universe. How had he been able to remain safe and sound and even become acquainted with the 7 fairies? She had already guessed that it was because Lu Yin had comprehended karma. He was only the second person in human history to do so. Throughout the 3 universes and the 9 heavens universe, there was no one else besides Uppermost Lotus who had comprehended karma. To Uppermost Lotus, one's background was not important. Lu Yin was a human, and that was enough. Ying Mei understood and instantly regretted it. If she had understood earlier, she would not have fought to the death with this person. The power of karma was unimaginable. Even if the spring and autumn scroll could win, how could it kill this person under the pressure of the sea of karma? This person would definitely not die in their hands. The moment she understood, Ying Mei knew that the spring and autumn sword had died for nothing. This was a battle to the death. Ying Mei was pushed into the hell of the general appointment stage. Below her was a piece of bamboo stained with blood. It was the spring and autumn simple scroll. He picked up the piece of bamboo and wiped it with his hand, causing the blood to dissipate. He heaved a sigh of relief. It wasn't broken and could still be used. He turned his head and looked to the other side. That was the landscape on the bamboo slip of the spring and autumn bamboo slip. That was where the power of the spring and autumn bamboo slip was. Lu Yin casually waved his hand, and the mountain range fell apart, revealing the disciples of the bamboo slip of spring and autumn as well as Mr. Yi Bai and the 9 primordial realm cultivators. Lu Yin had shattered countless disciples from the spring and autumn tome. Some of them were their true bodies, while others were their spirit seeds. They were all there. Everyone looked at Lu Yin with fear in their eyes. Lu Yin's figure appeared in front of these people, and he sent all of the disciples from the spring and autumn booklet into the Hell of Appointment platform to increase the heavenly Tao of karma. Qing Yun stepped forward. Every life is worthy of respect. If you don't want to kill them, please let them go. Lu Yin and Qing Yun looked at each other. If I don't care about your reputation, will you be angry? Qing Yun shook her head. No. Lu Yin smiled and released the disciples from the spring and autumn booklet. I don't care about them, but some people must die. The disciple who had been released from the spring and autumn booklet had managed to keep his life. He stood there in a daze. The elder of the Luo family shouted, "Why aren't you kowtowing and thanking him for sparing your life? Swear that you will never seek revenge." The disciples of the spring and autumn booklet felt bitter. Revenge? Now that the spring and autumn symbol scroll was gone, it was equivalent to saying that their cultivation had been wasted. Furthermore, a considerable portion of their spirit seeds had been destroyed, so they couldn't cultivate even if they wanted to. All of the disciples from the spring and autumn booklet knelt down and thanked Lu Yin, swearing that they would never seek revenge. Lu Yin glanced at the old man from the Luo family. This old man was trying his best to get on Lu Yin's good side, both because of Luo Ning and because of the fate of the spring and autumn booklet. The Luo family of the Elysium sounded powerful, but they were actually just gatekeepers. They were similar in strength to the spring and autumn booklet, or perhaps even slightly weaker. Otherwise, Qian Shu would not have been so bold as to attack right under their noses, almost killing Luo Ning. Even the Luo family had not been able to capture him. Ever since the way of karma had transformed, the Hell of General's appointment platform increased the karma of those who entered at a much faster rate. As soon as he released the disciples from the spring and autumn booklet, the 9 primordial realm cultivators' karma had also stopped increasing. Lu Yin tossed the 9 people out. There was no point in keeping them in the Hell of General's appointment platform. They had already lost their cultivation and battle prowess. The 9 of them were originally experts from the spring and autumn booklet, so they were treated with respect wherever they went. The patriarch of the Linshan Road clan looked at one of them. This person had once visited the Linshan Road clan and seemed like an expert, but now, he was lying on the ground like a dead dog. These people did not suffer the pain of karma in the Hell of General's appointment platform. They had only released their own karma, which allowed Lu Yin's way of karma to expand. Although the spiritual seeds had been destroyed, their karma had nothing to do with the spiritual seeds. Looking at the blood-soaked mausoleum and the shattered ground, as well as the spring and autumn booklet in Lu Yin's hand, the 9 of them completely collapsed. Some of them were ashen, while others cursed viciously. Lu Yin killed them casually. Kindness was like hatred. He could pick it up at any time and put it down at any time. When one's vision was no longer limited, one's thoughts would also change. Afterward, Lu Yin tossed out another person, Mr. Yi Bai. Among the 3 experts who had attacked him, Mr. Mo and the Pavilion Master were in their original bodies. Only this person had a spiritual seed. Lu Yin was just about to kill him casually. Ming Xiaolong hurriedly said, "Please show mercy." Lu Yin looked at Ming Xiaolong. Ming Xiaolong said, "This mister is a good person." Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. Qin Yun said, Mr. Yi Bai is an upright person. He is well respected. Mr. Yi Bai shook his head bitterly. Thank you for your pleas. Now that the spring and autumn booklet has been destroyed, I have lost all my cultivation. Living on will only increase my pain. After he finished speaking, he looked at Lu Yin and bowed slowly. You destroyed the spring and autumn booklet because of hatred and also because of your position. I fought you because of my position. Hatred can be erased, but our positions are different. Please grant me my wish. Mr. Among the disciples of the spring and autumn booklet, some could not bear it. Among the onlookers, many of them looked at Mr. Yi Bai differently from the others. Lu Yin did not care. Go on your own. Mr. Yi Bai looked at Lu Yin. Please grant me my wish and let me accompany the spring and autumn booklet. Lu Yin frowned. If you want to die, then die by yourself. I have no need to grant you your wish. Brother! Ming Xiaolong suddenly exclaimed. Lu Yin followed her gaze and saw a man in the distance. His face was thin and he was looking around in a daze. Hearing Ming Xiaolong shout, the man reacted. Xiaolong. What's going on? Ming Xiaolong was happy. The spring and autumn booklet has been destroyed. The man opened his mouth and stared blankly at Ming Xiaolong. Ming Xiaolong pulled him aside and explained. Now that the spring and autumn booklet had been destroyed, Ming Xiaoqiu was naturally free. Lu Xiyu and Ming Xiaolong did not expect Lu Yin to complete the conditions so easily. He had destroyed the spring and autumn booklet without drawing any attention to Myriad Elephant Valley. Finally, Lu Yin released Ying Mei. Ying Mei's karma had increased the most. She had lived for a long time and had experienced many things. On the graveyard, everyone saw Ying Mei's miserable state and turned pale again. The sky above them was still covered in blood, and the graveyard had changed. Ying Mei fell to the ground, her eyes flickering. She had experienced something unbelievable. She had seen the past and the souls that had died under the spring and autumn booklet. Those people were clearly dead, but they still came to bother her. How dare they? They would all die again, and the spring and autumn booklet would kill them again. Kill them. How dare they come again? Kill them, everyone fell silent. The graveyard reverberated with Ying Mei's crazy screams. Mr. Yi Bai shouted in grief, grand sight. Ying Mei's body shook, and she slowly turned her head. She saw Mr. Yi Bai with a blank expression. Mr. Yi Bai stared at her. Are you still not coming to your senses? Ying Mei's eyes flashed and gradually became clear. Her forehead and hair were dyed red. She slowly turned around and looked at the people around her. Finally, she saw Lu Yin and pointed at him. You take it. Bang! There was a soft sound, and Ying Mei completely disappeared. The void only distorted for a moment, and then there was nothing left. All traces of Ying Mei's existence had been erased. Mr. Yi Bai was sad. Lu Yin looked away. After killing Ying Mei, this trip to the graveyard had come to an end. Now, only Qian Shu was left in hell. Qian Shu was very useful, and it would be a waste to let him die. Everyone kept quiet out of fear and looked at Lu Yin. They were curious about what Ying Mei had wanted to say, but she had been killed. This person's strength had refreshed their understanding of him. Perhaps even the lower defense god would not be his match. He was unfathomable. Those who wanted to get their hands on the spring and autumn booklet lowered their heads and left. Lang Ryu pulled Si Jusher away as well. This was a ruthless person, even though he had pushed the blame to the Great Five. Seek justice. That did not exist. They would never meet again. Shui Su stood in place and stared at Lu Yin in a daze. He had actually destroyed the spring and autumn booklet. Who was he? This was too terrifying. After everyone left, news of Luin destroying the spring and autumn booklet quickly spread throughout the Nine Firmaments universe. At the same time, news of his appearance and name spread. No one could offend him. No matter where this person came from or what he wanted to do, they could not offend him. Absolutely not. This person had come from Yi-Hai, interfered with the Battle of the Four Lin Swords, and destroyed the spring and autumn booklet. None of his actions could be understood by ordinary people. Furthermore, Qing Yun's attitude was the most important. Right, the seven fairies' attitudes were also extremely important. Lu Yin's name spread throughout the Nine Firmaments universe, and it had a much greater impact than the Battle of the Four Lin Swords. Lu Yin did not plan on hiding his identity. Unless the higher defense god intervened, he was invincible in the Nine Firmaments universe. He had not even used the eternal substance to destroy the spring and autumn booklet. Yuya, if you are in the Nine Firmaments universe, you must find me. The graveyard regained its calm. Lu Yin fiddled with the spring and autumn booklet and twirled it casually. Interesting. Lu Xiu ran over and looked at the piece of bamboo with sparkling eyes. This is the spring and autumn booklet. Can I touch it? Lu Yin glanced at her. Why should I? Lu Xiu fawned over him. Can you let me touch it? We're friends after all. You're not a thief. Of course not. How could you be a thief? Lu Xiu quickly denied it. Inside, she shouted, You're a great thief. Lu Yin tossed it to her nonchalantly. Lu Xiu excitedly caught it. Fourth sister, come and take a look. It's the spring and autumn booklet. Many people stared at the piece of bamboo in Lu Xiu's hand with burning eyes. That was the spring and autumn booklet, the sixth night pillar's eternal pain. It was a turbid treasure that could create a power. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 38-26. Ming Xiaolong brought Ming Xiaoqiu over and stared at the bamboo. I didn't expect it to be so small. She looked at Lu Yin and whispered, Seventh sister, this person destroyed the spring and autumn jade. How powerful do you think he is? Lu Xiu rolled her eyes. I don't know. I only know that we have 5 conditions. What 5 conditions? Ming Xiaoqiu was curious. Ming Xiaolong pushed him away. Stay away. Girls are talking. It's none of your business. Ming Xiaoqiu rolled his eyes. The 2 girls muttered together. The elder from the Elysium Luo family came in front of Lu Yin and bowed. I am Luo Nanshan. I have offended you in the past. Please forgive me. Lu Yin looked at the elder. You are Luo Ning's father. Luo Nanshan said, yes. In Elysium, Lu Yin heard Luo Ning call him father. You are really old. Luo Nanshan smiled and said, Mr. Lu, please forgive us for offending you before. The Luo clan feels deeply guilty. With the status of the Elysium Luo family, they were very humble to ask for forgiveness twice. Lu Yin originally did not have a good impression of the Luo family, but Luo Nanshan knew how to behave. He was not the one who pushed him out of Elysium. If he did not delay, the old woman would not have made a move. Why are you looking for me? Lu Yin asked knowingly. Luo Nanshan said, How is my son now? Lu Yin nodded, he is alive. Luo Nanshan's heart jumped, then, what is his cultivation? Lu Yin praised, Your son is very courageous. He would rather put his life in my hands than accept spiritual cultivation. Luo Nanshan was completely relieved. He took a step back and bowed deeply. I don't know what price the Luo family has to pay for you to let my son go. If my son has offended you in any way, please tell us. The Luo family will bear all the consequences. He was really frightened. If not for the battle in the Ling Plains, he would not have been so humble when he met Lu Yin. Now, the spring and autumn jade's fate was a warning. This was a ruthless person that could not be offended. Snatch. Forget it. The Luo family could not even beat the spring and autumn jade, let alone this person. Although it was a loss of face, Luo Ning was too important. Moreover, this person's attitude towards the Luo clan was also very important. He did not wish for the Luo clan to be destroyed. Lu Yin was amused. This was not your attitude when you stopped me outside the heavenly gate. Luo Nanshan said bitterly, I have been deceived by a vile person. I apologize to you again. As he said this, he bowed for the third time. For a well-known power like the Luo family, such an attitude was enough to shock many people, but the surrounding people were not surprised. Although Lu Yin had been alone during the battle at the graveyard, he had been more terrifying than anyone else. More accurately, it was precisely because he had been alone that he had been absolutely terrifying. Lu Yin was different. He had come from one of the lower 3 universes and had no ties to the 9 firmaments universe. It wasn't strange for someone like him to do anything, but he was ruthless and merciless. He had dyed Ling Yuan with blood, so how could the Luo family not be afraid? A faction could rely on its overall strength to crush a rogue cultivator, but if a rogue cultivator could withstand this strength, that rogue cultivator's threat would far exceed that of a faction. Lu Yin sized up Luo Nanshan, your attitude is not bad. Let me ask you a question. Please speak, sir. Where is Lord Qing? Luo Nanshan asked, have you heard of Tsangtian City? No. Luo Nanshan said, Tsangtian City has Tsangtian's bloodline, which is a product of Tsangtian's universe. The creatures of Tsangtian's universe are strange, and they have created a way of using lock-breaking array techniques called engraving. Tsangtian City, the Yu clan, the Lord clan, and the Ju clan. The Yu clan should be the masters behind the Wisdom Sky domain. The Wisdom Sky domain originated from the 9 firmaments universe, and the source was here. However, the source box array in the Wisdom Sky domain was different from Lord Chang's carvings. Was there a difference in their comprehension? Then, could the Ju clan have an even more inconceivable way of using it? Lu Yin was the #1 origin array heavenly master among the 3 universes. Now that he was curious about Tsangtian City, he would definitely go and take a look. As for now, Luo Nanshan answered all of Lu Yin's questions, and his attitude was so good that Lu Yin didn't want to make things difficult for him. Thus, he released Luo Ning. When Luo Ning came out, he felt the world spin, and the scenery around him changed. He had been inside Mount Supreme all this time, and the sudden change stunned him. Luo Nanshan was excited. Luo Ning turned around, and when he saw Luo Nanshan, he became even more excited. Father. When Luo Nanshan saw that Luo Ning was safe and sound and that his cultivation hadn't changed, he finally relaxed and bowed deeply to Lu Yin. Thank you for releasing Ning, sir. Thank you. Luo Ning was very smart, and he quickly thanked Lu Yin. Many people around recognized Luo Ning and were dumbfounded. They hadn't expected Luo Ning to be in Lu Yin's hands. He had killed Qian Shu, and now he had captured Luo Ning. What was going on? There were only 8 people sleeping in the Junior Defense Pavilion, and he had captured 2 of them. Qing Yun was also surprised and watched from afar. Lu Xiyu and Ming Xiaolong exchanged glances. Wasn't this guy from the 3 universes? When did he capture Luo Ning? Luo Nanshan's grateful expression made it clear that he had known long ago. They recalled the grudge between Qian Shu and Lu Yin, which involved the 3 universes. Luo Nanshan and Luo Ning thanked Lu Yin, but Lu Yin stopped them. Don't thank me so quickly. I didn't say I would release him. Luo Ning grew anxious and looked at Luo Nanshan, his eyes filled with coldness. This was the ninth firmament universe. Luo Nanshan jumped in fright, afraid that Lu Yin would see the coldness in Luo Ning's eyes. He shouted, "Unfilial son, how did you offend sir? Apologize to sir." The spring and autumn scroll offended sir, and it was destroyed without even a chance to apologize. What are you waiting for? Luo Ning was stunned. What spring and autumn scroll? Right, where's that bastard Chen Shu? It's him. Suddenly, he paused and looked around. The ground was stained with blood, and there was a bloody mist floating above his head that hadn't completely dispersed. He looked in another direction. Wasn't that the spring and autumn scroll? How had it split into two? And those people over there? Mr. Ibai. And the disciples of the spring and autumn scroll? At this moment, Luo Ning's head buzzed as Luo Nanshan's words echoed in his ears. The spring and autumn scroll had been destroyed. The spring and autumn scroll had been destroyed. How was this possible? He knew that Lu Yin was strong, but he shouldn't have been able to destroy the spring and autumn scroll. In Luo Ning's knowledge, although he had been captured by Lu Yin, he had only seen Lu Yin 3 times. The first time was before and after Lu Yin had been captured, the second time was when he had been used to threaten Choui, and the third time was when he had been pushed out of the heaven gate. No matter how he looked at these 3 times, he couldn't see the depth of Lu Yin's strength. If he knew that Lu Yin had brought Wu Jiang back to the spiritualized universe while being chased by eternal realm creatures, he wouldn't have thought so. But he didn't know. At this moment, the tomb was stained with blood. The scene of the spring and autumn scroll being destroyed stunned him, and he couldn't react. Luo Nanshan shouted again, "Unfilial son, apologize to sir." Luo Ning hurriedly bowed to Lu Yin. "Please forgive me, sir. I have offended you in the past. I was ignorant. Please punish me." Lu Yin looked at Luo Ning with a faint smile. He had seen the coldness in Luo Ning's eyes. It was normal. Luo Ning had been released from the ninth firmament universe, and someone from the Luo family stood beside him. How could he let Lu Yin capture him? In Lu Yin's opinion, it was hard to say whether he could survive in the ninth firmament universe. He could only say that he had improved too quickly. If it was the first time he had seen Luo Ning, he wouldn't have had the confidence to play with the Luo family. At that time, he wasn't Yu Sang Tian's opponent. The spring and autumn scroll was enough to suppress him, and the Luo family wouldn't be too afraid of him. Strength was the foundation of everything. I recommend the Western fantasy novel, Lord of Ashes, written by Big Brother. I love Little Doe. Western fantasy theme, unique style of writing, it's worth a look. Including Big Brother and the completed Knight's Journey, they are all very exciting. I strongly recommend it. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 38-27. Luo Ning. Lu Yin smiled. Yes. Luo Ning did not dare to be impudent, and his attitude was even more respectful than when he had been captured. He had thought that Lu Yin would use him to negotiate with the Luo family, and that he would still have some value to keep his dignity. However, the spring and autumn scroll had been destroyed just like that, and the Luo family could not threaten this person. Luo Ning's life was worthless to Lu Yin, so there was no need to talk about dignity. Actually, I admire you. For the sake of your future, you're willing to give your life to the enemy and gamble. You're more daring than the spring and autumn scroll, Lu Yin said. Luo Ning bowed even more deeply. Thank you, senior. Lu Yin grunted. Qianshu's constitution is spatial conversion, which is not bad. What about you? Luo Nanshan's heart skipped a beat, and he glanced at Luo Ning. Luo Ning answered without hesitation, vitality, the vitality of the body. Lu Yin was surprised. Vitality of the body. Yes, vitality is the unlimited use of the body's strength. Even if you don't cultivate, you can still strengthen yourself at any time. It's like your thoughts are your own, but your body is a different creature. If someone imprisons my thoughts, my body might react when I sense danger. Also, Luo Ning explained a lot, and it was obvious that he was sincere. He did not dare to lie, not even a little bit. Lu Yin listened quietly. Compared to the vitality that most people knew, Luo Ning's constitution was more like a form of life. It was a life that was completely controlled by the body. It was as if his body could still move even if his head was removed. Moreover, he was still a progenitor, just like Qian Shu, but his physical strength was already close to the primordial realm. This was quite unbelievable. Throughout the 3 universes, only Lu Yin had ever accomplished this. Luo Ning looked refined, but who would have thought that the strength hidden beneath his skinny body would be so great? Of course, the difference between him and Lu Yin was too great, so Lu Yin had not paid much attention to it. It was no wonder why Luo Ning had been able to sleep in the junior governor pavilion. This person's physical strength had even more potential than Lu Yin's. Lu Yin had relied on various cultivation and opportunities, but Luo Ning did not need to do anything. Lu Yin did not even know how to describe Luo Ning. In the beginning, Qian Shu had been stronger than Luo Ning, but as time passed, Luo Ning had become stronger. No matter how powerful Qian Shu's spatial conversion was, it would be useless if he could not break through Luo Ning's defenses. Lu Yin could already imagine the day when Luo Ning would be able to destroy everything with just her physical strength alone. Luo Ning did not say anything else, as he was very apprehensive. He did not know what his constitution would force Lu Yin to do, but he could not hide it. Qian Shu's constitution was much more secretive than Lu Yin's, and since Lu Yin already knew about it, Qian Shu was certain that he would not be able to hide it any longer. Beads of sweat dripped from Luo Nanshan's forehead. He had not experienced this feeling for many years. He was the head of the Luo family, the guardian of the gate of heaven. Who would have thought that such a day would come? Luo Ning was too important. The Luo clan of the Celestial Gate sounded impressive, but in fact, they were just gatekeepers. The spring and autumn bamboo slips could travel the continent of the 9 clouds, but what about the Luo clan? They could only watch the door. They also wanted to improve, and Luo Ning was their hope. Actually, capturing you is of no use to me, but letting you go like this would be letting you off too easily. You're aware that Tian Ke has caused me a lot of trouble, and the Luo family has prevented me from entering the heaven gate, Lu Yin said slowly. Luo Ning and Luo Nanshan exchanged glances before looking at Lu Yin. If Mr. doesn't mind, Heaven's Gate, the Luo family's gate of heaven, will always be open to Mr. I, Luo Ning, swear that I will never be Mr.'s enemy in this life. If I violate this oath, I will never have the chance to enter immortality. Luo Nanshan added, if Mr. needs it, the Luo family is willing to serve Mr. Lu Yin nodded, all right, let's do that. Luo Nanshan and Luo Ning were pleasantly surprised, thank you, Mr. With a wave of Lu Yin's hand, Luo Nanshan and Luo Ning led the Luo family away. They did not want to stay in the Ling Plains for even a moment longer. At the same time that the Luo family left, Long Yin and the others pretended to search the ruins of the spring and autumn jade slip before leaving as well. The White Jade clan had left long ago, not daring to meet Lu Yin. Their backer was the spring and autumn jade slip. Now that it was destroyed, they had to think about how to deal with Long Yin's hatred and the internal strife within the Spirit Alliance. Xiao Zhan from the Jin clan wanted to find Lu Yin. They had seen Lu Yin use the Great Five Palms technique. Lu Yin also had experience in the Xilin domain. No matter how they looked at it, the palm strike towards the Jin clan was related to him. But Xiao Zhan was stopped. Forget it, don't provoke him. Some things don't need to be too clear. Not just us, even the entire Spirit Alliance can't afford to provoke this person. Xiao Zhan was unwilling. This person inexplicably dragged the Jin clan into this mess. Are we just going to let it go? Sighed, the Jin clan didn't lose anything other than some time. Lang Ryu was besieged for so long, so he paid the price. Let's go back. Xiao Zhan looked at him deeply and could only leave. Lu Yin looked into the distance. The Jin clan had also left. Lang Ryu, Si Josher, and the White Jade clan had all left. He could deal with the White Jade clan, but he would leave it to Long Yin. Qingyun walked over from afar and said goodbye to Lu Yin. I planned to use the spring and autumn jade slip to travel the 9 heavens, but now that it's gone, I should go. Lu Yin looked at her. The spring and autumn jade slip is in my hands. I can take you to travel the 9 heavens. Many people looked over, curious about the relationship between Qingyun and Lu Yin. Everyone knew that Qingyun had spoken up for Lu Yin, but they did not understand why she looked at him differently. Qingyun shook her head. No, it's not safe to follow you. Lu Yin raised his brows. Are you afraid that someone will harm you? Don't worry, I can protect you. Qingyun looked at Lu Yin deeply. You're the most dangerous. Lu Yin. Lu Xiu exclaimed, Miss, did you know about this little thief's peeping? Ming Xiaolong blushed. Lower your voice. Do you want everyone to hear you? Lu Xiu stuck out her tongue. Qingyun looked around. From now on, there will be no more book world gathering. There will be fewer people in this world. You want to see people in this world? I'm familiar with it. Lu Yin continued, I often see fireworks. From the ordinary to the ordinary, this is a person's life. Qingyun's eyes lit up. Yes, no matter who it is, even if they have eternal life, they will still be ordinary. The universe is eternal, but no living creature has eternal life. You think too much, Lu Yin said. Qingyun smiled. Let's get to know each other formally. I'm Qingyun. Lu Yin. Nice to meet you, Lu Yin. Qingyun smiled. Lu Yin stretched out his hand. My hometown has a custom. When friends meet, they shake hands. The happier they are, the longer the handshake. Qingyun looked at Lu Yin's outstretched hand and hesitated for a moment. Then, she reached out and shook Lu Yin's hand as well. This moment was frozen for eternity. Countless eyes stared blankly. It was even more unbelievable than the spring and autumn scroll being destroyed. Lu Xiu and Ming Xiaolong's jaws dropped in disbelief. Mr. Yi Bai was shocked. The more he understood this girl, the more he knew how extraordinary she was. How could she be like this with this person? Lu Yin held Qingyun's hand tightly and frowned slightly. Strange, this was different from the spiritualized Qingyun. In the spiritualized Qingyun, her body was burning. She had clearly burned the fruit of death, but her body was still burning. First, there was the fruit, then the cause. This Qingyun's body was also burning, but there was no fruit. It was as if no matter how much the burning force continued, it could not burn her to death. How could this be? As long as she was a living creature, she would definitely die. Furthermore, this girl's body was constantly burning, so it was impossible for her to not die. However, Lu Yin felt that she had lost the possibility of dying, or rather, she had lost the possibility of dying from this burning force. Cause, effect. She existed because of the cause, but she had lost the fruit. In the spiritualized Qingyun, there was the fruit first, then the cause. What was going on? Qingyun forcefully pulled her hand away. Lu Yin looked at her seriously. Nice to meet you. Let me formally introduce myself. I'm Lu Yin. Qingyun was stunned. Is this also a courtesy from your hometown? Lu Yin nodded. Introducing yourself after shaking hands makes it seem more formal. Qin Yun looked at their hands and was a little nervous. She had lived for so long and had never been touched by anyone, especially by a man. However, she did not know why, but she was willing to shake hands with this person. Otherwise, it would be impossible for anyone else to do so. At this moment, this person was holding her hand and she could feel the warmth of his palm. Her heart raced. "I'm Qin Yun. Nice to meet you." She then pulled her hand back. Lu Yin solemnly said, "The happier you are, the longer you hold my hand." Qin Yun was puzzled. She looked at Lu Yin and then at their hands. She waited for a while. The surrounding people stared blankly. What were these two doing? "Is this enough? How happy are you?" "I'm a little unhappy now." "Then let me reintroduce myself. I'm Lu Yin. Nice to meet you." Lu Yin's expression was natural. Qin Yun, at this time, a figure appeared. It was an old woman, and she reached out to grab Lu Yin's and Qin Yun's hands. She beamed at Lu Yin, "Young man, it's nice to meet you too." She grabbed Lu Yin's hand, wanting to separate it from Qin Yun's. Lu Yin looked at the old woman and retracted his hand. "Senior, please have some self-respect." The old woman's face twitched. Her hand was suspended in midair. Fortunately, Qin Yun retracted her hand. The back of her hand was red from Lu Yin's grab. Qin Yun rubbed it and looked at the old woman. "Granny Yin, I'm fine." The old woman held Qin Yun's hand. "Does it hurt?" Qin Yun smiled. "Of course it doesn't. It's just a handshake. It's just etiquette." The old woman glared at Lu Yin. "Young man, you're not kind. You haven't taken enough advantage of her. No girl will like this." Lu Yin smiled and looked at the old woman. "Thank you for your reminder." The old woman snorted. "Girl, let's go." Qin Yun nodded and looked at Lu Yin again. "Have you heard of the Startling Sparrow Arena?" Lu Yin shook his head. "Ask someone. I'll invite you to the Startling Sparrow Arena. See you then." Qin Yun said and left under the old woman's urging. Lu Yin looked at Qin Yun's back. "Startling Sparrow Arena. Stop looking. She's already gone." Lu Xiu handed the spring and autumn bamboo slip back to Lu Yin and rolled her eyes. Lu Yin took it. "What's the background of this, Qin Yun? You're all afraid. You don't know. Then how do you know her name is Qin Yun?" Lu Xiu was puzzled. Lu Yin said, "I guessed." "Like hell I'll believe you." Lu Xiu glared at him and whispered, holding her hand and not letting go. "Shameless." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 38-28. Ming Xiaolong brought Ming Xiaoqiu to Lu Yin and bowed deeply. "Thank you for saving my brother from the spring and autumn scroll. I am Ming Xiaoqiu." "Thank you, sir." Lu Yin said, "Have you fulfilled the conditions?" Ming Xiaolong said, "Of course, but as I said in advance, there are no conditions. If you have any orders for saving my brother, I will do it even if it costs me my life." "Me too," Ming Xiaoqiu said. Lu Yin asked, "What is Qin Yun's background?" Ming Xiaolong looked in the direction Qin Yun had left, but she could no longer be seen. "She is the daughter of Startlegate Lord." Lu Yin was shocked. "Startlegate Lord?" Ming Xiaolong nodded. "She is the daughter of Startlegate Lord, and the name Qin Yun comes from Blue Lotus Lord. It is said that Blue Lotus Lord rushed to name her, and Startlegate Lord did not stop him, so she has two gods of defense backing her," Lu Yin said. Ming Xiaolong nodded. Lu Yin was speechless. No wonder everyone was so polite to Qing Yun. Even Ing Mei did not dare to call her by her name and only called her Mississippi. With two gods of defense backing her, her background was monstrous. In the entire universe, who had a stronger background than her? The seven fairies. They could not even compare. Lu Yin exhaled. No wonder you were stalling for time. You were afraid that she would speak for the spring and autumn scroll. Ming Xiaolong smiled bitterly. Although our seven fairies were apprenticed to Blue Lotus Lord, they could not compare to you. One word from you, and the gods of defense would act. You could mobilize half of the masters in the entire Jiuxiao universe. This is not an exaggeration. Lu Yin nodded. It was not an exaggeration. It was just like if he had a child, his child could mobilize all the masters in the Tianyuan universe. Fortunately, she has a good temper. Lu Yin was a little scared. If this woman had been evil to him, countless masters in the entire Jiuxiao universe would have besieged him, let alone destroyed the spring and autumn scroll. Lu Xiyu found it strange. She has always been impartial. Why is she speaking for you this time? Ming Xiaolong and Ming Xiaoqiu were also curious. Lu Yin himself did not know, but it should be related to Qing Yun in the spiritualized universe. There must be some connection between these two women. But that was not right. If it was related to Qing Yun, she would have already attacked him. He had bullied her in the spiritualized universe. He had bullied her. Then have you heard of Qing Shao? Lu Xiyu and Ming Xiaolong shook their heads, indicating that they did not know him. Jingmen Shangyu does not have a son. Only one daughter. What do you mean? Are you looking down on us women? No, I'm just asking. Lu Yin was puzzled. What was up with Qing Shao? Wasn't he Qing Yun's younger brother? That's right, before Qing Yun left, he invited me to the Sparrow Shocking platform. What kind of place is that? Ming Xiaoqiu was envious. Senior wants to go to the startling Sparrow Terrace. Great, let's go together. Lu Yin asked, what is this Sparrow Arena? Ming Xiaoqiu and the others knew that Lu Yin came from the lower three universes, so it was normal that they didn't know. They explained, the startling Sparrow Arena is a place, but it can also be a test. You can take it as an opportunity given by the startling gate to countless cultivators in the ninth heaven universe. You can get the teachings of the eternal realm and even ask questions about the eternal realm. We'll have to go to the frightening sparrow stage to explain the details. Anyway, once the frightening sparrow stage opens, countless cultivators of the continent of the nine clouds will flock there because it's one of the rare opportunities to meet cultivators of the eternal life layer. By the way, did you say when the startling Sparrow Arena will open? Lu Yin put his hands behind his back. She didn't say. Well, it seems like there's still some time. Don't worry, it'll be a grand occasion for the entire ninth heaven universe. Ming Xiaoqiu was excited. Boom! In the distance, the ruins of the spring and autumn scroll collapsed, reminding Lu Yin that he hadn't looked for his spoils yet. The spring and autumn scroll had many resources, but what he cared about the most were the spirit seeds and the fate scabs. Many people coveted the ruins of the spring and autumn scroll, but Lu Yin was still there, so they didn't dare to make a move. Lu Yin didn't look for it himself, but let the disciples of the spring and autumn scroll do it. There was no one who could find resources faster than them. Many resources were not exposed outside, but hidden in cosmic rings. Even if he saw them with his consciousness, he couldn't find them. Otherwise, with Lu Yin's consciousness, he could find them all in an instant. The disciples of the spring and autumn scroll worked hard to help Lu Yin find resources. On the other side, Lu Yin asked Lu Xiyu and Ming Xiaolong, what's the third condition? The two shook their heads. No sister contacted us. Lu Yin was puzzled. What about me? Lu Xiu rolled her eyes. Go play by yourself. If you don't have any conditions, can't you live? Lu Yin looked into the distance. Right now, all 7 conditions are what I want to do the most. I understand. Everyone wants to be Yi Hai's disciple, Ming Xiaolong said, but then helplessly said, but none of the sisters contacted us. We can't do anything about it. I'll contact them. No. No. The 2 girls spoke at the same time and stared at Lu Yin with vigilance. Lu Yin was speechless. Why? Lu Xiu bared her teeth. Our sister's contact information has never been leaked. What if it's leaked? It'll be very troublesome. Ming Xiaolong nodded. Lu Yin had a headache. You can't just make me wait like this. Ming Xiaolong said, if there's no other way, you can return to the Myriad Elephant Valley with me. I want to see Wan Lu's expression when he sees you. Lu Xiu whispered into Ming Xiaolong's ear, 4th sister, do you think the other sisters thought that one of them made a condition and didn't contact us? It's possible. Our 7 fairies have the best relationship, but it's also possible that they know how powerful this guy is and thought of new conditions. Do you want to ask? No need. Let him wait. That's not good. He saved my brother, and I said I wanted to repay him. Let me ask 5th sister. Then I'll ask 6th sister. Lu Yin relaxed. It was good that she asked. If he really had to wait, who knew how long it would take? 7 conditions seemed like a lot and difficult, but it was not impossible for him to complete them at his level. The 4 Lin swordsmen and the spring and autumn slips were all famous forces in the 9th heaven universe. Not long after, Lu Xiu put down her thoughts. 6th sister hasn't thought about it yet. Ming Xiaolong also put down her thoughts. 5th sister hasn't thought about it either. What about the others? Keep asking, Lu Yin urged. The 2 girls were troubled. Eldest sister, 2nd sister and 3rd sister have reminded us not to contact them unless it's absolutely necessary. We won't contact them. Lu Yin frowned. What do you mean by absolutely necessary? Right, the outside world only knows about the 7 fairies. There are 2 who seem to be particularly mysterious, and no one has mentioned them. Lu Xiu smiled playfully. There are more than 2. There are real and fake identities among the 7 fairies. 4th sister and I are the clearest, and everyone knows about it. However, there are a few sisters who have one identity on the surface and another behind the scenes. As for the 2 most mysterious ones, one is eldest sister and the other is 3rd sister. Even we don't know their identities. Ming Xiaolong said, that's why we want to see what conditions they have for you. Maybe we can figure out their identities. Right, there's something else you might be curious about. Back at the Lotus Pond, when you attacked us with a palm, it didn't hurt us at all. Didn't you find it strange when you saw Xiaoyu's and my strength? Lu Yin nodded. With your strength, it's impossible for you to block my palm. At first, I thought that the Azure Lotus Emperor helped you, but, nonsense, how could Master help us? Lu Xiu glared at Lu Yin. Ming Xiaolong didn't look good either. Lu Yin knew that he had said the wrong thing. His original intention was that he had been sent to Yehai by the Azure Lotus Emperor. It was normal for him to help the 7 fairies at the critical moment. However, from Lu Xiu's point of view, it was different. If the Azure Lotus Emperor had really helped them at that time, it meant that the Azure Lotus Emperor had been watching them. Wasn't that spying? It was extremely disrespectful to the Azure Lotus Emperor. Lu Yin quickly apologized. I was wrong. That's why I said that I thought at first, but that's definitely not the case. I didn't mean to disrespect the Azure Lotus Emperor. Only then did the 2 girls look better. Ming Xiaolong said in a bad mood, "We definitely couldn't block your palm, but eldest sister and the others might not be able to." "Who blocked your palm?" "It's just like who you touched." "It's a mystery." Lu Xiyu kept nodding. "Yes, that's right." Lu Yin was helpless. "How did it get back to that again?" "Let's not talk about those who can't be contacted first. Just do me a favor and urge the two who can be contacted." Lu Yin looked at Ming Xiaolong. "No matter what, I've helped you. Saving your brother is a condition, and I'll definitely do it. However, how I do it is up to me. Am I doing it perfectly?" Ming Xiaolong could not refute. "I know. Don't worry, I'll help you urge them. But if they really haven't thought about it, you can go find a place yourself. Or you can go directly to fifth sister and sixth sister's house," Lu Xiyu interjected. Lu Yin thought about it. "That's fine." At that moment, a disciple from the Spring and Autumn Scroll came over and respectfully led Lu Yin to the place where the scroll stored its resources. Ing Mei's cosmic ring had been destroyed, and Lu Yin's heart ached. Fortunately, the Spring and Autumn Scroll's resources were still there. Just the spirit seeds alone were piled up like a mountain, and Lu Yin did not hesitate to take them all. There were a total of 100 trillion spirit seeds, which was a considerable amount of wealth. When Yuya had sent the moon servant to find Lu Yin, one of his conditions had been 100 trillion spirit seeds. In order to obtain so many spirit seeds, the moon servant had mobilized all of Yuya's connections in the spiritualized universe and paid a huge price. She had even caused the price of spirit seeds in the spiritualized universe to skyrocket in order to obtain them. There were so many spirit seeds here. The cultivation method of spirit seeds originated from the ninth firmament universe, and it also fed back to the ninth firmament universe. The spiritualized universe was just a transition, and the number of spirit seeds was naturally far less than the ninth firmament universe. With 100 trillion spirit seeds, Lu Yin would be able to obtain a lot more spirit seed liquid. But in the ninth firmament universe, where would he go to obtain the immortal substance? He did not dare to dig through bricks, as the spirit seed liquid did not seem to be of much use. Aside from spirit seeds, there were also many metal resources and many battle techniques. Some of the battle techniques were tempting to the onlookers, including the disciples from the Spring and Autumn Scroll. However, they did not dare to take them for themselves. Lu Yin wanted to find a turbid treasure, but that was too whimsical. Turbid treasures were obtained by those who were fated. Not all major powers would have one. Yusang Tian was in charge of the spiritualized universe, but he only had one or two turbid treasures. Yishang had relied on his merchant associations throughout the spiritualized universe to find one. Yuya only had that belt. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 38-29. Lu Yin had seen the most turbid treasures in his life. The first was eternity, and the second was Jiangfeng. He himself only had one turbid treasure, and now he had the Spring and Autumn bamboo slip. "What's this? I can't open it." A voice came from not far away. It came from a disciple of the Spring and Autumn bamboo slip who was trying to open the stone chest in front of him. Several disciples around him tried to open it, but they couldn't. Lu Xiyu and the rest were also attracted to the chest and looked on curiously. But after a while, they still couldn't open it. Lu Xiyu shouted from afar, "Hey, Lu Yin! Come and take a look. There's a treasure." Lu Yin's figure flashed and appeared in front of Lu Xiyu. He looked at the stone chest in front of him, and the others retreated. Lu Yin placed his hand on the stone chest and exerted some force. The stone chest shook, but it didn't break. Lu Yin was astonished. He had used a lot of force, but it didn't break. He increased his strength, but even though the stone chest shook, it didn't break. Mr. Ebai came over and said, "I've seen this stone chest before, but I've never seen anyone open it. It said that it dates back to the era of the first ancestor. It's a very long time ago." Lu Yin didn't believe it and continued to increase his strength. Finally, he used limitless power and the stone chest suddenly cracked open. Everyone looked at it curiously, wondering what was inside. The stone was definitely not ordinary. But after the stone chest cracked open, it was still a stone chest. Lu Xiyu was stunned. "What does this mean? Don't tell me that it's always inside the stone chest. The spring and autumn bamboo slip is too boring." Lu Yin didn't pay attention to Lu Xiyu's words. He stared at the top of the second, smaller stone chest. His eyes flashed and his expression changed. "Everyone, back off." Lu Xiyu wanted to ask something, but Ming Xiaolong pulled her away. Everyone else retreated. Lu Yin stared at the second stone chest. There was a word engraved on top of it, Tian. The word Tian was normal in the spring and autumn bamboo slip, but it wasn't normal in Lu Yin's eyes. This word made him think of karma, the protectors of the four directions, and the eternity. He slowly raised his hand and suddenly put it down, pressing down on the word Tian. In an instant, heaven and earth rumbled. Everyone felt as if their brains had been hammered by something, and they retreated step by step. Under Lu Yin's palm, the word Tian blossomed with light and shone in all directions along his 5 fingers. It wanted to soar into the sky, but Lu Yin suppressed it. This word had almost killed him before. The first time, he had used the immemorial city's flames to ignite it. Now, he didn't need to use any power. So what if it was the power of an eternal realm? He could face an eternal realm expert head-on, so how could he not suppress a word written by an eternal realm expert? When the word Tian appeared in the air, Lu Yin knew that it wasn't written on the spring and autumn scroll. Instead, it had come from a mysterious eternal realm powerhouse like karma and the protectors of the 4 directions. Lu Yin also thought of that powerhouse, but it wasn't a master grass. No matter how much Tianxi had lied, Lu Yin was now certain that Tianxi was not a master of grasses. There was still an eternal realm expert hidden in the Tian Yuan universe. That expert was the real mastermind behind the words heaven, slave, eternity, and even the grass master. If this person had been here, Lu Yin would have done everything in his power to escape without a second thought. However, he was now completely different from before. Under his palm, the word Tian was like a star storm that had shrunk countless times as it continued to climb. Lu Yin's eyes were fierce, and his battle aura of the realm of palms spread out. The seal the heaven sequence particles were enveloped, and infinite power flowed. Scatter. With a shout, the word Tian shattered, turning into light spots that scattered in all directions. Everything happened so quickly that everyone felt as if their heads had been hammered. Then, they saw the light spots scattering under Lu Yin's palm, and nothing else. Lu Xiyu's face was pale. She covered her head and looked at Lu Yin blankly. What happened? Oswald walked out from Ming Xiaolong's side and looked at the stone box in shock. He could see it clearly. After all, he was a powerhouse who had completed the bitter disaster realm. However, he couldn't imagine that a word could have such power. Even he had been hammered on the head just now. This was definitely not Ying Mei's power. Otherwise, she wouldn't have died so miserably. Lu Yin stood quietly in front of the stone box. No one knew what he was thinking, and he wasn't in a hurry to open it. However, Lu Xiyu was anxious and kept urging him. A low voice slowly sounded. Countless eyes were fixed on the stone box, wanting to know what was inside. If it weren't for Ming Xiaolong holding her back, Lu Xiyu would have rushed over. The main reason was that Ming Xiaolong was afraid of danger. When the stone box opened, what appeared in front of Lu Yin were spirit seeds and some scabs. There were a total of 26 spirit seeds. However, the scabs weren't important at this time. It was normal. Still, Lu Yin was stunned. Spirit seeds. How could there be spirit seeds? There were hundreds of trillions of spirit seeds outside. Why would there be spirit seeds in this stone box? Unless, cultivation spirits. Lu Xiyu exclaimed. Everyone's breathing quickened as they stared at the spirit seeds with burning greed. These weren't ordinary spirit seeds, but cultivation spirits. Spirit seeds could be cultivated when they entered the body, and cultivation spirits referred to spirit seeds that could be used to cultivate one's cultivation. Lu Yin had met too many experts who had accepted cultivation spirits. There were at least thousands of cultivation spirits in this stone box. Was this the greatest secret of the spring and autumn slip? This is a violation. Oswald gritted his teeth, his expression ugly. Ming Xiaolong and the others reacted and stared at the cultivation spirits. Their faces sank. Even the greedy gazes around them were replaced by anger. Of course, the greed still existed. No one didn't want these cultivation spirits. Once they got them, it was enough for a family to transcend and become a power. No matter how deep the spring and autumn slip secret was, it was impossible to have so many powerful cultivation spirits. If it were ordinary cultivation spirits, any family could take out a lot more than this. However, these are definitely not ordinary cultivation spirits. Although you can't tell from their appearance, the cultivators of the ninth heaven universe can roughly feel the strength of these cultivation spirits because of the spirit seeds. Ming Xiaolong saw Lu Yin's confusion and explained. She continued, the worst of these cultivation spirits are progenitors. Lu Yin's expression changed. The worst is progenitors? Ming Xiaolong nodded and said in a deep voice, the progenitor realm seems to be a lot, but that is under the huge base of cultivators. In fact, the birth of the progenitor realm has never been simple. There is a 1 in 100 million chance of it being born. Families or forces can raise this ratio to a very high level, but it is not so high that they can leave behind thousands of progenitor realm cultivators. After all, progenitor realm cultivators can live for a very long time and may not necessarily die in their own territory, much less leave behind a spirit seed. Among these, the progenitor realm is only a part. Even the dream sky, which has the longest history in the eastern region, can't have this many cultivation spirits, let alone the spring and autumn slip. This is a violation. The spring and autumn slip is a violation. Mr. Yi Bai's face was pale. Everyone's eyes fell on him. The disciples of the spring and autumn slip all looked uneasy and trembled in fear. In the ninth heaven universe, these two words meant that one would encounter the death mound, which meant death. However, they didn't know about this. Someone shouted, Mr. Yi Bai, your spring and autumn slip actually did such evil things. 100 deaths won't be enough to redeem you. Ingmei shouldn't have died so easily. It's strange. The death mound has been staring at the spring and autumn slip. How can they not find these cultivation spirits? Their spirit-seeking technique can't be wrong, especially when Peak Master Long Yin is here. It should be related to the stone box. It blocked the death mound's spirit-seeking technique. The surrounding people were denouncing, but the spring and autumn slip had been destroyed and Ingmei was dead. The disciples of the spring and autumn slip could not know about this. The only one who could know was Mr. Yi Bai. Mr. Yi Bai slowly knelt on the ground. His hair was white. He looked at the stone box in pain and did not say a word. Rational people could see that he did not know about this. Otherwise, he would not have been emotionless. It was too natural. In the spring and autumn slip, Mr. Yi Bai was an anomaly. Otherwise, Ming Xiaolong and Qing Yun would not have pleaded for him. Lu Yin put away the scab and looked at Ming Xiaolong and the others. Spirit-seeking technique. Ming Xiaolong explained, the Death Mound specializes in killing people who break the rules. In the ninth heaven universe, the most frequent crime is plundering cultivation spirits. Once a powerful cultivation spirit is snatched, it is a good opportunity to reach the sky in one step under the premise that one's talent is limited and it is difficult to improve. Therefore, many people plunder cultivation spirits. The Death Mound has a special spirit-seeking technique. Once there are too many cultivation spirits in a place, one can find them and finally judge whether they are the offenders. The spring and autumn slip can have some cultivation spirits. Qian Shu's complete Ku-air cultivation spirit and Granny Ya's complete Ku-air cultivation spirit are all like this. However, there shouldn't be so many. Speaking of this, she looked at Lu Yin. The Death Mound has been looking for trouble with the spring and autumn slip but could not find anything. I didn't expect the spring and autumn slip to have something to block the spirit-seeking technique. Who can contact the Death Mound and tell them what happened here? Lu Yin looked around and said. Ozwa said, I can. With that, she contacted the Death Mound. Long Yin and the Third Peak were constantly looking for trouble with the spring and autumn slip. They had also taken action in the previous battle. Under the premise that the spring and autumn slip did not break the rules, they would definitely be punished. After all, there were so many eyes watching. However, if the spring and autumn slip broke the rules, they would be much better. Seeing that Ozwa had contacted the Death Mound, Lu Yin directly put away the stone box. Helping was one thing, but it was impossible to give the spoils to the Death Mound. Then again, since the spring and autumn slip could get help from the mysterious eternal realm and block the spirit-seeking technique, how many people in the ninth heaven universe could do it? Not only did Lu Yin think of it, but many people also thought of it. Their faces became more and more ugly. Plundering spiritual seeds would make the people of the ninth heaven universe uneasy. If there was a group of people hiding in the dark who could plunder spiritual seeds without being discovered by the Death Mound, who could do anything to them? The strength of that group of people would only increase faster and faster. Although there are many cultivation spirits, there must be powerful ones among them, but they are definitely not at the top. Otherwise, in that situation, the spring and autumn slip would have been used. Someone sighed. Others agreed. That's true. Could it be that they were destroyed and not exposed? Impossible. I reckon that there might not even be a cultivation spirit at the level of Dooku. Regardless of Lu Yin's level, these cultivation spirits could not be used by people who did not cultivate with spiritual seeds. However, they could be melted in the future, and the liquid was far superior to the spiritual seeds that had not been cultivated. Moreover, they could be traded in the ninth heaven universe, and their value was far beyond the hundreds of trillion spiritual seeds. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3830. Have any of you seen a similar stone chest? Lu Yin asked the people around him. They looked at each other and shook their heads. Have you seen the word heaven or slave anywhere? Lu Yin asked again. They still shook their heads. Lu Xiu and the rest were also confused, indicating that they had not seen it before. Lu Yin exhaled. It was definitely not just the spring and autumn scroll, it was just one of many. There were many other powers in the entire ninth heaven universe that were related to the mysterious eternal realm. Did those powers know about their existence? There were traces of the mysterious eternal realm in the ninth heaven universe and the Tianyuan universe. What about the spiritualized universe? The mysterious eternal realm was more troublesome than he had thought. It seemed to be using the entire human universe as a chessboard to set up something, not just the Tianyuan universe. Eternity had come from the Nine Firmaments universe, so Lu Yin wanted to find out what had happened to him there. Yuya obviously knew, but Lu Yin had probed Si Jiushi and Lu Xizhan before, but they did not know. The darkness behind the eternal realm made it impossible for him to see anything behind him, not even an outline. Only a hand had appeared, causing him to suffer a karmic backlash. The eternal realm was like a boulder pressing down on Lu Yin's heart, and he did not dare to relax for even a moment. There were some things that could never be done without reaching the eternal realm. The people from Death Hill had not left for long, and when Oswa informed them of this matter, they passed it on to Long Yin. Long Yin hurriedly brought the women from the third peak back to the mausoleum. "Where is it?" Long Yin's gaze was calm, as if he was not surprised. Lu Yin took out the stone chest. "You are only allowed to look. You are not allowed to touch it." Long Yin. The women from the third peak looked at the cultivation spirit in the stone chest. They were not greedy, but rather relieved. They had finally proven themselves. They had been eyeing the spring and autumn scroll for a long time, not only because of Long Yin, but also because of many clues that pointed to the theft of spirit seeds. Of course, it had started out because of Long Yin. The more they stared at it, the more they felt that there was a problem. They had constantly caused trouble at the Book of the World Conference and tried all sorts of methods to enter the spring and autumn scroll and use the spirit-seeking technique, but to no avail. However, they had never given up. There were some things that would confuse one the deeper one got. Just like the spirit-seeking technique. If one could not find it, then they were innocent. The Death Hill did not only rely on the spirit-seeking technique, but also relied on the method of ordinary people to solve cases and find clues. Otherwise, how could they distinguish between a plundered spiritual seed and an inherited spiritual seed? They were absolutely certain that the spring and autumn bamboo slip had violated the rules, but they just couldn't find the cultivation spirit. It had been quite bitter for many years. This was also the reason why many people found it strange. Long Yin's greatest enemy was clearly the White Jade clan, so why was he so fixated on the spring and autumn bamboo slip? Revenge was one thing, but duty was another. The people of Death Hill could take revenge, but they had to follow their principles. The Great Master was biased towards his own people and found an excuse to lessen the punishment. It was not only because he was shielding his own people, but also because of Long Yin's words. "Great Master, this subordinate is certain that the spring and autumn annals are forbidden." There was no need for an oath. Just because of this sentence, Death Hill could trust Long Yin. This was the Death Hill. Now that the spring and autumn booklet had been proven to be a taboo, Long Yin heaved a sigh of relief, the people of the third summit heaved a sigh of relief, and the entire Death Hill heaved a sigh of relief. Death Hill was still the same Death Hill, it would not be blinded by hatred. "Thank you," Long Yin thanked Lu Yin. The girls from the third peak bowed to Lu Yin in unison. "Thank you, Senior." Lu Yin waved a hand. "Are you done? Then I'll put it away." Long Yin left with the people from the third peak. According to the rules, the cultivation spirit would definitely be taken to Death Hill. However, they were not the ones who destroyed the spring and autumn bamboo slip, so the cultivation spirit could not be taken away by them. Today's weather was really good. Long Yin rarely smiled and looked up at the sky. The blood mist had already dissipated, and the sky of the graveyard was blue again. It was very beautiful. Next, the White Jade clan. The people of Death Hill left, and Lu Yin asked Ming Xiaolong to urge them again. The result was the same. They had not thought of a good condition. Helpless, Lu Yin decided to go to the roots of the Mother Tree, which was the center of the Ninth Heaven universe. The Ninth Heaven universe was divided into 4 regions by the roots of the Mother Tree. The eastern region only had Lu Xiyu and Ming Xiaolong, so he had to go to other regions to fulfill the conditions. Lu Yin asked around and decided to go to the northern region. The Juqi Garden was in the northern region, and the northern region also had an entrance to Death Hill. He wanted to go to Death Hill. There was no need for him to worry about the situation here. He just needed to fulfill the conditions. He looked into the distance. Shui Su was standing there, looking at him. When she saw Lu Yin's gaze sweep over, she was shocked and quickly looked away. "Don't look for me, don't look for me, don't look for me, don't look for me," Shui Su kept praying. She did not want to be watched by others, and she did not want to walk together with Lu Yin. Although Lu Yin was powerful, he was too ruthless. He had destroyed the spring and autumn slip just like that. It was better to stay away from such a person. Who knew who he would find trouble with next? Lu Yin looked away and prepared to leave. At that moment, someone exclaimed, "Look at the sky." Everyone looked up. Above the stars, an object that looked like a pillar traversed the horizon, carrying traces of distortion in the void as it fell in a certain direction. It was so fast that it split the entire starry sky in two. At this moment, not just the graveyard, but the entire ninth heaven universe could see it. Countless people looked at this scene. The seventh night pillar had returned. The seventh night pillar. Lu Yin could clearly see that the pillar-like object was really a pillar. However, it was an extremely large pillar that was large enough to support the entire ninth heaven universe. At this moment, the seventh night pillar was outside of the ninth heaven universe, not inside. How tall was the mother tree? The crown of the tree and the earth were two different worlds. The seventh night pillar was outside of the mother tree, but everyone could clearly see its shape. One could only imagine its size. Lu Yin had thought that the night pillars were a place name, but now he knew that they were actually pillars. No wonder it was said that the 9 night pillars propped up the ninth heaven universe. Someone said excitedly, "The seventh night pillar's return means that the mission is complete. Wait another 100 years, and we'll witness the restart of the Lawn universe." Ancestor, do you see it? You've waited for so long. When the seventh night pillar returns, you can try to step into immortality before your lifespan ends. Ancestor, your life has not been in vain. But how can it be so fast? How long has it been since the seventh night pillar left? It's too fast. We can't catch up. With our cultivation, we can't catch up to the restart of the Lawn universe. What can we do in 100 years? Why is it like this? Some were happy, while others were sad. Oz was sighed, "I wonder if the Lawn universe will have a new eternal realm powerhouse after 100 years. This is a grand occasion for the entire ninth heaven universe. It's truly a grand occasion that can change history." Lu Xiu rolled her eyes. "You think too much. How many universes have been restarted since ancient times? There are still only a few supreme gods. No, one even died. It's too difficult to give birth to a new eternal realm powerhouse." Ozwa said bitterly, "Yes, witnessing the restart of the universe may allow one to step into immortality, but what's the probability? It's too low. The birth of an eternal realm powerhouse requires the sacrifice of several eras or even dozens of eras. When I went to the spiritualized universe, the people there generally believed that as long as a certain universe could be restarted, an eternal realm powerhouse would inevitably be born. It's ridiculous. They have never witnessed the restart of the universe. How can they know that?" At this moment, Ming Xiaolong pulled him. Oswald was shocked. He looked at Lu Yin and hurriedly bowed. "I'm sorry. Please don't blame me for offending you." He had forgotten that Lu Yin came from the 3 universes. Saying that the 3 universes were ridiculous was the same as saying that this person was ridiculous. Lu Yin looked at the starry sky and watched the 7th night pillar fall and disappear. His gaze was complicated. Yes, how could they be sure that as long as the universe was restarted, an eternal realm powerhouse would be born? The Tianyuan universe had never restarted any universe. What about the spiritualized universe? None. Only the Jiuxiao universe had restarted the universe. As far as he knew, the Jiuxiao universe had restarted several universes, but there were still only a few eternal realm powerhouses. After countless years, the Jiuxiao universe did not seem to have a new eternal realm powerhouse. Were eras sacrificed for the birth of eternal realm? Other than restarting the universe, there are other ways to step into eternal realm. Your Jiuxiao universe has a saying, seeing through the 5 skandhas is all emptiness, turning all bitterness. This saying seems to point out the true path to eternal realm, Lu Yin murmured. Ozwa said, in theory, yes. Of the 3 supreme gods today, who stepped into eternal realm with the help of the restarted universe and who really stepped into eternal realm through the great path? We don't know, but the existence of this saying does point out the great path to eternal realm. Lu Yin put his hands behind his back and looked at the starry sky in a daze. Eternal realm. He had not even stepped into the primordial realm. It was not that he could not step into it. If he wanted to step into the primordial realm, he could just wave his hand, but he always felt that something was missing. The sequence rules could become the next weapon, but the primordial realm could not be skipped. Most importantly, he did not know what his bitterness was. He could step into the primordial realm and bitterness at the same time. The primordial realm was a realm, but bitterness was a mental journey. In other words, it was a path that could lead to eternal realm. However, this path also needed a signpost. Bitterness was a signpost, but Lu Yin did not know where his signpost was. He had cultivated for so long. Although he had experienced life and death, he had basically never encountered any difficulties on the path of cultivation. He could comprehend any battle skill or cultivation method. He had also completed what he wanted to do one by one. After coming to the Jiuxiao universe, his mentality had changed. He had jumped out of the hatred of the universe and looked at the entire world. He did not know what bitterness he should have. Emotions. Yen was here. He could wake her up at any time. His attachment to eternal realm. How many years had he lived? It had only been a little over 200 years in the real world. Even if he included the time-stop space, it would not exceed 500 years. Compared to those cultivators who had been in seclusion for tens of millions of years, he was like a child. It was far too difficult for a child to find their own bitterness. Lu Yin had now fallen into a vicious cycle. His battle prowess constantly increased, to the point where he could even put up a fight against eternal realm cultivators. His realm could also increase at any time, but his mental state had weakened greatly due to the increase in battle prowess. He had lost the ability to think about pain, his attachment to hatred, his passion for cultivation, and his pursuit of eternal realm. The path of his mental journey was dim and lightless. This path just happened to lead to the great path of bitterness. Only by understanding himself could he see the future. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 38-31. Lu Yin looked at his hands. He had used the shortest amount of time to complete the path of power that others pursued their entire lives, but he had also lost that process. It was a long, boring, and random process. Then, how was he supposed to reach immortality? He was even at a loss when it came to the primordial realm. Hey, where are you going? Lu Xiu asked, her voice startling Lu Yin. Lu Yin was confused. I don't know. Aren't you going to 5th or 6th sister's place? Lu Xiu asked. Lu Yin looked at Ozwa. Rebooting the universe will be helpful to cultivators, right? It's not just limited to those who have passed through bitter adversity. Ozwa nodded. That's right. Some people will gain enlightenment when they see the universe being rebooted. It's not impossible for them to transform overnight, but there are very few people who can witness the rebooting. Why? I don't know. It said that the resources are limited, but we don't know what the resources are. Lu Yin looked away. Resources. Immortality. In the continent of the 9 clouds, in a certain direction, a gigantic pillar of the 7th night fell from the sky and pierced through the ground. Countless people headed towards the 7th night pillar. The 7th night pillar had returned from the Orchid universe, and no one knew what it would bring back. This was a good opportunity to join the 7th night pillar and make a deal. At the same time, a figure walked out from the 7th night pillar. He pressed down on his hat, determined the direction, and disappeared. Not long after that person left, another figure appeared where he had just been standing. He checked and muttered to himself, "It should be the 6th night pillar." Just as he was about to stand up, a shadow enveloped him, and another figure appeared. The figure blocked out the sunlight and stood behind him without him noticing. The person squatted on the ground, and his expression changed. "I knew something like this would happen, but I didn't expect it to happen so quickly." A lonely voice came from behind. The person squatting on the ground stared at the ground, and his eyes flickered. "Please forgive me, Nighthawk. There's no Nighthawk anymore. When the Nighthawk returns, the war will end. I'm just a slightly powerful swordsman." The person squatting on the ground did not dare to move. "Slightly powerful. Too humble. Is it useful for me to stop you here?" Reporting to Nighthawk, "It's useless. I already guessed that he would go to the 6th night pillar. I'm just confirming it." "Ah. Why do you have to do that? It's too tiring to compete with each other." After saying that, the figure disappeared. The person squatting on the ground did not dare to get up until an hour later. Those who had not participated in the 7th night pillar's war would never be able to see the true face of this night chief. Those who had participated would all be like him. Far away, the first person to leave the 7th night pillar stopped in place. 3 figures appeared in front of him. "Who? We also want to know who you are and where you are going. You're blocking my way, yet you don't know who I am. We'll confirm it. What if he dies? Death is also a kind of answer." Chang. The sword flickered with a cold light, disappearing in a flash. The figure passed by the 3 and continued forward. The 3 of them stood where they were, unable to move at all. It was only when a bird landed and accidentally bumped into one of them that the person fell to the ground, long dead. A few days later, the figure was stopped again. There were 5 people in front of him. "Or to confirm my identity?" "Yes. Are you not afraid of death?" "The answer is more important." "All right." After speaking, the figure took a step forward. His sword flashed and the same scene appeared again. All 5 of them were dead. Another few days passed. At this time, there were 10 people blocking the path. 8 of them were the ones who had died earlier. They were all spirit seeds and were still spirit seeds. The figure narrowed his eyes. "All of you are spirit seeds. All right, let me see how many spirit seeds you have." After speaking, his sword flashed and all 10 of them died. The figure was not in a hurry to leave. He sat cross-legged and waited quietly. Not long after, someone arrived and walked towards the figure. The figure opened his eyes and stood up. He slowly turned around and looked at the person with a cold gaze. "You're also here to court death." The person looked at the figure. "You're Jian Hong." The figure narrowed his eyes and raised his hand to take off his bamboo hat, revealing a face. It was very ordinary, but it allowed the person to verify his identity. "It's really you, Jian Hong. We guessed that you were the most likely to go to the 6th night pillar. In order to seize this opportunity, you're shameless. You actually snatched it directly. The 6th night pillar doesn't have the ability to handle it. It's better to leave it to us." Maybe the sixth night pillar will invite you. The person did not speak. Jian Hong nodded. You're all from the fifth night pillar. Only the fifth night pillar won't be invited by the sixth night pillar. Make your move. Let me see how strong Jian Hong, who once said that he had 3 of the 10 sword intents in the world, is. After speaking, the person attacked. His sequence particles were as majestic as an abyss as they brazenly pressed down. On the other side, Jian Hong attacked with his sword. He raised his sword and slashed down. At the same time, he released his sequence particles. Kill. A cold light flashed. Jian Hong sheathed his sword and turned to leave. On the spot, the person's eyes flickered. So fast. Sword. After speaking, he fell to the ground and his body shattered into a spirit seed. It was still a spirit seed. The ambushes along the way were all spirit seeds. Jian Hong quickly headed towards the sixth night pillar. The next person who appeared would not be so easy to defeat. They would only become stronger. Would Sword Master Taizong come to the fifth night pillar? The 9 Clouds universe's starry sky did not resemble a starry sky because of the mother tree. However, this starry sky that did not resemble a starry sky was truly beautiful. Above the void, a bamboo piece floated like a small boat. It was neither fast nor slow as it headed towards the mother tree. The bamboo piece was the spring and autumn scroll. Lu Yin was currently sitting on it, looking into the distance as he stretched. More than 10 days ago, he had parted ways with Lu Xiu and the others in the Mausoleum Plains. Even Xu Wei Su had bid him farewell. She looked as if she was afraid that he would stay behind, which was laughable. However, for someone like Xu Wei Su, it was normal for her to not be able to imagine how high he was. She could only see the danger that he brought. After calculating the time, Lu Yin released Qian Shu. Qian Shu had been suppressed in the appointment platform hell, and these 10 days had been enough for him to suffer. Lu Yin did not know if it was because he was receiving Qing Yun or for some other reason, but Qian Shu had appeared in his true form. Otherwise, Lu Yin would have to find him again. However, if he did not appear in his true form, he would not be able to accept spiritual cultivation. When Qian Shu was released, his expression was not as lifeless as Yishang's, but he was still extremely pale. Yishang had lived for too long and had experienced too much. If Qian Shu had lived as long as Yishang, his performance might not have been better. The appointment platform hell was a hell of karma. Scenes of the past appeared one after another. Pain, happiness, and parting were the greatest emotional torment for a person. Unless one was a sentient being that only had survival instincts, it was very difficult to ignore the appointment platform hell. After a while, Qian Shu came back to his senses and looked at Lu Yin in front of him. His eyes flickered. Where's the temple? Where's the spring and autumn scroll? Lu Yin pointed at his feet. Qian Shu looked down and his pupils shrank. The spring and autumn scroll. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back and looked at him calmly. Are you surprised? Qian Shu was stunned. If the spring and autumn scroll had been taken away by this person, then where was Ying Mei? Where had the seniors from the spring and autumn scroll gone? Impossible, how could this be? Ying Mei possessed the spring and autumn scroll, which could suppress everything. It was a trump card that could not be defeated even by God's defense. How could it have been defeated? Qian Shu looked around, but the Mausoleum Plains had long since disappeared. He suddenly stared at Lu Yin. What's going on? Lu Yin frowned. It seems like you still haven't recognized reality. Let's continue. He then reached out to grab Qian Shu. Qian Shu immediately retreated, changing space so that no one could touch him. But in the next moment, he was suppressed back into the hell of the general appointment platform. Qian Shu could not see the heavenly Tao of karma appear, nor could he see that a strand of karma had been created on his body. This strand of karma had transformed his consciousness, causing him to believe that only this part of the universe could allow him to escape. In the entire nine firmaments universe, there were very few people who could so easily capture Qian Shu, who had already cultivated his spirit and had the power to complete coup adversity. Another 10 days passed, and on this day, Lu Yin released Qian Shu once more. Qian Shu gasped for breath, and the veins on his forehead throbbed. The people who had been killed by the spring and autumn scroll and had their spirits stolen kept appearing and wandering. He saw himself being captured by the death mound and being tortured until he lost everything. He saw the spring and autumn scroll fall, and he heard screams, but in the end, it all became his. He did not know that this was karma, the cause of the past, and the effect of the future. Sometimes, karma was not determined by the heavens, and some people knew their own fate. This was also a type of karma. A person's will was unshakable. Fear, and worry were all part of one's will, and such a will would bring about the corresponding effect. As for the cause, it would be the evil that one had done in the past. Actually, as the heavenly Tao of karma increased, even Lu Yin himself did not know that the hell of the general appointment platform had changed. Qian Shu lay on the bamboo, sweat dripping down his face. He still had not recovered from the hell of the general appointment platform. After a while, his eyes recovered, and he slowly raised his head to look at Lu Yin. His eyes were filled with fear. He did not want to go to that damned place again. He never wanted to go there again. Do you understand now? Lu Yin asked calmly. Qian Shu gulped. How were you able to break through my constitution? Lu Yin's lips curled up. Was it very difficult? Qian Shu did not know how to answer. It was not just difficult. If it had not been difficult, he would not have been able to enter the Shaoyu Pavilion, and he would not have been so valued by the Yingmei Monastery. He would not have received the full support of the Spring and Autumn Scroll. A cultivation spirit that had completed coup adversity had come from a certain ancestor of the Spring and Autumn Scroll. Its value was immeasurable, and Lu Yin had kept it with him just in case. He also had Grania, who had accepted the cultivation spirit and had also completed coup adversity, following him and protecting him. Qian Shu's constitution was clearly peerless. And yet, it had been broken so easily. Alright, you don't need to know too much. From the moment you were captured, your future was in my hands, Lu Yin said with a smile. His expression was calm, like an ordinary person reminiscing about the past. But when Qian Shu saw Lu Yin's expression, he felt a sense of fear that he could not suppress. I just want to know the answer. What happened to the Spring and Autumn Scroll, the Yingmei Monastery, and the others? Qian Shu asked bitterly. Lu Yin met Qian Shu's gaze and was satisfied. There's no sharpness in your eyes anymore. Alright, I'll tell you the answer. Qian Shu gulped again and stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin slowly said, the Spring and Autumn Scroll is gone. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 38-32. When he heard Lu Yin's answer, Qian Shu felt powerless. He coughed violently and spat out a mouthful of blood. He knelt down on one knee, unable to accept this. The Spring and Autumn Scroll that roamed the 9 heavens and dominated the world was gone. How was this possible? In Mei Grand Sight, those powerhouses who crossed bitter adversity, and their turbid treasures were all gone. He did not believe it. This answer was not something he could accept. Boom! There was a soft sound, and a stone box appeared in front of Qian Shu. When he saw the stone box, his face drained of blood. His hopes were completely dashed at this moment. Lu Yin looked at Qian Shu condescendingly. What else do you want to say? Qian Shu closed his eyes, his body trembling as despair engulfed him. His vision darkened, and he almost fainted. I regret letting Granny take action in the Heavenly Gate. If I could turn back time, I would rather not leave the Xiaoyu Pavilion. Lu Yin nodded. A very simple wish. It looks like you don't want to die. Qian Shu's body trembled, but he did not reply. Most people would curse at this moment. It was not because of fear, but because they could not accept reality. They were not necessarily cursing Lu Yin, but rather cursing this result. Qian Shu only regretted it, which meant that he wanted to live. He did not dare to curse or even show any dissatisfaction. Lu Yin was very satisfied with this attitude. You guys won the Myriad Elephant Valley by luck. Where did your luck come from? Lu Yin asked. Qian Shu did not hesitate and directly replied, I used the spring and autumn scrolls method to write the luck word. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Then, I need this luck word. Can you help me? Qian Shu raised his head and looked at Lu Yin. Yes. Every disciple can inscribe a character on the spring and autumn scroll, but only absolute powerhouses can truly make use of it. I have the battle prowess of someone who has completed coup adversity. If I inscribe the character luck on the spring and autumn scroll, it will definitely help you. However, the luck word is difficult to carve, and it cannot be done in one stroke. There are only 8 luck words on the spring and autumn scroll, and half of them have been used. The remaining ones lost their use after Yingmei Grand Sight died. If you want to obtain more, I have to write it. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Are you showing off your value, or are you threatening me? Qian Shu hurriedly said, I'm not threatening you. I'm just afraid that you won't believe me and think that I'm being perfunctory. That's why I'm explaining. Yingmei Ogwen was dead, and Lu Yin hadn't refuted his earlier words. He really was dead, and the spring and autumn booklet was gone as well. Lu Yin nodded, you still have some value, and because you've accepted spiritual cultivation, you'll never be able to improve. You're not much of a threat to me, so I can give you a sliver of hope to leave me. Qian Shu was excited. Write the word luck. Lu Yin stretched out his hand. 5. Write the word luck 5 times, and I'll set you free. I promise that I won't cause you any more trouble as long as you don't cause me any trouble. Qian Shu agreed decisively. He had no room to refuse. No matter how long it would take to write the luck character, as long as he could escape from Lu Yin, he was willing to try. He hadn't lived long enough. The great perfection of crossing bitter disaster was already the strongest level under the eternal life realm. Even if he couldn't break through, at this level, he could still improve his strength by means of combat skills, cultivation methods, and other means. As long as he was alive, it was possible. As for Lu Yin, he didn't know what would happen in the future, but at this moment, he definitely didn't dare to harbor any thoughts of revenge. Lu Yin hoped that Qian Shu would quickly write the luck character and see if it would be useful. He needed luck, and in fact, everyone needed luck. As for the stone chest, Lu Yin had already used karma to investigate it when he'd first created Qian Shu's physique, but Qian Shu didn't know anything about it. No matter how important Qian Shu was to the spring and autumn slip, he was still young when he fell asleep in the Junior Imperial Pavilion. The stone chest was definitely the spring and autumn slip's deepest secret, so how could Qian Shu know about it? The Junior Imperial Pavilion itself wasn't simple either. Furthermore, sleeping in the Junior Imperial Pavilion meant that the spring and autumn slip would find a way to make Qian Shu the divine guard. This meant that sooner or later, Qian Shu would use a reasonable method to leave the spring and autumn slip and belong to it. Under this premise, Yingmei wouldn't tell Qian Shu about the stone chest. Perhaps she was afraid that Qian Shu would betray the spring and autumn slip for the sake of his future. If he could use the spring and autumn slip to become Shang Yu's disciple, Qian Shu definitely wouldn't refuse. Someone like Yingmei wouldn't let others have a handle on her. There's one more thing. Lu Yin looked at Qian Shu and asked, "Do you have a way to using May's 10,000-word book realm?" Qian Shu shook his head. In May's sequence law is that each word forms a realm, and each word is a realm. The 10,000-word book realm is an application of the sequence law after it reaches its limit. It's equivalent to a deified sequence that spiritualizes the universe. This isn't the power of the spring and autumn slip. Lu Yin was disappointed. In the 10,000-word book realm, he had been schemed against by Ying Mei and had been exiled. That experience had given him a different feeling. Every word had its own meaning from the moment it was born. Eat, which represented eating. Sleep, which represented sleeping. In that case, before the word eat appeared, what was the meaning of eat? Who had created the word eat, under what circumstances, and why was it called eat? This was also karma. How many words were there in the world? What kind of karma did those words represent? Lu Yin had always been searching for karma. The various forms of the world were karma, and so were words. When he had seen those words in the 10,000-word book realm, they had seemed to come alive and were constantly telling him something. Others might have gone crazy, but Lu Yin had seen another world. Qinglian Yu had said that karma was a world, and no one else in the 9 firmaments universe could see it besides him and himself. Myriad Elephant Valley believed that the world's momentum was a world. In that case, weren't words a world as well? However, the spring and autumn slip had not been able to discover this world, and it had only been able to use the power of the spring and autumn slip to cultivate. The only thing that had come close was Ying Mei's 10,000-word book realm, but even she had not been able to see what Lu Yin had comprehended. Another thing that was close was the ancient words of the Tian Yuan universe. Those words had appeared in the Daosaur sect, and each word had its own mysteries. Who in the Daosaur sect had left those words behind? Was it the progenitor? He had never asked before, but now, he remembered it. If he could meet the progenitor in the future, he would ask. And now, Lu Yin really wanted to understand something from those words. Humans could have karma, and words were born from humans, so they were a part of karma. Perhaps he could see something from those words. As for the Qian Shu, he would leave it at Mount Supreme to be engraved. It was a pity that the spring and autumn jade slip was left lying on top of a turbid treasure. A clear river flowed around an antique stone house in a quiet city. There were embankments on both sides of the river, and flowers, trees, and the chirping of birds and insects could be heard. This was a very ordinary city that had been built on the ground, and most of the inhabitants were ordinary people. The more ordinary a city was, the safer it would be. There was a tacit rule in the cultivation world that cultivators were not allowed to fight in places with many mortals. No matter how prosperous the cultivation world was, everything originated from mortals, and this was one of the taboos. The older the universe, the more taboos there would be. However, in the Tian Yuan universe, there were no such taboos. Slap. Slap. On the riverbank, an old woman continuously used a wooden stick to hit her clothes. The heavy, coarse cloth splashed with water and splashed onto the river. Behind her was a group of children playing around, and the old woman would occasionally chase them away from the riverbank. A child was knocked down by a goose, and he started crying. The old woman used a wooden stick to chase the goose away, which caused a lot of laughter. On the river, a wooden raft slowly flowed with a simple umbrella hanging on it. Under the umbrella was a young man sitting on a deck chair, swaying slowly. There was a wooden table next to him with a fruit platter on it. This scene quickly attracted the attention of 2 people, and they all pointed at the raft in curiosity. The person on the raft was naturally Lu Yin. He was leisurely swaying on the chair, not caring about the gazes of the 2 people around him. He was even wearing sunglasses and humming a tune. More and more people looked over, and someone said, "He's an outsider, right? What's that on his face? It's black and shiny. It stabbed me just now." That cup is green. It can't be poison, right? Hurry up and chase him away. Don't let him die here. No one has ever died here. Hurry up and chase him away. Chase him away. At this time, an old man who was supported by someone walked over shakily. He looked at the floating raft and waved at the crowd, asking them to stop talking. When I was young, I saw a celestial being descend outside the city. That should be a celestial being. A celestial being. No wonder he's fine after drinking poison. Teacher, are you telling the truth? Nonsense, why would teacher lie? Who was talking just now? Damn brat, you didn't go to class and ran away again. Help, teacher, the two sides of the river were noisy. Lu-Yin stretched lazily and sat up. He adjusted his sunglasses and looked around. The two people around him subconsciously fell silent and looked at him. The raft swayed, and the fish jumped across the water, causing the water vapor to appear in 7 colors. It was very beautiful. Lu-Yin smiled brightly and propped up a bamboo pole with a strip of cloth tied to it. Words were written on both sides of the cloth. The front side read, "Believe it or not," while the back read, "Believe it even if you don't." Under the doubtful gazes of the two people around him, he lay down again and slowly said, "Fortune-telling." The two people at the side blinked, then burst into laughter and dispersed. Who still believed in fortune-telling these days? Ever since the celestials started appearing in the city, they knew that there were differences between mortals and celestials. Those celestials not only brought with them many new things that they had never seen before, but they also taught them that fortune-telling was a joke. Someone had once asked if the celestials could tell one's fate, but the celestials had clearly said that it was impossible unless it was the Azure Lotus Protector. They did not know who the Azure Lotus Protector was, but they knew that even celestials could not tell one's fate. Humph, liar. Hey, are you a celestial being? A child asked with a laugh. A burly man angrily chased after him. Damn brat, you're too bold. I think you're asking for a beating. Don't talk to strangers. Lu-Yin smiled. Yes. Another child shouted, "You must be the worst celestial being." Lu-Yin was curious. Why is that? Don't you know fortune-telling? Tell us why we say that, ah. Another child sneered, causing a group of people to laugh. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 38-33. Not far away, a young woman carried a bucket to the riverbank and whispered, "Celestials won't cheat us mortals of our money. To them, our money is useless. Even if we sell our city, it won't help them." Lu-Yin nodded and took a sip of his drink. That's right. Mortals and celestials are too far apart. He sighed and looked at the young woman. How about I read your fortune for free? You won't lose out anyway. The woman looked at Lu-Yin in confusion and then lowered her head, not daring to speak. Lu-Yin did not force the issue and continued drifting. The river flowed very slowly, and the dense seaweed on both sides formed a green bridge that connected the two sides. The seaweed prevented the raft from drifting. Lu-Yin did not move it away and simply let it drift in place while he slept. After an unknown amount of time, he heard a soft sound and opened his eyes. It was the young woman, who was tapping the raft with a bamboo pole and looking at him. It's already dark, why aren't you leaving? Our city has a curfew, and you'll be in trouble if you're seen. Lu-Yin was confused, there's still a city with a curfew. Hurry up and leave. But I haven't had my fortune read. The woman was helpless, no one will believe you. Just leave. Lu-Yin smiled and looked at her, girl, you have a good heart. She was stunned and looked at him strangely, I should be older than you. Don't you know that celestials can stay young forever? Luine smiled. She was envious. Celestials are so nice. Do you want to be a celestial? No. Why? You can stay young forever, and you can also leave this city. You won't be bothered by the curfew, and you can go anywhere you want to do. The young woman looked at the grayish-white stone house not far away. My child and husband are here. I want to be with them. Luine smiled. You're very lucky. Thank you, but you should hurry up and leave. No one will believe you. She then left with the bucket. Luine watched her leave. Can you do me a favor? She looked back, puzzled. Pull your raft over. Write a word, anywhere, even on the ground. She shook her head. I can't read. Just write whatever you want, it doesn't matter. The young woman thought for a moment, picked up the branch, and wrote 2 strokes on the ground. 10. My son seems to have written this word before. After saying that, he left. It was already dark. Luine looked at the word on the ground. So that was how it was. Writing didn't necessarily require one to know the meaning of the word. It could also be written for someone or something, and the meaning wasn't important. She could have written 1 to save time, but instead, she added 1 more stroke. This stroke represented her love for her son and the warmth of this family. Luine looked at the grayish-white stone house and scanned it with his consciousness, dispelling the diseases on the young woman, her husband, and her son. I wish you all a long life. The water plants parted, and the bamboo raft continued drifting. Luine didn't know where it was headed. To cultivators, this city was very small and could be crossed with a single step, but to mortals, it was very large. It would take a day to walk from one end of the city to the other, and if they circled around the river, it would take at least a day and a half. However, this river didn't just flow within this city, it also connected to another city, one after another. There were dozens of cities on the ground, but in the eyes of cultivators, they were nothing more than grains of sand. Even if they casually fell, they might not even touch a city. Such a city was too small in this universe. Hey, hey. Not long after drifting, someone called out from the darkness. Luine looked over. Whether it was day or night made no difference to him. I knew you would come looking for me. The person who had called out was an old woman. Her face was sallow, and her eyes were cloudy. However, there was a shrewdness that didn't match her appearance. When she heard Lu Yin's words, her eyes flickered. You divined it. I could tell. I don't believe you. Can you really read fortunes? Lu Yin leisurely said, it's up to you to believe it or not. The old woman looked at the words on the bamboo pole. It was up to her to believe it or not, and she had to believe it even if she didn't want to. She hesitated. Lu Yin didn't rush her. The old woman gritted her teeth. How much do you charge? Lu Yin found it funny. You believe it? No. Then why do you still want to read it? This old woman has lived her entire life and wants to understand. I don't ask you to read the future, but I hope you can help me understand the past. Lu Yin understood, not the future, but the heart. Tell me, how much do you charge? 6 taels of gold. The old woman trembled and looked at Lu Yin in shock. You. Lu Yin closed his eyes and leisurely sipped his drink. How did you know? Tell me, how did you know? The old woman was anxious. She had saved up a total of 6 taels of gold in her life. To be honest, for someone of her age, 6 taels of gold was enough for her to retire. Thus, she had hidden it well and only checked it once a year. The last time she checked it was half a year ago. How did this person know? Even if he was watching her, he couldn't have done it for half a year just for 6 taels of gold. The way she looked at Lu Yin changed, as though she was looking at a ghost. Do you still believe it now? Lu Yin asked. He naturally saw it through karma. The old woman gulped and directly knelt down and kowtowed. I beg you to help me, I beg you to help me, I beg you to help me. Luin waved his hand and a gentle breeze helped the old woman up. The old woman couldn't control her body, and her reverence for Luin grew. My fee is 6 taels of gold. I've already said it. Are you willing? The old woman looked at Luin in a daze. 6 taels of gold, that was all she had. How could she be willing to give it to this person? How was she going to live? What about the hardships she had suffered in the first half of her life? She shook her head, subconsciously unwilling to give it to him. Luin looked at her with a smile that didn't look like a smile. See, isn't there an answer? The old woman was puzzled at first, but then her eyes widened as she looked at Luin in a daze. Yes, there was an answer. 6 taels of gold. This was the result of her hard work in the first half of her life. It was her everything, and everything revolved around this 6 taels of gold. At this moment, the experiences of the first half of her life flashed through her mind. She had worked hard for the gold, and she had worked hard for herself. Everything else had nothing to do with her. Neighborhood disputes, wars, none of these had anything to do with her. She didn't want to get married because she didn't want her hardships to be shared with another person. Looking back at her life, there was no other person like her. She slumped to the ground. At this moment, she was awake, but also old. For the sake of that 6 taels of gold, she had forgotten everything. Thus, she was lost and wanted to seek an answer through fortune-telling. However, this answer left her in despair. Luin looked at the old woman sympathetically. A mortal's life is only 100 years. There are many things worth remembering, but you only have 6 taels of gold. How sad, how lamentable. The old woman smiled bitterly and lay on the ground. How sad, how lamentable, how laughable. Pay me 6 taels of gold and I'll let you live to 100 years old. You can still live for another 30 years. The old woman was 70 years old, and in her mind, she didn't have much time left. At most, she only had a few more years to live. Now that she heard that she could live for another 30 years, she was naturally moved. However, the reward was 6 taels of gold. This was equivalent to using the first half of her life to buy the second half of her life. Was it worth it? She was at a loss. Luin wasn't in a hurry and waited patiently. He didn't ask the old woman to write. There was no need for her to write. In her heart, words were money. Words didn't necessarily have to be written. After a long time, the old woman looked up at Luin. This old woman is willing. Luin looked at her and smiled. The old woman stood up shakily. This old woman will give you 6 taels of gold. I hope that you will agree. Aren't you afraid that I'm a swindler? The old woman's back was to Luin as she whispered, a few years or even a few decades won't buy you the first half of your life. What's the point? Luin looked at the old woman's back. There's no need. The old woman turned back and looked at Luin in confusion. What do you mean? Luin said, 6 taels of gold is nothing more than sand to me. It's not even comparable to this river that can carry me. Since you've already gotten your answer, I'll give you 30 years of life. Enjoy it. With a wave of his hand, the old woman was blown away by the wind and returned to her room in the blink of an eye. The heavy feeling in her body disappeared, and she felt as if she had returned to a few decades ago. She was moved and knelt down in the direction of the river. Thank you, Celestial. Thank you. Luin retracted his gaze and picked up the cup, looking at it in a daze. The first half of her life and the second half of her life had changed this old woman's life with just a few words. It had also changed the people around her. She had seen herself clearly. Then, what about himself? Looking back at the first half of his life, cultivation, fighting, and leaving, it was very tiring to think about it. If he was tired, he needed to relax. Lu Yin allowed the wooden raft to drift. This mortal world was really not bad. He always felt like he was making up for something, but he could not explain it. Just as the old woman was willing to give 6 taels of gold, beside the lotus pond in the karmic sea, Qinglian Shangyu looked at the universe with his hands behind his back and smiled, "You're really fast. Then, how much can you steal in the end?" The city became lively, and many people came looking for Lu Yin for fortune-telling. It was all because of the old woman's advertisement. Lu Yin did not refuse, as those who came were fated. These people heard the advertisement and believed it, so they came. This was fate, and it was also karma that he could read. "Right. You don't want to read my poem. I only want to read the words. What's so good about words?" Although this person muttered, he still wrote the word heart, which had a profound meaning. Lu Yin looked at that person. "You're making things difficult for me by writing this word. I just want to write this word." You deliberately wrote the word heart. You didn't write it casually, but because of the meaning of this word. No one can see through a person's heart, but I can. Go back and tell your master that she can get it in 30 years. I gave her 30 years of lifespan. If you want to take it away before then, don't blame me for being rude. With that, Lu Yin waved his hand, and that person disappeared. The surrounding people were shocked. Where did he go? Lu Yin's expression did not change. That person had been incited to cause trouble because they had their eyes on the old woman's 6 taels of gold. They were waiting for the old woman to die, but who would have thought that Lu Yin would let her recover? They were angry and wanted to cause trouble, but they did not dare to go too far. After all, they were diviners. Thus, they had deliberately written the word heart to embarrass Lu Yin and force him to leave the city. Some people wrote because of others, while others wrote because of the meaning of the word itself. They were all different. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 38-34. Celestial, I've written a word. Would you please read it? Someone stepped forward. They discovered that the fortune-teller had not paid, and the old woman had not said anything about paying either, which was why they had come. It seemed like there was no need to pay. Lu Yin looked over and saw the word Wang, which was the person's surname. Since it's your surname, it's also your wish. However, you can't overcome your blood relationship. How can that be? I'm also of the Wang family's bloodline. You're not. Impossible. When you compete for the position of patriarch, someone will kick you out of the clan for this reason. You won't be able to obtain anything. Take a step back and you'll have a better future. I don't believe it. I'm of the Wang family's bloodline. The position of patriarch will definitely be mine. My brother is just a wastrel. He doesn't know anything, including business. Why should he inherit it? Lu Yin said nothing more. Soon afterwards, people constantly wrote letters asking Lu Yin to read their fortunes. Lu Yin saw all sorts of lives. Some people were born with wealth, but they were plagued with misfortune. Some people were born with poverty, but their lives were smooth sailing. Birth did not represent everything. Luck was only temporary. What he saw the most was dissatisfaction. That was why there was effort, determination, conviction, and so on. These people might succeed or fail, but they never regretted it. He also saw rich people who were kind and charitable. A few words of advice were enough to change the lives of people. He saw people who were riddled with evil and lived a dark life. Since it had appeared before him, it fulfilled the meaning of fate. Cultivators could not interfere with the matters of mortals. He did not care. He did as he pleased, drifting along with the flow. He could do whatever he wanted. In the blink of an eye, 2 years passed. Lu Yin lived these 2 years very peacefully. He saw the various aspects of the world and tasted the pleasures of the world. Mortals chased after benefits, while cultivators chased after realms. He chased after peace. During these 2 years, he wrote peace many times. By calming his heart, he could calm the world, calm the vastness of the world, and calm the vicissitudes of the universe. He knew what he was making up for. He was making up for what he owed himself, making up for what Lu Yin and Lu Shaoxian lacked. He was making up for his happy nature. This was a step he had to take to reach the primordial realm. It was also a future of suffering. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye for a cultivator. It was impossible to change one's state of mind and make up for it completely in 2 years. He still had a long way to go. Since the rapid increase in battle prowess had caused him to lose his mental fortitude, he wanted to walk a path of the primordial realm that was different from everyone else's. This path was enough to shock the 9 heavens. In Yihai, Qing Lianyu was looking into the distance. No one knew what he was looking at because no one else could see what he was looking at. In these 2 years, I did steal some. Finally, there are changes. I'm really looking forward to what you can bring to this universe. The Huaixi trembled, and Lu Xiyu's face appeared in front of him. Lu Yin lay down on the bamboo raft leisurely. He had left yet another city and was on his way to the next one. Where are you? It's none of your business. How carefree. The spring and autumn bamboo slips were destroyed. Do you know how many people in the continent of the 9 clouds were shocked? All the other factions have sent their men to check on the situation, and there are still many people coming to our Lin Sword's gate to ask about the situation. How annoying. Lu Yin was amused. Even if that didn't happen, your family's doorstep would have been trampled to the ground. Humph, of course. I'm a natural beauty, and there are many who like me. Lu Xiyu was pleased with herself, but then her expression changed. I'm contacting you this time to tell you that 6th sister has a condition. Lu Yin raised a brow, and his carefree time was over. What condition? Lu Xiyu's expression turned serious. Bring Jianhong safely to the 6th night pillar. Lu Yin was puzzled. Jianhong. This is the person. Lu Xiyu took out a portrait and showed it to Lu Yin. Where is this person now? I don't know. You don't know. Then how am I supposed to find him? How would I know? 6th sister doesn't know either. You can look for him yourself. Then what about this guy? I don't know anything, and 6th sister didn't say anything either. She just wants you to bring Jianhong safely to the 6th night pillar. This condition cannot be known to outsiders, and it can't be related to 6th sister. Can you do it? Lu Yin was speechless. I've realized that the 7 fairies are all very sinister and have ulterior motives. You were like that, and so was Ming Xiaolong. Lu Xiyu rolled her eyes. In any case, it's up to you. Lu Yin sighed. At the riverbank, someone shouted for Lu Yin to read their fortune. Lu Xiyu was surprised when she heard it. Fortune telling. Since when did you read fortunes? I just learned. There are still people who believe in such things these days. You don't believe me? Nonsense. Your master is the best at fortune telling. Lu Xiyu bared her teeth. Don't insult my master. What he does is called karma. It's the same. I read karma too. Go ahead and brag. Ask your father if you want to brag or not. I won't talk to you anymore. 6th sister's matter is very important. When old Lu wanted to participate in the competition, she sent someone to deliver the sword in tent. I hope you can do it. Lu Yin ended the call, and Jianhong's portrait floated in the air. Jianhong. What an interesting name. Celestial, please read my fortune for me." "I've finished writing," someone shouted from the riverbank. Lu Yin waved his hand. "I'll be closing for now. Please come earlier next time." With that, he and the raft disappeared. The people on the riverbank gaped. They were a step too late. Sometimes, being a step too late was also fate. Lu Yin looked up from the starry sky and released his consciousness. It swept out in all directions, spreading out endlessly. This was the first time he had released his consciousness so recklessly in the Ninafirmament's universe just to find Jianhong. Most of the cultivators around him could not sense it. Only those who had reached the sequence laws could sense it. Those who had reached the primordial realm could feel it. Lu Yin did not hide it. He was fearless and unrestrained. His consciousness spread out wildly. If one looked down from the sky, they would see that Lu Yin's consciousness was spreading towards the eastern region at an extremely fast speed. The cultivators were alarmed and looked up. Who is it? Whose consciousness is so terrifying? Some families ordered everyone to return and not go out. The wandering cultivators hidden deep in the mountains and forests were horrified. The moment his consciousness swept out, they felt their scalps go numb. Lu Yin's consciousness could spread across the entire consciousness universe. No matter how big the Ninafirmament's universe was, it could still reach the entire eastern region. However, he did not have to spread it very far before he found Jianhong. Since Jianhong wanted to go to the sixth night pillar, Lu Yin naturally focused on the direction that led to it. When Lu Yin's consciousness found Jianhong, Jianhong naturally sensed it as well, but he did not have time to think about it. A powerful enemy had appeared in front of him. Ever since Jianhong had left the seventh night pillar 2 years ago, he had been constantly hunted down. Over the past 2 years, he had been able to easily kill his enemies in an instant, but later on, his enemies had roughly grasped his strength and sent out more experts to target him. Not only that, but they had also hired assassins and used various despicable methods to tire him out. As a result, he had not been able to reach the sixth night pillar in 2 years. The seventh night pillar would not send anyone to help him. Jianhong had been the one to fight for this trip, and not everyone in the seventh night pillar favored the sixth night pillar. If Jianhong could reach the sixth night pillar alive, then everything would be fine. If he could not, then there were ways to deal with him. There are 10 sword intents in the world. You have 3, but I want 3. Nonsense. Jianhong unsheathed his sword, causing the wind to howl. A figure moved in front of him, each step stepping on the edge of his sword. Jianhong was shocked. Sword step. You are the old man Jianhong. He, little fellow, when I dominated the 9 heavens, your grandfather wasn't even born yet. Arrogant and conceited, even the Taitsang sword master would not dare to say that. Jianhong's face turned gloomy. Suddenly, he lowered his sword and stopped moving. The figure also stopped in mid-air and stared at Jianhong. The two of them were in a stalemate. Jianhong gripped his sword tightly as something in his basket shook. The figure looked over and said, "Hand it over and I will not kill you. Didn't you die long ago? I'm just in seclusion. It's a pity that it's not so easy to kill me." Jianhong's eyes were cold. You killed sword experts just to cultivate the sword step. Everyone in the world should kill you. The 5th night pillar will not hire you. You underestimate the Taitsang sword master. However, you don't need to know why I'm here. As for you, I wanted to meet you long ago. You think that just because you are in seclusion in the 7th night pillar, you think that you have 3 parts of the world's sword intents. You underestimate the sword experts of the world. As he spoke, the figure's palm landed. It was clearly a palm, but his body flipped over. He used the sword step, which was the sword hand. His palm landed on the tip of Jianhong's sword and a powerful force followed the tip of the sword towards Jianhong. The tip of Jianhong's sword rang out rhythmically, causing Jianhong to lose his grip. Just as he was about to use his strength, the sword flew out of his hand. In front of him, the figure's palm landed on him. Jianhong's gate of wonder appeared on the surface of his body. After being hit by the palm, the gate of wonder shook but was unable to break through it. However, the figure continued to attack, causing Jianhong to cough out blood. After killing for 2 years, Jianhong's body was riddled with injuries. He could not withstand the figure's ferocious attacks and was forced to retreat. Just as the figure was about to break through the gate of wonder, his foot landed on the tip of his head. Jianhong's gaze turned cold as he turned around. His palm swept across and the wind formed a formless sword in the direction of his palm. It was impossible to see how long or how wide it was. Wherever there was wind, there would be a sword. Jianhong slashed his sword upwards but was still stepped on by the figure. Just as the figure was about to step on the formless sword, he spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Jianhong in disbelief. His body retreated continuously, causing cracks to appear in the void. Jianhong spat out another mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. The figure was not in a good state either. He clutched his chest and gritted his teeth, when Jianhong laughed coldly. Do you really think that you can use the sword step to trample the world? Who have you trampled on before? You can't even see the way of the sword. It's just a despicable method. Wind sword chant. Where there is wind, there will be a sword. How is this despicable? You can have wind in your body. Good, good, good. As expected of Jianhong, to be able to break through my sword step. There is indeed a place for you in the way of the sword. However, you will still die. I did not come here to compete with you in terms of sword techniques. As he finished speaking, he took a step forward and headed towards Jianhong. Behind him, a blood-red pagoda appeared. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 38-35. Jianhong rushed out of the door and crashed into the blood tower. Clang! There was a loud noise and Jianhong spat out blood. The figure stretched out his hands and the sequence particles shrouded the world like a shadow. Die! At that moment, the wind blew and the clouds surged. Elder Jian paused and looked up in shock. Consciousness, a terrifying consciousness, how could it be here? He had sensed the consciousness earlier and thought that it had been accidentally scanned, so he attacked after the consciousness disappeared. How could it appear again? Jianhong panted and looked up at the sky. The consciousness was so terrifying that it could change the world. It made it hard for them to breathe. He was a spiritual prime, and the old man of sword Dianjin was Du Ku Ai. They were both top experts, but even so, they were suppressed by this consciousness. Who? He couldn't imagine who could have such a terrifying consciousness in the Zhuxiao universe. Was it not a consciousness, but a thought? A thought, the god of defense under the moon. Suddenly, they saw a figure appear out of nowhere and land slowly. Finally, under their uneasy gazes, it landed on the ground less than 10 meters away from them. It was a young man. It was Lu Yin. He looked to the side. Jianhong. Jianhong trembled. Was he here for him? Lu Yin looked at Elder Dian and waved his hand casually to drive him away. Elder Dian's expression changed and he stared at Lu Yin. Who are you? Lu Yin frowned. Fortunately, Jianhong is not dead. Otherwise, you would be buried with him. Get lost. Elder Dian's eyes were filled with murderous intent. This person's consciousness was powerful, but what about his combat ability? Could it be a bluff? There were not many people who cultivated consciousness in the Zhuxiao universe, and he had never heard of such a terrifying consciousness master. He was not willing to give up on Jian Hong, but this person was indeed terrifying. If it was not a bluff, the consciousness just now was enough to suppress him. In the end, Elder Dian Jian chose to retreat. That consciousness did not give him the courage to fight. Even if it was a bluff, even if the consciousness was not as strong as he felt, he did not want to fight. He had to find out more about this person when he got back. Just as he was about to leave, Lu Yin suddenly said, "Wait." Elder Dian Jian's eyelids twitched. "Is there anything else?" Lu Yin looked at him. "I heard that you're called Old Man Dianjin. You've killed countless sword masters. What a coincidence, I'm also skilled in the way of the sword. Let's see if you can step on my sword." Elder Dian Jian's heart sank. Even without using his consciousness, this person actually wanted to attack with the way of the sword. He was fearless, so he was definitely a top-notch expert. His tone became more respectful. "How can my sword touch steps compared to Senior's? If Senior has nothing else, I will leave first." "Nonsense." Lu Yin casually waved his hand and an invisible force swept out. Old Man Dian's eyes widened as he struck out with a single palm. There was nothing there, but he seemed to have seen something. Jian Hong frowned. This was a sword art of conception. The 13th sword of the sword sect, emotion. As long as there was emotion, it could be transformed into a sword. This sword technique was no longer rare, and Lu Yin had been able to break through it back then. However, as his cultivation increased, he gradually realized that this was a battle technique with an artistic conception. Emotions did not have to be familial, romantic, or friendship. They could also be emotions towards the heavens and earth, towards persistence, or towards life and death. It was impossible for a person born in this world to see through a person's feelings. Even if one was able to face life and death without any attachments, they would still be trapped by the word love. If one was heartless, how could one not have any attachments? It was precisely because one once had that they would lose them. This sword was completely different from the 13th sword. The 13th sword dealt with human emotions, but this sword dealt with the emotions of the heavens. If the heavens had emotions, how could humans be heartless? Old Man Dian was very powerful. He saw the emotion sword and wanted to step on it, but the sword pierced through his body and he missed. Blood spread from his back as the sword pierced through him. He looked deeply at Lu Yin and bowed slowly before retreating. Blood stained the ground where he had been standing. After Old Man Dian left, Jian Hong came back to his senses and bowed deeply to Lu Yin. Junior Jian Hong greets Senior. Lu Yin sized Jian Hong up. "You're lucky. If I had been a step later, you would have died." Jian Hong bitterly asked, "Senior?" Lu Yin looked at the basket on Jian Hong's back and was surprised. "Is that she?" Jian Hong did not know how to answer and was silent for a moment. "I've never heard of she being carried. It seems that the secret is there. What a strange creature. Can you tell me more about it?" Lu Yin was interested. Jian Hong was alert. "Senior, are you here for it too?" Lu Yin laughed. "Yes, I'm here for you." Jian Hong's expression turned ugly. "Forget it if you don't want to talk. Let's go." "Where to?" "The 6th night pillar." Jian Hong's eyes flashed. "Senior, were you asked to send me to the 6th night pillar?" Lu Yin looked at him. "Be smart and don't ask so many questions. Your vigilance and probing are useless against me. You're no different from an ant in my eyes." With that, an invisible force wrapped around Jian Hong. Lu Yin took a step forward, and Jian Hong disappeared. The 7th night pillar to the 6th night pillar was not too far for people of their cultivation, but Jian Hong had been surrounded and unable to break through no matter how hard he tried. However, with a single step from Lu Yin, the seal was no longer effective. It would not take long for them to reach the sixth night pillar. However, what would come would still come. The void around Jian Hong suddenly stopped as his body distorted and spread out. Everything around him gradually returned to normal. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. Come out. Jian Hong's heart sank. Someone was blocking him again. Who was it this time? In front of him, a man slowly walked out with an expression of shock and confusion. He looked at Lu Yin. You must be Mr. Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at the man. That's right. The man sighed. Why are you interfering in this matter? This is Yu Jiuxiao's matter and has nothing to do with Ian Realm or Mr. Lu. My goal is to bring him to the sixth night pillar. If you want to make a move, wait until I leave. Otherwise, you won't have a good ending, Lu Yin said indifferently. Jian Hong looked at the man in shock. He had not expected Lian Jing to be here. He was one of the people who had the qualifications to be the head of the fifth night pillar and was on the same level as Swordmaster Taizang. Jian Hong had guessed that this matter would attract absolute powerhouses, but he had not expected it to be Lian Jing. Why was Lian Jing involved? Also, did he know this person? Lu Yin. He seemed to have heard of this name before. Lian Jing nodded. Mr. Lu, you were able to destroy the spring and autumn jade. Your strength is not something I can compare to. I believe your words, but I have no choice but to act. The fifth night pillar needs the item in Jian Hong's basket. Lu Yin laughed. Then have everyone from the fifth night pillar come. Let's see if they can steal it from me. Jian Hong was stunned. What arrogance! Wait, the spring and autumn jade was destroyed. He remembered. You're that Lu Yin. Although Jian Hong had been fleeing for the past 2 years, he had still heard of some things. In particular, the blood-soaked mausoleum had shaken the entire Ninefirmament's universe. The spring and autumn jade was a colossus that the sixth night pillar hated to the core but could not do anything about. However, it had been destroyed by a single person, and that person was called Lu Yin. On that day, the mausoleum had been dyed in blood, and the spring and autumn jade had fallen. Ying Mei and the other familiar experts had died, and Qian Shu, who had been sleeping in the Junior Imperial Pavilion, had been captured. The spring and autumn jade's turbid treasure had been stolen. Everyone felt like they were in a fantasy story. This was especially true after the spring and autumn jade had violated a taboo and robbed cultivators. The entire Ninefirmament's universe was enraged. But no matter how angry they were, the spring and autumn jade was gone. It had been destroyed by that person called Lu Yin. That person had come from the lower 3 universes. So it was him. No wonder he was so strong. Jian Hong could not figure out why such a person would protect him to the sixth night pillar. Lian Jing could not figure it out either. Mr. Lu is from Yehai. Is this related to Yehai? If that's the case, the fifth night pillar should retreat. Mr. Lu, please explain. Lu Yin was puzzled. Since you recognize me, where did you get the confidence to stay here? Because I'm Lian Jing. Lu Yin subconsciously looked at Jian Hong. This person's confidence made him seem like an important figure. Could he have an Eternal Realm expert backing him? Was he the son of an Eternal Realm expert like Qing Yun? Seeing Lu Yin's confusion, Jian Hong whispered, could it be that you don't know Hafang Mountain? Lu Yin shook his head. Jian Hong understood, and Lian Jing heard it as well. They were both speechless and afraid. This person actually did not know Hafang Mountain. No wonder he did not recognize Lu Yin. It had been too dangerous just now. If this person had been a little reckless, Lu Yin would have died. How could someone not know Hafang Mountain? Even if this person came from the spiritualized universe, he was from Yehai. Had he not heard about the Ninafirmament's universe? Lu Yin had naturally inquired about the Ninafirmament's universe, but Si Jiushi and Lu Xiu had not mentioned Hefang Mountain. Sometimes, the more common something was, the easier it was to ignore it. Hefang Mountain was a little special, and it could be said to be a small group. Lian Jing did not rush him. Jian Hong whispered to Lu Yin about Hefang Mountain. Hefang Mountain is a territory in the southern region. It is not a force, but a choice. Anyone who enters Hefang Mountain can be considered an eternal disciple. With Jian Hong's introduction, Lu Yin understood and naturally understood why Lian Jing was so fearless. To put it bluntly, Hefang Mountain itself was not a force, but it was the largest force in the Ninafirmament's universe. As long as one ascended Hefang Mountain, they would be noticed by eternal realm experts and called an eternal disciple. This eternal disciple was not a disciple, but a protective label. After returning from Hefang Mountain, no one was allowed to kill or injure this person for 100 years. 100 years later, when the person ascended Hefang Mountain again, this person would bid farewell to the Ninafirmament's universe forever. No one who ascended Hefang Mountain returned alive, and no corpses came back. Completely disappeared was enough to describe it. Since ancient times, many cultivators had ascended Hefang Mountain, but there had been no news of them ever since. Some left behind legends, and some disappeared forever, completely disappearing from the world. Nobody knew where these people had gone. Only the Eternal Emperor knew. Those 100 years had been the most peaceful period of their lives. During that time, no one had dared to cause trouble for them. They were the eternal disciple, and they were protected by the entire Ninafirmament's universe. Lian Jing was an eternal disciple. He had ascended Hefang Mountain once, and after 100 years, the Ninafirmament's universe would lose him forever if he ascended Hefang Mountain again. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 38-36. During this period of time, no one could do anything to him. Of course, he couldn't do anything outrageous either. Revenge was naturally possible. Many people actually chose to climb Hefang Mountain for revenge. Some people were hunted down until they had nowhere else to go. They chose to ascend Mount Hefang and become an eternal life disciple, obtaining 100 years of safety. Until the last year of their journey to Mount Hefang, those people would act and kill all their enemies. Those enemies would then try their best to avoid them. In the past, there was someone who hid at the foot of Mount Hefang to avoid being hunted down. That person climbed Mount Hefang to seek revenge for the eternal life disciples. If he succeeded, he would be safe for 100 years. Naturally, he would not be killed, Jian Hong said in a low voice. Lu Yin asked, what if he failed? Jian Hong said, it's not easy to climb Mount Hefang. Usually, only those who have crossed the bitter tribulation can do it. This is common knowledge, so those who choose to climb Mount Hefang rarely fail. Of course, if they fail, they will fall. Life and death are up to fate. Where did those who climbed Mount Hefang go? I don't know. No one has come back alive. Not even their corpses were found. But the Eternal Lord gave them 100 years of privilege. They must have paid something, Lu Yin guessed. Jian Hong didn't speak. The people of Zhouxiao universe didn't dare to guess the Eternal Lord's thoughts. They were full of respect. Lu Yin looked at Lian Jing. So, I can't do anything to him. Jian Hong shook his head. If you kill him, the Eternal Lord won't leave you alone. Lu Yin didn't want to go up against the Eternal Lord. Lian Jing had 100 years of safety, but now he was stuck here. It was disgusting. I won't kill you, Lu Yin said. Lian Jing wasn't surprised. Please don't interfere, Mr. Lu. But I can seal you, Lu Yin said again. Lian Jing smiled. Mr. Liu, do you know why I intercepted you? First, because of my identity as the eternal disciple. Second, because no one can seal me. Jianhong gritted his teeth and said, I heard that Lian Jing has the ability to turn 1,000 times and evade the sequence rules. Is that true? Lian Jing smiled. Rather than letting myself evade, it's better to let the enemy evade. Yes, the sequence rules I comprehended are evading. He looked at Lu Yin. After saying so much, I hope Mr. Liu will give up on Jianhong. This is Yu Jiuxiao's business. I don't want to offend you. You're going to disappear from the Nine Clouds universe, and you're still afraid of offending me. Life and death do not conflict with one's personality. I, Lian Jing, have done things with a clear conscience. I have also lived up to the identity of a disciple bestowed upon me by the Immortal Lord. Lu Yin praised, You're very particular, but I still want to see if I can seal you. Lian Jing made an inviting gesture. Mr. Liu's swordsmanship is extraordinary, your consciousness is strong, and your physical strength is unparalleled. If I were to fight with you, I wouldn't even be your opponent. However, I'm quite proficient in the way of escape. Mister, you can try. Lu Yin attacked, and scarlet godly power covered the sky in the blink of an eye, enveloping the entire area. Lian Jing's expression changed slightly. What a mysterious way of sealing. He opened up the world with both hands, and the true God sky switching technique was suppressing him from above. Lian Jing's body continuously shrunk, and his illusory body kept changing as he appeared in various locations. More and more shadows appeared, and after a while, even Lu Yin couldn't tell which was the real body and which was just an illusion. Lian Jing and Lu Yin looked at each other, and after a moment, Lian Jing nodded. I'll take my leave. He left decisively, as he knew that he could not bring Jianhong away. After Lian Jing left, Jianhong said in a deep voice, The life in my basket is from another universe. I felt it, Lu Yin said. Jianhong looked at Lu Yin's back. A universe that has never been discovered. Lu Yin turned to look at Jianhong in surprise. An unfamiliar universe. Jianhong nodded. The seventh night pillar was responsible for increasing the parallel spacetime of the Lan universe to ensure that it could be rebooted. During that time, we discovered this unfamiliar universe and brought it back. This means war is coming, Lu Yin finished. Jianhong said, That's right. The seventh night pillar is responsible for observing. The seventh night pillar confirmed that this universe could be destroyed, so he brought this life back. As long as this life is handed over to the sixth night pillar and reported to the emperor, this war will be led by the sixth night pillar. This is a great gift from the seventh night pillar to the sixth night pillar. Why doesn't the seventh night pillar lead the war himself? The seventh night pillar completed his mission in the Lan universe, and he is not allowed to participate in the next war. So the fifth night pillar sent someone to snatch this life to lead the war. Jianhong nodded. Any war with an external force has the potential to reap huge benefits, especially during war. The night pillar's authority is on par with the divine defense, and he can do things that he could not normally do. The fifth night pillar, Sword Master Taizong, has long wanted to become the night pillar. The spring and autumn scroll was born because of the turbid treasure, and that turbid treasure belongs to an extinct universe. Who wouldn't want this opportunity? The purpose of Nine Firmaments universe's existence is to wage war against an external universe. Lu Yin did not consider whether Nine Firmaments universe would wage war against an external force. Instead, he was thinking about what Mingjue had said. Mingjue had said that the fifth night pillar had been acting strangely recently, and it was very likely that he would wage war against an external force. Lu Yin had guessed that it was because of the three universes, but now it seemed that this might not be the case. It was very likely that he was targeting this new external universe. When did the fifth night pillar find out about this external universe? Jian Hong replied, 2 years ago. Lu Yin frowned. 2 years ago. Jian Hong nodded. It must have been 2 years ago. Otherwise, how could the fifth night pillar have found out before the seventh night pillar returned? This external universe was discovered by the seventh night pillar. Lu Yin's heart sank once more. Mingzhou had said that the fifth night pillar had been acting strangely for a long time. If the fifth night pillar had only found out about this external universe 2 years ago, then the fifth night pillar's strangeness was not targeted at this universe, but rather at the 3 universes. Lu Yin had to become either the night pillar or the divine defense. Let's go. No one will dare to stop us now, Lu Yin said. Jian Hong heaved a sigh of relief. Lian Jing had only dared to stop them because of his special background as a disciple of Hefeng Mountain. Otherwise, he would not have even shown his face. Even if the Taizong sword master was in front of him, Jian Hong would still dare to say that he could reach the sixth night pillar. This person had single-handedly destroyed the spring and autumn scroll, which meant that his strength was unfathomable. On the other side, Lian Jing used YC to report what had happened to the fifth night pillar. The Taizong sword master was the first to hear about it, and he angrily pierced through 10 mountain ranges. The night pillar was not only responsible for supporting 9 firmaments universe, but it also had the responsibility of conquering an external universe. Thus, the night pillar's material was extremely sturdy, and it was not any weaker than the Boundless Void's battleship. Furthermore, it was much more majestic than the Boundless Void's spacetime battleships. This was the foundation of 9 firmaments universe. The Taizong swordmaster's ability to pierce through 10 mountain ranges in a single strike was a testament to his strength. The cultivators of the fifth night pillar felt a chill run down their spines, and they did not know who had angered the swordmaster. Wei Ding looked at the 10 mountain ranges in shock. Had there been a change in the situation? Come here. The swordmaster's voice rang out in Wei Ding's ears. Wei's face paled, and he hurriedly went over. Teacher. Wei Ding bowed respectfully. There was a skinny old man in front of him. He was wearing a black robe, and there was a sword hidden under his robe. At first glance, he looked like a black bamboo pole. He was abnormally skinny, and his face was extremely pale. His eye sockets were sunken, and he looked gloomy. The old man was the sword master Taizong, and he was one of the strongest swordsmen in the continent of the 9 firmaments universe. In the continent of the 9 firmaments universe, the sword master Taizong was mentioned. He had used the minor circular sword technique to dominate the continent of the 9 firmaments universe, and had mastered the Taizong sword technique to the level of great success. He had become the first night pillar of the fifth night pillar. If Jian Hong said that he had 3 sword intents in the world, then the sword master Taizong really had 3 sword intents. In the continent of the 9 firmaments universe, the sword master Taizong was one of the top 5 swordsmen. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 38-37. Did you see that, Lu Yin? The Taizong swordmaster's voice rang out. It was just one sentence, but it sounded like he was repeating it word by word. Huang Ding's eyes flashed. I saw him. He returned from the Silan region and reported it to Master. Say it again. Yes. Huang Ding did not know why the Taizong swordmaster wanted him to say it again. Had the Taizong swordmaster found out about what he had said to Lu Yin? He nervously repeated what he had said before. No matter what, he had already said it once, and he could not change it. The Taizong swordmaster listened quietly. He had heard Huang Ding mention Lu Yin before, and he had been very concerned about him back then. However, he had not cared as much as he did now. This person had destroyed the spring and autumn scroll alone, which meant that he was no ordinary powerhouse. Even the Taitsang sword master could not destroy the spring and autumn scroll alone. Lu Yin had come from the karmic sea, and his background, cultivation, and battle prowess were all difficult to measure. However, he had interfered in this matter. Huang Ding spoke very slowly, repeating everything that he had said before without missing a single word. The Taitsang sword master frowned and looked into the distance, not saying anything. After a while, he sighed and said tiredly, "You may leave." "Yes, master." Huang Ding hurriedly retreated. Suddenly, the Taitsang sword master stared at him and asked sternly, "Did you offend this person?" Huang Ding's face paled, and he subconsciously recalled the scene of Lu Yin interrogating him. The Taitsang sword master's gaze turned cold, and he reached out from his black robes to grab Huang Ding and pull him over. There was an unprecedented coldness in his eyes. "Did you offend this person?" "No, master. I did not offend him." "Nonsense, what happened between you two?" The Taitsang sword master roared. He had suddenly thought of asking this question because he did not understand why Lu Yin had stopped the fifth night pillar. However, he had seen Huang Ding's dazed expression and knew that something must have happened. The Taitsang sword master understood that something must have happened between Huang Ding and this person, and that person had interfered to deal with the fifth night pillar. This matter was extremely important to him, and if he failed because of this disciple, he would crush Huang Ding's bones. Huang Ding was terrified. "Master, I really did not offend him. It was just that he asked me some questions." The sword master grit his teeth. "Why didn't you say that last time?" "What questions?" Huang Ding trembled as he recounted his conversation with Lu Yin. The Taitsang sword master stared at him as those words echoed in his head. How did Lu Yin know that the fifth night pillar was preparing for an expedition? Who told him? Only Yu Jiuxiao and some people knew about this. Oh right, Mingzhuo. Mingzhuo was also there at that time. Mingzhuo said that this person came from Yihai and had an unusual relationship with this person. It was very likely that Mingzhuo told him. This person came from one of the three universes. The fifth night pillar was prepared to go on an expedition. At that time, they did not know that they had found another universe. In that case, the target of the fifth night pillar's expedition was very likely one of the three universes. So, this person was trying to stop them. Or what? If that was the case, he could have come to the fifth night pillar. Why would he help the sixth night pillar? No, it didn't make sense. From this person's standpoint, if the fifth night pillar could fight this outer universe, then the three universes would be safe. So why was this person stopping them? Sword Master Taitsang could not figure it out. In the past, he thought that the biggest obstacle was the seventh night pillar, Feng Wenqiu Nan, who had a close relationship with the sixth night pillar. He didn't expect such a person to suddenly appear. Bang Wang Ding was thrown to the ground and lay there, not daring to raise his head as he trembled in fear. The Taitsang sword master's eyes flashed. Lu Yin, the three universes, an outer universe, Feng Wenqiu Nan, the seventh night pillar, and the sixth night pillar. Was there a connection? Yuya had also received information from the fifth night pillar. He had been punished to come to the fifth night pillar. Although he had been stripped of his position as the god of defense, his cultivation and battle prowess gave him the right to fight for the position of head of the night pillars. Even the Taitsang sword master did not dare to be impudent in front of him. Yuya was definitely the fifth night pillar's #1 expert. However, the position of head of the night pillars did not necessarily belong to the person with the highest battle prowess, so the Taitsang sword master did not give up. Yuya's lips curled up savagely. "You're here, you're finally here. I knew that you would come. I'll definitely devour you and fulfill my power." His thoughts surged as he returned to reality. How could he devour Yuya? He was certain that he was no longer Lu Yin's match. He had fled in the consciousness universe, and now he was no match for Lu Yin in the ninth heaven universe. Especially after seeing Lu Yin destroy the spring and autumn scroll, Yu Yin knew that he was not the one who wanted to devour Lu Yin, but Lu Yin might have targeted him. Others might not know, but he knew that Lu Yin had not simply destroyed the spring and autumn scroll. This person had even escaped from under the nose of an eternal life realm creature. It was unbelievable. Even the Luo family only knew that Lu Yin was being hunted by an eternal life realm creature in the Elysium, but they did not know that he had fled from the consciousness universe. If they had known, they would not have dared to stop him. Fortunately, this was the ninth heaven universe, and he had room to maneuver. The most troublesome thing was Lu Yin's relationship with Yi Hai. He knew that Lu Yin had comprehended karma, so could he have become Qinglian Shangyu's disciple? When he thought of this, his heart sank to the bottom. In the ninth heaven universe, countless eyes were focused on what was happening. When Lu Yin interfered, these gazes shifted away. They knew that once an absolute expert like Lu Yin interfered, even the entire fifth night pillar would not be able to do anything. As such, Lu Yin quickly brought Jian Hong to the vicinity of the sixth night pillar. The sixth night pillar did not even send anyone to receive you. It's really desolate, Lu Yin said faintly as he looked at the tall mountain range in the distance. Jian Hong sighed. The sixth night pillar does not have any experts at the moment. They don't even need to fight for the position of the head of the night pillars. They can only wander about, and there is no one to send. Lu Yin nodded. But once the war is started by the sixth night pillar, it will be different. Countless experts from the ninth heaven universe will flock over, and the sixth night pillar will complete the reversal. Yes, this is also what we hope to see, Jian Hong said. The night pillars were pillars that supported the continent of the nine clouds. In the entire ninth heaven universe, the earth was the center. With the earth as the root, the mother tree rose from the ground, and under the earth, 9 night pillars were distributed in a circle. This was the ninth heaven universe. The 9 night pillars were inserted into the earth. Most of them were below, while some were above. Even the part above was as tall as the sky, surpassing the clouds. It was a colossal object that could be seen from afar. When one saw the sixth night pillar, it was shaped like an oval-shaped stone that was inserted into the earth at an angle. The closer one got to it, the larger the stone became. It became a mountain range, a continent, and even the sky. It was the only thing that could be seen. When the sixth night pillar completely covered the sky, they finally reached their destination. An austere aura soared into the sky, and from time to time, cultivators would pass by and glance at Lu Yin and Jian Hong curiously. These cultivators were different from the ones Lu Yin had seen in the eastern region. Their gazes were calmer, but under that calmness, there was a desire to kill. They could suppress this desire to kill, but they could also release it. These were not pure cultivators. When cultivators faced external enemies, they were united against a common enemy and did not fear death. This spirit could be found in both the Tian Yuan universe and the spiritualized universe. However, regardless of whether it was the Tian Yuan universe or the spiritualized universe, cultivators were still cultivators. They were better at killing and fighting each other. The battlefield was just a corner of the cultivation world. However, the cultivators here seemed to have been born for the battlefield. The cultivation world's scheming and killing seemed to have become an alternative. Lu Yin had felt this way ever since he'd met Jian Hong. Even Lian Jing gave him this feeling. They were far more obedient than ordinary cultivators, and they were also more unafraid of death. They had an iron-blooded aura about them. Lu Yin stepped on the ground. The trees around him were straight and extremely sharp. Every leaf was very sharp. This was not a forest at all, but a mountain of blades. Beneath his feet, heavy breathing caused the earth to shake. Lu Yin stopped and looked down. The beast of the tomorrow. Jian Hong nodded. The beast of the tomorrow is under the ninth heaven pillar. Only the beast of the tomorrow can throw the night pillars out using a special method. A special method. Jian Hong looked around and waved his hand. The tip of his sword tore open the ground, revealing a grayish-brown object. It was made of a certain creature's skin and was very elastic. Lu Yin followed the skin and looked at the sixth night pillar. He understood. A slingshot. Jian Hong smiled. That's right. It's a slingshot, but only the beast of the tomorrow can pull it. Lu Yin did not expect the night pillars to be thrown out in such a way. This was clearly a game. A child using a slingshot to flick a stone away. This was the truth behind the night pillars being thrown out. It was both childish and reasonable. There's a beast of the tomorrow under every night pillar. Yes. The beast of the tomorrow was once an extremely strong creature found in a universe that was once extinct. It's very big. I've seen it before. In the spiritualized universe? Jian Hong asked. He knew that Lu Yin came from the three universes. In fact, everyone thought that Lu Yin came from the spiritualized universe. After all, the consciousness universe only had sentient life forms. The Tianyuan universe had never been connected to the spiritualized universe, let alone the ninth heaven universe. Lu Yin nodded. Jian Hong said, the beast of the spiritualized universe is not big. He pointed to the bottom of his feet. This beast of the tomorrow below is big. Lu Yin saw it. He could see it clearly with a sweep of his consciousness. The beast of the tomorrow beneath his feet caused the space to boil. If he had guessed correctly, the tomorrow beast was a creature that had reached the limit of strength in a certain universe. It was similar to the Shuang and the power beast, but it was stronger and could reproduce. Lu Yin could imagine how magnificent it would have been if the tomorrow beasts had come out in groups. The entire Tianyuan universe would not have been able to withstand a single round of attacks. One could also imagine how strong the ninth heaven universe was. Numerous figures emerged from the sixth night pillar and landed in front of Lu Yin and Jian Hong. The leader was a woman. Her face was ordinary, but there was a hint of weariness. This woman should be the only person qualified to be the head of the sixth night pillar. She was a powerhouse who had reached the peak of the bitter adversity realm. The cultivators behind her were all in the primordial realm, and there were even sequence lower realm powerhouses. There was not even a single bitter adversity realm powerhouse. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 38. Compared to the fifth pillar, which had sent primordial realm experts in tribulation transcendence, the sixth pillar was indeed shabby. Jian Hong, you're finally here. Lu Li landed, and when he saw Jian Hong, he was very excited. Jian Hong forced a smile and slowly bowed. I hope Senior Lu Li won't blame me for the delay of 2 years. Lu Li bitterly said, it's our sixth night pillar's fault for not being able to welcome you. It's our incompetence. Actually, I contacted the seventh night pillar a year ago and agreed to pass this item to the fifth night pillar, but you were too stubborn. Jian Hong's expression was solemn. I know that Senior Lu Li cares about me, but this item must belong to the sixth night pillar. I will not give it to the fifth night pillar even if I die. Lu Li sighed, you child. He then looked at Lu Yin, took a step back, and bowed deeply. Sixth night pillar, Lu Li. Thank you for saving Jian Hong's life. Behind her, everyone bowed in respect. They looked at Lu Yin curiously. Although Lu Yin hadn't been in the Nine Firmaments universe for long, he had left Yihai, interfered in the Battle of Swordsmen, and destroyed the Spring and Autumn Jade Slips. Everything he had done was shocking. When they heard that the person who had escorted Jian Hong to the sixth night pillar was Lu Yin, they all relaxed. If someone with the spring and autumn bamboo scroll couldn't send Jian Hong to the sixth night pillar, apart from the imperial god, no one else could. The fifth night pillar did not have such strength. Lu Yin replied, "It's fine. Is it safe to send him to the sixth night pillar?" Lu Li smiled, "Of course, thank you, sir." Lu Yin exhaled. This condition was simple. Actually, for him, unless it involved the god of defense, it was not too difficult. Only Lu Xizhan, who was a hindrance, was a little troublesome at the start. Later on, destroying the spring and autumn bamboo slips was a little more troublesome. However, this condition still made Lu Yin feel disgusted. When he learned that the fifth night pillar had been preparing for battle even before he'd learned about the other universes, he knew that he had done the wrong thing. He should have sent the fifth night pillar out to battle, which would have made the three universes safer. This was because there had never been a precedent in history of starting a war with two foreign universes at the same time. Moreover, preparing for war wasn't something that could be done just by talking about it. It would take a long time. If the fifth night pillar could take on the responsibility of destroying this outer universe, the three universes would definitely be much safer. However, it wasn't like they didn't have a chance. As long as the sixth night pillar led the fifth night pillar to battle, everything would be fine. But thinking about it, this was troublesome. Normally, the sixth night pillar would not bring the fifth night pillar along. "Sir, if you don't mind, how about I show you the sixth night pillar?" Lu Li enthusiastically asked. Lu Yin had been worrying about how to broach the subject, so he naturally agreed. "Wait a moment, let me contact someone first." Lu Li made an inviting gesture and watched as Lu Yin disappeared. He guessed that it had something to do with escorting Jian Hong. Actually, no one could understand why Lu Yin had suddenly escorted Jian Hong to the sixth night pillar. This matter shouldn't have anything to do with him, and if it did, why hadn't he acted in the past 2 years and allowed Jian Hong to be hunted down for 2 years? Lu Li had someone bring Jian Hong to the sixth night pillar to rest while she waited for Lu Yin. Elsewhere, Lu Yin used nostalgia to contact Lu Xiyu. The conditions have been fulfilled. Next. Lu Xiyu blinked. So fast. "You can ask your father how many people are eyeing the sixth night pillar," Lu Yin said. Lu Xiyu actually went to ask, leaving Lu Yin speechless. She was too distrustful. Not long after, Lu Xiyu looked at Lu Yin. "I've contacted Sixth Sister, and she told me to thank you." "You're welcome. What's the next condition?" Lu Yin asked. Lu Xiyu spread out her hands, revealing her slender and beautiful palms. "I don't know." Lu Yin nodded. "All right, please hurry her up for me." Lu Xiyu was very obedient this time. "Don't worry, you fulfilled every condition so well that the sisters have changed their opinion of you. They'll do their best to help you become Yi Hai's disciple." Lu Yin sighed. Become Yi Hai's disciple? Most people would think that Lu Yin should become Yi Hai's disciple, but he already had a master. Without Mr. Mu, he wouldn't be where he was today. It would be impossible for him to become Yi Hai's disciple, but learning from him wasn't a problem. Lianhua Shangyu wasn't a petty person. Not long after, Lu Yin ascended the sixth night pillar with Lu Li's accompaniment and stepped into another part of the Nine Firmaments universe, the Nine Firmaments. There were traces of battle everywhere on the pillar, and all sorts of marks were evidence of various strange creatures. My sixth night pillar participated in the extermination of the Orchid universe and the Garter universe. Don't underestimate these two universes. Each universe has all sorts of creatures, and their numbers are endless. Every piece of land on the pillar can be stained with blood, and countless cultivators have died at the sixth night pillar. Lu Li told Lu Yin about the extermination of the two universes. To the other universes, the Nine Firmaments universe was an invader and an enemy, but to the nine firmaments universe, this was a necessary means of survival. War could lead to thoughts of right and wrong, but right and wrong couldn't change the nature of war. Before war began, one was the master of war, but once it began, one was its slave. The universe was filled with coldness, and some paths had to be walked even if they were wrong. "Mr. Liu, have you ever thought of joining my sixth night pillar?" Lu Li asked. This was the most important reason why she had brought Lu Yin here. In the current nine firmaments universe, the sixth night pillar was at the bottom, and it didn't even have the ability to help Jian Hong. Now that the foreign creature had reached the sixth night pillar, the next step was war, and the sixth night pillar needed experts. Lu Yin said, "I'll do it and you won't be the night leader." Lu Li smiled wryly. "I've never thought of being the night leader. I'm a spiritual cultivator, and my power level isn't that high. Even if I personally went to pick Jian Hong up, I'm not confident that I could bring him to the sixth night pillar. How can I be the night leader? If Mr. Liu is willing to join the sixth night pillar, no one will compete with you for the position. You will be the night leader of the sixth night pillar." It had to be said that Lu Li was a selfless person. Lu Yin met her gaze, and she didn't shrink back. She was truly willing to hand over the position of night leader. This was especially so when war was approaching, and the night leader's authority was immense. This was enough to make Lu Yin feel respect for her. This suggestion was very tempting, as becoming the night leader had always been one of Lu Yin's goals. "I come from 3 universes. Can I be the night leader?" "Of course. The nine firmaments universe embraces everything." Lu Yin laughed. "It's looking down on everything." Lu Li paused and looked at Lu Yin's back as he slowly walked away. "Because it's looking down on everything, it's not contradictory." Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back and looked out into space. "We'll talk about it later." The two walked silently through the sixth night pillar, and Lu Yin was thinking about how to get the sixth night pillar to start the war. Bringing the fifth night pillar along and becoming the night leader was one way. Actually, he was leaning towards the god of defense, while Lu Li was thinking about how to get Lu Yin to join the sixth night pillar. As far as the eye could see, the ground in the distance was flat and smooth. It was slanted, as if a rock had been cut by a blade. Lu Yin instantly appeared above the cut ground and crouched down. He touched the ground with a solemn expression. Lu Li followed closely behind, looking at the ground with a complicated expression. "What's going on?" Lu Yin asked. Lu Li was bitter. The sixth night pillar participated in the Annihilation Orchid universe and the Garner Sky universe. It's powerful, but have you ever wondered why it has fallen to its current state? Lu Yin turned to look at Lu Li because of this. Lu Li nodded. Once, when the sixth night pillar was on its way back to Nina Firmament's universe, it encountered an unknown creature. This piece of land was cut open by that unknown creature. At the time, there were several powerhouses from the sixth night pillar here, but in an instant, before they could react, this piece of land was completely gone. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes and placed his hand on the ground. It was too smooth, and there was a pressure that ordinary people would not be able to feel. This was the pressure of an eternal life realm. In an instant, the sixth night pillar's powerhouses were all gone. I was lucky and was a step too late, so I managed to avoid this disaster. No one knows whether those people are dead or alive. I only took one look, and after 10,000 years, there was nothing left. Lu Li sat on the ground without a care for his image and touched the ground with a bitter expression. Lu Yin stood up and looked around. The entire back of the sixth night pillar had been cut open. The casual, indifferent, and suffocating pressure made his nerves throb. Humans were not the only creatures in the square, nor were they the strongest. Did the Eternal Ruler investigate this? Yes, but there were no results. Then it's an eternal life realm creature. Luli nodded. Yes, it's definitely an eternal life realm creature. What can we do? If it had been just a little bit more, the entire sixth night pillar would have been cut in two. I don't even know if I was lucky or not. Luin thought of the eternal life realm creature that had chased after him, and the feeling of fleeing was still fresh in his mind. He didn't know if he could resist with his current strength. Luin wasn't sure either. There were strong and weak eternal life realms as well. The cut ground represented the blood and tears of the sixth night pillar, but it also served as a warning to the other pillars and all other cultivators. It's no secret that our sixth night pillar encountered such a thing. Every once in a while, people would come to take a look, especially those who want to join Yuzhou. Yuzhou isn't a paradise, it's hell. Lu Li's gaze was complicated. That's why the number of cultivators in Yuzhou has plummeted over the years, Luin continued. Lu Li nodded. Some people only see the benefits of war and never see the cruel side. This is a mirror that reflects the truth of war and awakens many people. Luin looked at Lu Li. Do you wish for this? Lu Li replied, there's nothing to wish for. If they come, we welcome them. If they don't, it doesn't matter. It's impossible to guarantee victory in every foreign war. Even the eternal ruler can't see through the square. The fewer people who come, the fewer people who will die. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Have you ever thought of letting your enemies share the cruelty of war? Lu Li looked at Lu Yin in confusion. What do you mean, sir? Lu Yin said, let the fifth night pillar participate. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 38-39. Lu Li grew even more confused, and he looked at Lu Yin. You want the fifth night pillar to participate? Lu Yin nodded. Can I know the reason? The fifth night pillar is preparing for battle. Until the seventh night pillar returns, I don't know who their target is. It's most likely one of the three universes, and I hope to prevent that from happening. Lu Li understood. Even if you stop the fifth night pillar, if the ninth heaven universe really wants to start a war with one of the three universes, it'll just delay it for a bit. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the flat ground beneath him. That's enough for me. Lu Li was shocked. What a big tone, but judging from what this person had done recently, he was worthy of such a tone. She took a deep look at Lu Yin. This person was so young. Was he deliberately maintaining his appearance, or was he really that young? Excuse me, sir. You must be very young, right? Lu Li probed. Lu Yin smiled at her. Younger than you think. Lu Li sighed. I see. Sir's talent is comparable to the Xiaoyu pavilions. I'm impressed. So, can you do me a favor and bring the fifth night pillar to the battle? Lu Yin asked. Lu Li was confused. If you want the fifth night pillar to participate, why did you escort Jianhong back? Lu Yin was helpless. A promise cannot be changed. Sir, you should know that the fifth night pillar has been suppressing my sixth night pillar for the past few years, resulting in many complaints. As the sixth night pillar weakens, those who are willing to stay behind are those who have feelings for it. I don't want to hurt their feelings, Lu Li said, tactfully rejecting Lu Yin. Lu Yin could not force the sixth night pillar, so he remained silent. The ground trembled, and in the distance, a black mass of strange creatures soared into the sky and landed. Their powerful auras assaulted Lu Yin's senses. Those are the creatures from the Lawn universe that were captured. Sir, you can look at the other side. Those are the creatures from the Garner Sky universe. My sixth night pillar has more than one species, and after many years of reproduction, they still retain the characteristics of their original universe. However, many of them have degraded and gained new characteristics, Luli continued to show Lu Yin the sixth night pillar. Lu Yin saw more than 10 strange creatures here, all of them from the Shi universe. In Jiuxiao, the proudest thing was capturing foreign creatures to become a Shi. The more they had, the more glorious their night pillar. The sixth night pillar was weak now, but it had once been glorious. These Shi were proof and also a foundation. The strongest Shi that Lu Yin had seen was a vine-like plant that was incomparably large. It was rooted deep underground and protected the sixth night pillar. It had the power to transcend the bitter adversity. Although it had combat strength, the vines and branches were scattered. If it really encountered a powerhouse like Duku Xia, it could only passively take a beating. Not to mention Duku Xia, even Jian Hong could destroy this plant. However, this was already quite good. In the past, the Tian Yuan universe didn't have many bitter calamity transcendents. If this thing was still in the eternal zone of disaster, Lu Yin and the others wouldn't have been able to defeat it so easily. There are many creatures in the outer universe. Of those that were brought here, less than 10% survived. The rest are useless, so there aren't many that are useful to us. Lu Li sighed. Lu Yin was curious, is the gargantuan universe very difficult to fight? Lu Li's expression was solemn as he nodded. Yes, it's very difficult. It's one of the most difficult outer universes to fight against in the 9 firmaments universe. Back then, we used 5 night pillars, but it still wasn't enough. It seemed like we were attacking, but after we entered the gargantuan universe, we were always on the defensive. It felt like mayflies trying to shake a tree. If not for the eternal ruler, we wouldn't have been able to break in at all, let alone destroy the gargantuan universe. Many experts died in that battle. If we hadn't received the spiritual cultivation method, that battle would have been equivalent to destroying an entire era of the 9 firmaments universe. The biggest difference between us and the gargantuan universe is the eternal ruler. If the gargantuan universe had an expert who could resist the eternal ruler, we wouldn't have been able to win. Lu Li didn't say much, but Lu Yin could feel how difficult that battle had been. If Sir is interested in the gargantuan universe, you can go to Gargantuan City to take a look. It has the most well-preserved ruins of the gargantuan universe, and there are also creatures there. The carvings there are even more bizarre, Lu Li suggested. Lu Yin grunted and continued to tour the place with Lu Li. Over the next few days, Lu Yin didn't leave the 6th night pillar. On the first day, Lu Li accompanied him, but over the next few days, Lu Yin let Lu Li handle her own matters and didn't find anyone else to accompany him. Lu Li needed to report to the eternal ruler and ask him to decide whether or not to launch an expedition to another universe. She also needed to plan for the night pillars that would accompany the expedition, so she was very busy. Over the past few days, many cultivators had already paid a visit to the 6th night pillar. On this day, Swordmaster Tai Tsang personally came to the 6th night pillar to meet with Lu Li. No one knew what they discussed, but Swordmaster Tai Tsang's expression wasn't too good. The entire 6th night pillar was filled with tension after Swordmaster Tai Tsang's arrival. Although the cultivators' gazes were calm, they hid their anger and coldness. Lu Yin sat beside the ground that had been sliced apart and calmly watched. Across from him, many cultivators had arrived and left after taking a look. Some of them were discussing something, and they had all come from different night pillars. Occasionally, some cultivators who wanted to join the 9 firmaments universe would arrive, but they would leave after taking a look. It wasn't clear whether or not they wanted to join. Actually, whether or not they joined the 9 firmaments universe wouldn't change anything. The 9 firmaments universe was facing unknown dangers, and the universe was facing dangers like the spring and autumn scroll. One's own strength was the foundation of everything. Of course, encountering an eternal ruler in the 9 firmaments universe had nothing to do with one's strength. It was purely luck. Thinking about luck, Lu Yin wondered how Qinshu's carving was doing. Swordmaster Tai Tsang, Xiao Tong, requests to see Mr. Lu Yin, a voice said. Lu Yin asked, "What's the matter?" Behind him, a black-robed elder appeared and looked at Lu Yin's back with a smile. His usual coldness was swept away. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Lu." Lu Yin didn't turn around. "Why are you looking for me?" Swordmaster Taitsang said, "I would like to make a deal with you." Lu Yin didn't say anything and just looked into the distance. "Please help me become the head of the fifth night pillar. In return, I will banish Yuya." Lu Yin raised his brows and looked at Swordmaster Taitsang. "Yuya is in the fifth night pillar." Swordmaster Taitsang nodded. "It seems like you don't know that Yuya has been permanently stripped of his position as the god of defense and banished to the fifth night pillar. This is an order from the Blood Tower's god. Originally, the fifth night pillar only had Lian Jing who could compete with me for the position of night leader. However, Lian Jing is a disciple of the Eternal Life Disciple, so it is impossible for him to compete for this position. Therefore, the position of night leader will definitely be mine. However, Yuya is different. Even if he is permanently stripped of his position as the god of defense, his strength is still above mine. Thus, I hope you can help me." Lu Yin looked at Swordmaster Taitsang. "Why should I help you?" Swordmaster Taitsang said, "I already said that I can banish Yuya." Seeing no reaction from Lu Yin, he understood. "It seems like you don't know much about the Zhuxiao universe. I'll tell you then. If you want to kill Yuya, and Yuya is still the fifth night pillar, it will be difficult for you to do so. It's not that the fifth night pillar can stop you, but the entire Zhuxiao universe will see you as an enemy. This is not a taboo, but a tacit rule. The people of Zhuxiao universe can only be killed by Zhuxiao universe itself. If an outsider attacks them, it will be a challenge to the entire Zhuxiao universe. I don't think you want that." Lu Yin frowned. "How long has it been since Yuya joined the fifth night pillar? How can he represent the entire Zhuxiao universe?" Swordmaster Taitsang said, "This has nothing to do with when he joined. Since Yuya joined the fifth night pillar, he is one of Zhuxiao universe's people. Actually, this tacit rule is not clear. If it was just a normal cultivator, it would not have alarmed the entire Zhuxiao universe. However, Yuya used to be the god of defense, someone who stood at the peak of the Zhuxiao universe. His existence is of great help to Zhuxiao universe, and Zhuxiao universe cares about such a person." Lu Yin understood that Zhuxiao universe was born for war, and a powerhouse like Yuya was naturally welcomed. The more people experienced war, the more they understood unity and the more they understood how to uphold the rules. "You know that I want to kill Yuya?" Lu Yin asked. Swordmaster Taitsang smiled. "Your name has spread throughout the Zhuxiao universe. After all, not everyone has the ability to fish for Zhuxiao universe." Lu Yin looked up. "How do you want me to help you?" Swordmaster Taitsang's eyes blazed. "The Night Chief will only be appointed in the face of war. I would like to ask for your help to ask the sixth night pillar for the right to participate in the war." Lu Yin was helpless. He did not need Swordmaster Taitsang to say anything, he had already asked for it, but had been rejected. "Secondly, I would like to ask Yahai for the title of Night Chief." Lu Yin smiled. "Do you know what you're talking about? The sixth night pillar hates you to the core. Over the past 2 years, you've been attacking Jianhong and almost caused him to lose that creature, forcing Lu Li to give up. If not for Jianhong's insistence, that creature would have been in your fifth night pillar. You want the sixth night pillar to bring you along. What a joke. You don't even need me to ask Yahai for help. That's the Azure Lotus ruler. Do you think that Yuya alone is worth me doing so much?" Swordmaster Taitsang was helpless. "I don't want to trouble Mr. Lu either, but I have no other choice. The appointment of Chief Shao came from the Immortal Emperor, and Mr. Lu came from the Yi Hai. Everyone can see your relationship with Mingjue and the 7 fairies. If Mr. Liu can help, I will definitely repay Mr. Liu in the future, and not just banish Yuya. Swordmaster Taizong had no choice but to seek out Lu Yin. Yuya's sudden addition had left him breathless, and his position as the Knight Leader was growing further and further away from him. He could not understand why the Blood Tower's Emperor had not assigned Yuya to the 6th Night Pillar when the 6th Night Pillar was so weak. Instead of assigning Yuya to the 6th Night Pillar, the 5th Night Pillar had been assigned instead. He did not have the confidence to compete with Yuya for the Knight Chief position. The only possibility was Lu Yin. This person could talk to the Azure Lotus ruler, so he still had a chance. However, the prerequisite was that the 5th Night Pillar could participate in the war. If he could not even participate, how could he become the Knight Chief? Lu Yin stared at Swordmaster Taizong. Why must you become the Knight Chief? Swordmaster Taizong exchanged glances with Lu Yin. Only by becoming the Knight Chief can one compete for the position of Imperial Deity. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3840. Lu Yin shook his head. That's not a necessary condition. But it's one of the most important conditions, Swordmaster Taizong emphasized. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. That's why it's more important for you to participate. Swordmaster Taizong emphasized again. It's more important for me to participate as the Knight Chief. I can't do without either. Actually, my goal is the same as Mr. Liu's. We both want to get rid of Yuya. If Yuya becomes the Knight Chief, even if he can't be the god of defense anymore, he'll still be taken care of by the eternal god. It'll be impossible for you to get rid of him. The 9 Heavens universe won't allow an outsider to kill a Knight Chief with great achievements. Otherwise, it'll be a joke. Lu Yin understood this logic. He couldn't let Yuya become the Knight Chief, or he'd have a protective talisman. Yuya was a strong enemy that he had to get rid of. He wanted to get Yuya's thoughts, whether it was for revenge or for power. The primogenitor once said that without an eternal god's body, it would be difficult to bear the power of an eternal god's verbal skill. Yuya could continuously damage his body to bear the power, but Lu Yin couldn't. However, Lu Yin believed that he'd be able to bear it one day. Even if he couldn't use Yuya for now, throwing him into the hell of the appointment stage would increase his karma. Yuya had lived for a long time, and he could increase his karma. This kind of enemy shouldn't be left outside. Lu Yin didn't believe that he'd make an enemy out of the entire 9 Heavens universe, but he'd definitely be viewed as an enemy by many. It wasn't worth it. 9 Heavens universe was an existence that directly fought outside, and it might even go to the 3 universes in the future. It wanted control, not hostility. So the only way was to chase Yuya out of the 5th Night Pillar. Swordmaster Taizong's words couldn't be trusted completely. Lu Yin pondered for a moment. Has the 5th Night Pillar been preparing for battle? Swordmaster Taizong's eyes flashed. This person had asked about this matter in the Silan Zone, and now he was asking about it again. This person was from the 3 universes. If there wasn't an external universe, then who was the 5th Night Pillar's target? He knew what this person was worried about. That's right. Target. I don't know, Swordmaster Taizong said directly. Lu Yin looked at him. The Taizong Swordmaster replied seriously, I really don't know. If I knew, the position of the Knight Leader would have been mine a long time ago. Preparing for war is just preparing for war. There have been many situations in history where one prepared for war but did not fight. Who asked the 5th Night Pillar to prepare? Only Lord Immortal is qualified. Which eternal ruler? Swordmaster Taizong shook his head and said, I don't know either. We reported to the Imperial Deity, but we didn't know which Imperial Deity we were dealing with. If Mr. Lu doesn't believe me, you can ask Lu Li, you don't know anything. It wasn't that Lu Ying didn't believe them, but he was rather disappointed because he couldn't see the wills of the three eternal guardians. Who was the enemy and who was the friend? He wanted to know. But the Eternal Emperor wouldn't even let him know about this. Was he really that unqualified? Lu Ying said indifferently, I can't guarantee that the fifth night pillar will participate in the battle. I can only try my best. The Taizong swordmaster heaved a sigh of relief and said politely, it is the honor of the fifth night pillar to receive Mr. Lu's help. I shall return to the fifth night pillar and await your good news. With that, he turned and left. Lu Ying took out the brooch silk and contacted Mingjue. The Taizong swordmaster's words were definitely true and false, but he wouldn't lie to Lu Ying too much. After all, his relationship with Mingjue had long since been made public, and everyone knew about it. However, Lu Ying still wanted to verify it, especially since he wanted to see if there was a third option. Junior brother, I heard that you've done quite a few big things recently. Amazing, ha ha ha. Mingjue's image appeared and laughed heartily. Lu Ying laughed, what big things? I just caused some trouble. Mingjue laughed, the people of Yihai aren't afraid of trouble. Others might not know, but how could I not know? The spring and autumn scroll and Jianhong are both conditions. Lu Ying sighed, the seven fairies are each more difficult than the last. Their conditions aren't simple. Mingjue laughed, stop complaining. It's not difficult for you. It's just that there are many people who are jealous. One guy said that after you're done causing trouble for the eternity world, you're starting to cause trouble for Yu Zhuxiao. Ha ha ha, you didn't see how jealous he was. Lu Ying was curious, who said that? A disciple of the Alarm sect. Lu Ying wasn't surprised. Only the disciples of the Eternal Emperor would be jealous of their own kind. Otherwise, why would they be jealous? They would just pull him into their own sect. Regardless of whether it was the Blood Tower or the Alarm sect, they both had disciples who would compete with the disciples of the Blue Lotus sect. However, from the looks of it, the disciples of the Blue Lotus sect had the greatest influence. Oh, right. Why are you looking for me? Oh, and help me tell Lu Li of the sixth night pillar that I, the fourth night pillar, want to join the battle. She will agree, Mingjue said. How's the relationship between the fourth and sixth night pillars? Not bad. Does that mean the fifth night pillar asked you for help? Lu Ying nodded, Swordmaster Taizong just left. Mingjue was disdainful, that old guy is too greedy this time. In the past, when he discovered the universe outside, it was all about benefits. He never went overboard like this. However, that old guy must have been forced by Yuya to do this. If he gets a foreign creature and reports it to the Emperor, the position of Knight Leader will definitely be his. Lu Yin's expression was serious, this is also why I'm looking for you. Following that, Lu Yin told Swordmaster Taizong's words to Mingjue. Mingjue listened carefully and finally said, that old guy didn't lie to you. If you insist on attacking Yuya, it's best to wait until he's expelled from the fifth night pillar. Otherwise, many people in Zhuxiao will be unhappy with you, and that won't be good for you. But that old guy is also making things difficult for you. He wants you to plead with Lu Li. It's very difficult. The sixth night pillar might be weak, but he still has a backbone. No matter what that old guy says, Lu Li rejected him. How can he agree? Don't agree, or you won't be able to do it. Lu Yin said, I know, but I have to deal with Yuya. Mingjue was troubled, Yuya is a little troublesome. I haven't dealt with him much, but I know his strength. He's very strong, and not someone like Lu Xizhan or Swordmaster Taizong can compare to. Even I am not his match. He paused and then continued solemnly, I'm not his match. Luyin pretended to be surprised, even Senior is not his match. Mingzhuo rolled his eyes, stop pretending. Although I'm very satisfied with your surprised look, I know my own limits. You were able to destroy the spring and autumn scroll on your own, but that's not something I can do. Even Yuya might not be able to do that. You're definitely stronger than Yuya, so naturally, you're stronger than me. Senior, there's no need to belittle yourself. I'm just speaking the truth. Honest people are all like that. Luyin smiled sheepishly. Mingzhuo continued, the possibility of helping that brat Xiao Tong become the Night Chief is not high. I think that you should slow down a bit. Yuya broke the rules and went to the 3 universes. You two fought, right? If he thinks that he's not your match, then he definitely won't leave the 5th Night Pillar. No, he can't leave even if he wants to. He's been exiled, so it'll be difficult for you to deal with him. I'll give you a clear path. Become the 5th Night Pillar's Night Chief. Luyin's brows rose, the 5th Night Pillar's Night Chief. Mingzhuo nodded, that's the only possibility. Become the Night Chief, banish Yuya, and then kill him. Yu Zhouxiao won't be able to find trouble with you. Yuya was exiled to the 5th Night Pillar by the Eternal Ruler. Can the Night Chief banish him? During wartime, the Night Chief has a lot of power, more than you can imagine. Why do you think that brat Xiao Tong wants to be the Night Chief? The first-generation ancestor of the Spring and Autumn Scroll was once the Night Chief, so he was able to bring the scroll out of the 6th Night Pillar. The 6th Night Pillar's decline was also a factor. Now that I think about it, the 6th Night Pillar was really unlucky. Right, did Luli trick you into staying in the 6th Night Pillar? Don't listen to her. The 6th Night Pillar is too unlucky. Why don't you fight for the 5th Night Pillar's Night Chief? Luyin was curious, the Night Chief has a lot of power during wartime, but what about the lesser god's power during wartime? Can you banish Yuya? Mingzhuo's expression changed, yes, but you'll offend the Blood Tower Lord who banished Yuya. There are some things that you can do as you wish within the rules, but breaking them will offend someone. If you banish Yuya from the 5th Night Pillar as the lesser god, then you'll be challenging the Blood Tower Lord's authority. Can you accept this result? Luyin's head hurt. It seemed like the only way was to become the Night Chief. Becoming the Night Chief is the only way for you to deal with Yuya. Of course, an expedition to the outer universe is not simple. It is filled with danger. You have seen what happened to the 6th Night Pillar. If you are unwilling, then wait. There will always be a chance. Yuya himself does not want to stay in the 5th Night Pillar forever. He will think of a way to leave. You just have to ensure that you are stronger than him. Don't worry. Just say the word, and the Yi Hai disciples will help you keep an eye on him. Yuya won't be able to escape. Mingzhuo clenched his fist. Luyin's heart warmed, thank you, Senior. You're welcome. I'll wait for the day when you call me Senior. Mingzhuo smiled brightly. Luyin was helpless. That day would never come. Right, Senior, I know the requirements to become the lesser god. How can I fight for it? Mingzhuo said, you need 2 lesser gods to recommend you. Yu Sang Tian doesn't count. Then you have to report to the Blood Tower Lord, and the Blood Tower Lord will decide who will become the lesser god. The number of people recommended by each lesser god is not fixed. They may not only recommend one person, so your competitors are actually those recommended by the lesser god. But Rushi is dead now, and Yuya has been stripped of his position. Rushi could have replaced him, but he returned to the continent of the 9 clouds, so he gave up the right to replace the lesser god. So there are only 2 lesser gods left. One is Danho, and the other is Xingfan. Luyin frowned, only Danho and Xingfan. Mingjue sighed, that's why I don't want you to go down this path. I can help Danho. Danho's lesser god has never refused to recommend anyone. Xingfan is different. I don't know her, and she has a strange personality. Plus, you've offended her before, so... Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3841. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. It was not as simple as offending him. He had fished up Zhou Xiao and caused Yu Ye and Xingfan to be punished by the Blood Tower Imperial. Xingfan probably hated him to the core. Lu Yin did not regret it. Xingfan had cooperated with Yu Ye to kill countless cultivators from the spiritualized universe. Although they were spiritualized, they were still living beings. If there was a chance, he wanted to find trouble with Xingfan. How could he ask for Xingfan's recommendation now? Is there no other way? Lu Yin was helpless. Mingjue thought for a moment. There is another way. Your chances of success are higher. What is it? Find Master directly. The Eternal Ruler can directly appoint the Imperial God. There is no need for a recommendation. Lu Yin pondered. Mingjue said, you don't understand, Master. Do you know why I keep calling you junior brother? It is because I understand Master too well. It is boastful to say that you understand the eternal realm, but Master is Master. In my eyes, it is not the eternal realm. I can understand and hope to understand. He looked deeply at Lu Yin and continued, Master has never cared so much about someone before, not even our little junior brother, the genius sleeping in the junior pavilion. Our little junior brother is known as the Little Azure King, and this is a compliment given by Master. Everyone thinks that our little junior brother will walk on Master's path in the future, but he has yet to do so. Yet, you have already. The 7 fairies' conditions are attached, but it is more like Master wants you to understand the process of Zhou Xiao universe. Lu Yin was shocked. Process. Fate was the beginning, experience was the road, and karma was the end. Qing Lianyu used fate to tie him to Yi Hai and the 7 fairies' conditions as fetters. This was fate as the beginning. Completing the 7 fairies' conditions and getting to know Mingjue would make him no more disciples of Qing Lianyu in the future. This was the path of experience. Then, what was the end? He had refused to become Master's disciple from the beginning. So, why did Qing Lianyu continue? Could it be that becoming Master's disciple was not the end? There was another path. Don't reject Master's help. Master will be happy if you find him, Mingjue advised. Lu Yin looked at Mingjue. Then, how do I find Qing Lianyu? Mingjue smiled mysteriously. You forgot that there is a world that only you and Master can see. Lu Yin subconsciously looked up at the great karma phenomenon. That's all I have to say. Junior brother, go ahead and do whatever you want. Yi Hai will always be behind you, Mingjue said and ended the call. Lu Yin collected his thoughts and smiled. He then sat down cross-legged and unleashed his heavenly Tao of karma. Yes, there was a world where only he and the Azure Lotus ruler could interact. Karma Tao covered the spiritualized universe and the consciousness universe. Of course, it wouldn't fall behind the 9 clouds universe. As long as one was under the karma celestial phenomenon, one could touch the Azure Lotus defense. Mingjue's words opened up Lu Yin's thoughts and also resolved his doubts. Perhaps he had already been noticed by the Azure Lotus Emperor ever since he had comprehended the heavenly Tao of karma in the spiritualized universe. Then, were there any karmic phenomena in the Tian Yuan universe? Lu Yin was very curious. The karma heavenly Tao was much stronger than it was 2 years ago. Other than absorbing the scab, there was also the fortune-telling. Lu Yin didn't know why he had obtained so much karma from helping others with their fortunes, but the expansion of this karma was not any slower than when he had suppressed powerhouses into the point of general platform hell. In fact, it was increasing. As he unleashed his karma heavenly Tao, he gradually saw strands of invisible threads connecting the void. He couldn't see where they came from, but their ends were connected to him. These invisible threads were definitely karma spirals, but they were so small that he almost couldn't see them. However, there were quite a few of them. This was the first time Lu Yin had unleashed his karma heavenly Tao since he had finished his fortune-telling. He looked at the invisible threads in a daze and kept recalling what he had done. 1 thread, 2 threads, 3 threads. There were 568 threads. 568 threads connected to him from all directions. It seemed like a lot, but even with Lu Yin's cultivation, he had almost overlooked it. It was as if they were invisible. This amount was just a drop in the ocean in the void. However, this number was rather interesting. If he hadn't guessed wrong, then these invisible threads came from the people he had helped with his fortune-telling. However, most of them were ordinary people, and he hadn't suppressed them into the point of general platform hell, so where did this karma come from? And why was it endlessly transferring karma to him? Was it just because he had helped them with their fortunes? Although these threads were very small, and 568 threads of karma were no more than a brick, it had only been 2 years. It was normal for cultivators to live for hundreds or thousands of years, but Lu Yin couldn't even calculate how long he could live. How many karma threads would he end up with? So, fortune-telling was enough. Lu Yin stopped thinking about it. He had completed Chunan Hongye's condition, and he didn't know how long he would have to wait for the 7 fairies' conditions. He had plenty of time to perform fortune-telling. Both to increase his karma threads and to make up for himself, making preparations for reaching the primordial realm. As he thought about it, he raised his hand, and the karma spirals leaped from his fingertip. With a flick of his finger, the karma spirals shot into the sky. Aside from Lu Yin, no one else saw this. In the world that only Lu Yin could see, the karma spirals sank into the heavens. They collided with the karma heavenly phenomenon that covered the 9 firmaments cosmos, causing a slight ripple. Compared to the karma heavenly phenomenon, Lu Yin's karma spirals were like rocks that had collided with a mountain range. They were unable to shake the mountain range at all, but they still produced a gentle sound. Yi Hai's eyes opened, and he smiled. He took a step forward and vanished. Lu Yin stood up at the 6th pillar of the night, took a step forward, and vanished. No one sensed anything. 2 figures faced each other in the heavens. They seemed to be standing high up in the sky, but no one could see them. Even if they passed by, they would not be able to see them at all. However, what they saw in each other's eyes was a completely different scene. Lu Yin stared at the karma heavenly phenomenon that covered the entire 9 firmaments cosmos in shock. It was incomparable. He had thought that the karma heavenly phenomenon of Azure Lotus Protector would cover a large area, but he had never thought it would be this vast. Only when he met Azure Lotus Protector did he see everything. He saw that karma covered the entire 9 firmaments cosmos, as if a lid had been added to it. This lid did not just cover the 9 firmaments cosmos. It even extended outwards, into the spiritualized universe, into the consciousness universe, and even into an even more distant area. There was no end to it. Karma was a sky that only the 2 of them could see. Under this sky, the 9 firmaments cosmos, the universe, the incomparably huge sun beast, the mother tree that connected the sky to the earth, and the endless eastern domain were just a cage that was covered. To ants, humans might be the heavens, and to humans, the heavens were the heavens. However, at this moment, the karmic constellation was the heavens no matter who it was. Even the boundless square inch of space could be completely covered by the karmic constellation one day. This kind of thinking was exaggerated, but the karma heavenly phenomenon gave Lu Yin this idea. When a person suddenly saw that there was a sky above the sky, the shock was enough to break their soul. Even though Lu Yin was mentally prepared, he was still shocked, speechless at this moment. Insignificant. Only the word insignificant could describe his experience before he saw this. The experience that he was so proud of had been shattered by this karma heavenly phenomenon. Azure Lotus Protector had his hands behind his back as he looked at Lu Yin with a smile. Lu Yin's face was pale, and he finally came back to his senses. The way he looked at Azure Lotus Protector had completely changed. This was the strength of the immortal protector. This was the terrifying power of Azure Lotus Protector, the most ancient immortal realm powerhouse. When Yihai saw it, he did not feel that Azure Lotus Protector was very powerful. He only felt that he was unfathomable. He was not a match for him, but he should be qualified to fight. However, at this moment, he realized that he was too naive. Qualified to fight? Ridiculous, extremely ridiculous. Not to mention him, even the immortal realm monster that was chasing after him was an ant in the face of the karma heavenly phenomenon. No matter how big the monster was, it could not escape the coverage of the karma heavenly phenomenon. This was the terrifying boundless. He understood why the spiritualized universe had an immortal realm powerhouse like Master Grass, but he was suppressed to such a state. Digging bricks? Lu Yin wanted to laugh. How long would it take for him to reach 1/10 the size of the karma heavenly phenomenon? It was far away. Shocked. Azure Lotus Protector was very satisfied with Lu Yin's attitude. I am an immortal realm powerhouse. Lu Yin faced Azure Lotus Protector and bowed deeply. Greetings, Senior Azure Lotus. Azure Lotus Protector looked at Lu Yin with a smile. I'll give you another chance. Are you willing to acknowledge me as your master? Lu Yin exhaled. It would be a lie to say that he was not willing, but people had to have persistence, loyalty, affection, and trust. No one could be loyal, affectionate, and trustworthy. If he acknowledged Azure Lotus Protector as his master, the Tian Yuan universe's crisis might be resolved. This was Lu Yin's biggest goal, but he had also lost his persistence. That persistence was not only for himself, but also for the Tian Yuan universe. The people of the Tian Yuan universe could not be looked down upon. He would not betray the relationship between master and disciple. Perhaps Mr. Sumu also hoped that he would acknowledge Azure Lotus Protector as his master to resolve the Tian Yuan universe's crisis. However, Lu Yin could compromise on anything. He could also be willful on anything. He could do whatever he wanted without regrets. He could change from the naive Lu Shaoxian to the scheming Lu Yin. However, regardless of whether it was Lu Shaoxian or Lu Yin, when faced with this moment, the choice was the same. If even he lost this backbone, even if the Tian Yuan universe survived, what would be the inheritance? Thank you for your kind intentions, Senior. I already have a master. Lu Yin bowed again. Qing Lian Yu smiled faintly. I can tell you that I won't look down on you just because you betrayed your master. Because you have comprehended karma, you are the only one who can step into my world. My inheritance is only yours. Then what choice do you have? Lu Yin raised his head and smiled. Even if there are 100 chances, I will still say the same thing. I already have a master. Azure Lotus Protector sighed. Stubborn, laughable, and naive. Lu Yin did not refute. Everyone looked at him like that. However, you are also pure. Azure Lotus Protector changed the topic. He looked at Lu Yin with admiration. The fate between master and disciple cannot be forced. Since you and I are not fated, then forget it. What do you want from me? Lu Yin said respectfully, I want to help Sword Master Taizong become the head of the 5th Night Pillar. Ming Zhuo was right. Let's not talk about whether or not he could become a lesser imperial deity. Even if he could become a lesser imperial deity by relying on the Azure Lotus deity status, expelling Yuya from the fifth night pillar or directly killing Yuya would not only offend the Blood Tower deity but also embarrass Yu Jiu Shao. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3842. Letting Sword Master Taizong become the Night Chief and expelling Yuya was the best way. As for whether or not the fifth Night Pillar could join the sixth Night Pillar, Lu Yin would deal with that. If he couldn't join the sixth Night Pillar, who would be able to stop him? Lu Li had invited him not only because he had helped the sixth Night Pillar, but also because of the expedition to the outer universe. The sixth Night Pillar's strength was too weak, and Lu Li might not be able to suppress a large number of experts from the Nine Firmaments universe. In the end, Lu Li wasn't someone who could control the sixth Night Pillar. She had just been lucky enough to avoid a calamity and become the sixth Night Pillar's last surviving bitter adversity cultivator. Why did you help Xiaotong? Blue Lotus Emperor asked. Lu Yin didn't hide anything and revealed his motive. Blue Lotus Emperor smiled. If you want to get rid of Yuya, why go through so much trouble? Then, under Lu Yin's puzzled gaze, he waved his hand and a figure suddenly appeared. It was Yuya. Lu Yin was stunned. Yuya was even more confused as he looked around at the dazed Lu Yin. What's going on? Shouldn't he be at the fifth Night Pillar? Where is this? Lu Yin was confused. What did this mean? Blue Lotus Emperor. Yuya was shocked and quickly bowed. Junior greets Blue Lotus Emperor. Yuya appeared as the third-generation master of the Five Palms and was extremely respectful to Blue Lotus Emperor. Blue Lotus Emperor looked at Yuya. You have a grudge with this person. Yuya turned and stared at Lu Yin, his eyes flickering. He didn't know what relationship Lu Yin had with Blue Lotus Emperor, and he felt extremely uneasy. Lu Yin had comprehended karma, and Blue Lotus Emperor was immortal through karma. Although he was uneasy, he couldn't hide the greed and desire in his eyes every time he looked at Lu Yin. This person was his shortcut to invincible immortality. Greetings, Blue Lotus Emperor. I want to devour this person's consciousness and achieve immortality. Lu Yin was surprised. Why was his reply so honest? He didn't know what Blue Lotus Emperor represented in the Nine Firmaments universe. It was karma, faith, and the heavenly Tao. Yuya dared to lie to the Blood Tower and the Gate of Wonder, but he would never lie to the Azure Lotus Guard. The power of karma was too mysterious and unpredictable, especially in this battle in the consciousness universe. He had personally experienced how powerful Lu Yin's karma was, and the Azure Lotus Guard was in existence who had cultivated the Tao of karma to the eternal realm, which was even more terrifying. He didn't dare to lie. Qinglian Yu looked at Lu Yin. Yuya is here. You can make your move now. Yuya's body trembled, and he looked at Qinglian Yu in confusion. Senior, this is? Blue Lotus Shangyu's figure disappeared. Since you have a grudge, I'll give you a chance to settle it. Today, only one of you can leave alive. Yuya was shocked. How could he be Lu Yin's opponent? Lu Yin had already surpassed him when he had escaped from the consciousness universe. Now, after hearing that Lu Yin had single-handedly destroyed the Spring and Autumn Jade Slip, he begged, Senior, this junior is from the Nine Firmaments universe and the fifth Night Pillar. This junior is willing to fight to the death for the Nine Firmaments universe. Senior, why are you treating me like this? No matter how he shouted, the Azure Lotus defense had already disappeared. In this place, he wouldn't be able to escape because this was the Karma Great Constellation. Lu Yin stared blankly at the spot where the Azure Lotus Emperor had disappeared. Was it that simple? Why? Just because he had a grudge with Yuya and wanted to get rid of him, the Azure Lotus Emperor had sent him here. It was unbelievably simple. Senior, this junior is from the Nine Firmaments universe. This person is from the Tianyuan universe and is a traitor. He is hostile to the Nine Firmaments universe. This junior can devour his consciousness and control his body to help you with karma. Please give me a chance. Yuya, Lu Yin said. Yuya stared at Lu Yin and clenched his fists. His eyes were ferocious. What is your relationship with the Azure Lotus Emperor? Why is he helping you? Lu Yin's lips curled up. The Azure Lotus Emperor isn't helping me. He's just giving us a chance to compete fairly. Didn't you want to devour my consciousness and control my body? You can make your move now. Yuya's eyes flashed, and he kept retreating. He wanted to escape because he was no match for Lu Yin. He hadn't forgotten what this person had faced in the consciousness universe. That was an eternal realm creature. Yuya's worst-case scenario was that this person could come to the Nine Firmaments universe alive. He had sent Yuya to intercept Lu Yin at the Elysium. He hadn't expected Lu Yin to come. Yuya had reported that the people in the Spring and Autumn Scroll had beaten Lu Yin out of the Elysium. He was glad, but he was also afraid and regretful. He was afraid that Lu Yin could escape right under the nose of an eternal realm creature. He didn't know how terrifying his strength was. It was a pity that if Lu Yin didn't come to the Nine Firmaments universe, he would never have the chance to devour this person's consciousness. But no matter what, this situation had never happened before. If he wanted to devour Lu Yin, he could only rely on the structure of the Nine Firmaments universe and plan slowly. But why did he suddenly want to duel? The Azure Lotus Emperor wanted to kill him. If you don't make your move, then I will. Lu Yin didn't think about the Azure Lotus Emperor's plan. Since Yuya had appeared, then he should die. After saying that, he bombarded with his consciousness. Didn't you want consciousness? Here you go. Yuya didn't know how to escape. In his eyes, the surroundings were blank, but it was like an invisible cage that kept reducing his range of action. As Lu Yin bombarded him with his consciousness, he could only use his thoughts to fight back. Dark golden airflow surged out. Thought void mirror. Boom. The void was distorted and boiled between the two. At this moment, the sky and earth changed color. Countless people on the sixth night pillar looked up. What was going on? Lu Li, Swordmaster Taizong, and the rest looked at the sky, but there was nothing. Where was this pressure coming from? Someone was fighting. The karma celestial phenomenon blocked everyone's vision and isolated the battle's shockwaves. Everyone could see and feel, but they wouldn't be affected. Yuya was pushed back by Lu Yin's consciousness. This person's consciousness was even stronger. Could it be that he had devoured the consciousness of the entire consciousness universe? He struck out with his palm, using the great five palms. At the same time, the soul blood pagoda appeared behind him, blooming with light. He had used his soul, which was his foundation. Lesser defense deities wouldn't use their souls for the sake of their dignity, but Yuya had used it now. Of course, he was no longer a lesser defense deity. So what if he used his soul? Lu Yin took a step forward, raised his hand, and pressed down. He also used the great five palms. Bang! Yuya's body shattered, but no blood flowed out. He was a consciousness body, and he appeared in the dark golden cloud. Lu Yin, there's no need for us to fight to the death. Yuya shouted, his consciousness surging. A blinding light illuminated the sky and the earth. Swordmaster Taizong looked up at the sky, his eyes narrowing. Was that the Sikong mirror? Lu Yin flicked his finger, and chains fell from the sky, locking down Yuya's perception of the outside world. Yuya hid in the blood pagoda, his consciousness constantly attached to the pagoda. Lu Yin, do you really want to fight to the death? I can help you. I can help you in the ninth heaven universe. After all, I was once a lesser defense deity. Lu Yin clenched his fist, and boundless power flowed through his body. His body withered, and the battle force of the palm realm covered him. Heaven-sealing sequence particles appeared, and lanterns floated around him. True God's freedom technique, transformation of the 9 heavens. He punched out. Yu Sang Tian experienced Lu Yin's strength and was severely injured. Yuya had seen that moment from afar, but he hadn't experienced it himself. Now, he experienced it for himself. The blood pagoda shattered. The loud sound almost shattered the dark golden cloud. Yuya understood Yu Sang Tian's words at that moment. Lu Yin was unstoppable. The shattered blood pagoda reflected Lu Yin's cold face. He stared at the dark golden cloud. He wanted those consciousnesses. Reverse mortal dust, Yuya growled. Reverse mortal dust could reverse the flow of all the opponent's power. Yuya had used this move to severely injure Lu Yin and the others outside Tian, Quebec. He wanted to use it as a trump card to capture Lu Yin, but he had failed in the end. Lu Yin had been staring at Yuya. When reverse mortal dust was used, he also used Kanyang, burning his martial arts. In the past, Lu Yin had definitely not been Yuya's match. But now, his comprehension of karma had long since surpassed that of Yuya's. Every time he performed a divination, he would be able to see the world clearly. The setting sun had burned away mortal defying. Although it had not been able to completely destroy mortal defying, it had still managed to weaken the reverse flow of mortal defying's power until it was finally contained. Yuya was shocked, and he stubbornly held on to the blood pagoda. Was Yuya weak? Of course not. His consciousness could control a powerhouse who had crossed bitter adversity, and his soul could withstand Lu Yin's peak strength without being completely shattered. His battle techniques could reverse the situation. He was not weak at all. However, he was facing Lu Yin, a powerhouse who could escape from an eternal realm being and who could destroy the spring and autumn scroll alone. Boom! Another loud sound rang out as the blood-red tower completely shattered. Lu Yin grabbed at the dark golden cloud. Boundless sequence particles suddenly surged out from the dark golden cloud. Yuya had comprehended and used his sequence laws to attack. He picked up the next weapon, becoming his second hidden power after his soul. He could see far from high. This was Yuya's sequence laws, and it was his comprehension. The higher one stood, the further one could see. The moment the moon edge's sequence particle touched Lu Yin, he couldn't suppress a certain desire in his heart. It was magnified infinitely, and a desire to destroy and conquer everything blinded his eyes. His gaze turned cold. The Rujin Sutra allowed his heart to move and his body to remain motionless. Whoosh! The sequence particles were all scattered, and Yuya despaired. This was his last bit of strength, and he did not hope to defeat Lu Yin. He only wanted to rely on his comprehension to reach a higher height and make Lu Yin go crazy. A person's greatest enemy would always be themselves. Regardless of whether it was laziness, tiredness, arrogance, or pain, they all came from within themselves. Although Yuya's sequence laws did not specialize in offense, they were still the most dangerous. He had not expected Lu Yin to use the Rujin Sutra to suppress him and remain as immovable as a mountain, directly scattering the sequence particles. Lu Yin grabbed the dark golden cloud. He had too many ways to deal with the sequence laws, but nothing could shock Yuya more than the power of the ninth firmament universe. Yuya had defeated Rugua and forced Rugua to temporarily give up his position as the god of defense. At this moment, Rugua would be defeated by the Rujin Sutra. This was not the first time Lu Yin had fought Yuya, but this time, Yuya had been defeated miserably. Lu Yin's hand pressed down on the dark golden cloud, and a sword floated above his palm. It was the triple firmament sword intent. It was drawn but not released, but the chill it brought to Yuya was much heavier than Lu Yin's. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3843. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'm useful to you. Lu Yin, I'm useful to you. I'm the strongest thought entity in the Nine Clouds universe. I can help you cultivate your thoughts. Yuya shouted in a voice he had never heard before. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Lu Yin sneered. You want to devour my consciousness, but I also want your thoughts. You should know this. Yuya was terrified. You can't do this. You'll die. Your body can't withstand my thoughts and your consciousness. You should know this. Lu Yin nodded. I know, but someone taught me that by changing the form, I can change the use. Yuya didn't understand. Lu Yin stared at the dark golden cloud and didn't say anything else. He released the starry sky in his heart and directly pressed Yuya into the general appointment platform hell. In an instant, the karma heavenly Tao began to surge. Yuya had lived for too long. Before Yuya's thought entity appeared, his thoughts already existed. He used his thoughts to become a new life form and called himself Yuya. However, this life form had existed for a long time, but Lu Yin didn't know how long it had existed. The general appointment platform hell only cared about the karma of the life form itself. As for whether this karma belonged to the thought entity or Yuya, it had nothing to do with the karma heavenly Tao. Lu Yin had neglected this point. When he saw the karma heavenly Tao surge to an unexpected level, he was shocked. He expected Yuya to be able to increase the karma heavenly Tao by a lot, far more than ordinary bitter adversity cultivators, but it shouldn't be this much. It was so exaggerated that he was speechless. It was still rising. Lu Yin was uneasy. How could it have increased so much? It didn't make sense. Yuya shouldn't have been able to increase the karma heavenly Tao by so much, and it was still increasing. It was almost to the extent that the meteorite had increased the karma heavenly Tao. The meteorite's karma came from a destroyed universe, but how could Yuya have so much karma? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Behind him, Azure Lotus Protector walked out and looked at the skyrocketing karma heavenly Tao in amazement. We guessed correctly. Lu Yin looked back and bowed respectfully. Senior, this is. Others might not be able to see the heavenly Tao of karma, but the Azure Lotus Emperor would definitely be able to see it. Lu Yin did not hide the situation in the Hell of Generals appointing platform. Regent Blue Lotus's expression was calm. Before Yuya was born, his consciousness already existed. That consciousness was vast and powerful. Even though most of it dissipated with the passage of time, the remaining consciousness still created Yuya, the god of defense. Do you understand? Lu Yin was shocked. An immortal realm mind. Qing Lian, you did not deny it. A consciousness that had already mostly dissipated could still give birth to Yuya, the god of defense. One could imagine how powerful the original consciousness was. Only the consciousness of the eternal life realm could explain it. Yuya tried everything he could to attain immortality, but he was not the consciousness itself. It was just that the consciousness wanted to live, so it gave birth to a will to live. This will ensure that the consciousness would not completely dissipate, and at the same time, it subconsciously searched for an opportunity to break through to immortality. To Yuya, it's a breakthrough to eternal life. But to that thought, it's a recovery. Yuya tried everything, but it was still difficult for him to break through to immortality. In the end, he could only rely on devouring consciousness to achieve the power of the eternal life realm. Unfortunately, he could not absorb the consciousness of the life in the consciousness universe until you appeared. Regent Blue Lotus looked at Lu Yin and smiled. Yuya thought that if he absorbed your consciousness, he could merge it with the consciousness and achieve immortality. This method could be realized, but he did not expect you to be so difficult to deal with. He also did not expect that we would not let him succeed. Lu Yin understood. Once he achieved immortality, Yuya would disappear, and the consciousness itself would appear. Regent Blue Lotus nodded and sighed deeply. The dead should just die peacefully. There's no need to cause trouble. An immortal who lives all year round and has seen the vicissitudes of life is completely different from an immortal who dies and tries to revive. The latter is not human. His expression was solemn. Not human, not scolding, but the fear of the latter. If the dead were revived, what would death mean to him? He would no longer have any fear of death. If he did not fear death, he would not care about the death of other creatures. This was quite dangerous. The most direct comparison was between a human and a zombie king. This was a replica of a human and a zombie king. So Yuya should have died long ago. Lu Yin said. Regent Blue Lotus smiled faintly. He should not have died in our hands. Since you want his consciousness, I will give it to you. If you can achieve immortality with it, it will be a good thing for the human race. However, the prerequisite is that you will not be controlled by that consciousness. I have confidence in you. Lu Yin knew that he was in trouble. He had obtained the consciousness. Once he merged it with the consciousness, he might be able to achieve absolute command and increase his combat power. Even if he did not, the increased karma from suppressing Yuya's consciousness would be enough to make up for it. However, he had also killed the revival of an immortal. Senior, do you know the immortal who wants to revive? I don't know. Then do you have any clues about that immortal? Since he is immortal, would he have friends or something? Don't worry. Even if he does, we will stop him. Besides, it is impossible for him to have friends. Immortality is only in theory. Won't he still die? This person's friends are probably all dead. Lu Yin was relieved. Regent Blue Lotus looked at Lu Yin. Knowing this, you are most worried about the immortal himself. That means you are confident that you will not be controlled by that consciousness, right? Lu Yin smiled bitterly. Senior, you flatter me. How can I be confident? It is just that sometimes I have some strange ideas. For example, changing the form can change the purpose. Regent Blue Lotus interrupted. Lu Yin was helpless. He had been overheard and blamed himself for being careless. However, how could he associate Yuya with an immortal? Regent Blue Lotus smiled. I will not ask you how to solve it. Since I am willing to hand Yuya over to you, I naturally have confidence in you. This matter is over. From now on, there is no Yuya in the ninth heaven universe. After saying that, his figure disappeared. As Regent Blue Lotus disappeared, Lu Yin's body fell and returned to the sixth night pillar. This scene was seen by many in the sixth night pillar. Lu Li was shocked. Although there was no aftermath of the battle just now, it was even more shocking. There was an incredible power that blocked their vision. It was obviously an immortal who could block a powerhouse at the perfect stage. Regent Blue Lotus had made his move. That dark golden light must have been Yuya. Lu Yin, Yuya. She thought about how Yuya had been fished up by the ninth heaven universe when he had spiritualized. She thought of something and looked at Lu Yin with even more respect. If the various powers had a way to report to Regent Blue Lotus, then this person had a way to meet Regent Blue Lotus. No wonder he came from Yi High. Swordmaster Taizong did not know whether he should be happy or sad. Yuya was probably gone, and no one could compete with him for the position of head of the Night Pillars. He should be happy, but without Yuya, he would not be able to get Lu Yin to help him obtain the qualifications to participate in the battle. Furthermore, Yuya had once been the imperial deity. Jian Hong retracted his gaze. Some people were destined to be unreachable. Only those in the sixth night pillar knew about this battle, but no one had actually seen the battle. They only knew that after this battle, the way they looked at Lu Yin changed. Lu Yin landed on the sixth night pillar without being disturbed. He waited quietly. 10 days later, he took a deep breath and released his karma heavenly Tao. The karma heavenly Tao continued to expand, encompassing the cultivators of the sixth night pillar one after another. Eventually, it even extended beyond the sixth night pillar. Lu Yin exhaled, as this area far surpassed anything he had ever covered before. Even the increase in karma from the meteorite could not compare to that from suppressing Yuya. Was this the karma of the eternal realm? It was too vast. The longer one lived, the more they experienced, and the heavier their karma. Yuya's karma was comparable to that of an entire civilization. Under the karma heavenly Tao, Lu Li and Sword Master Taizong were filled with unease. They did not know where this uneasiness came from, but they felt uneasy. The feeling of being able to do as they pleased had disappeared, and a sense of danger forced them to leave the sixth night pillar as far away as possible. Sword Master Taizong did so without even greeting them. Lu Li wanted to leave as well, but she could not. The sixth night pillar was her home. She guessed that this uneasiness was related to Lu Yin, as he was the only person in the sixth night pillar who could make her feel uneasy. Thus, she had to wait, hoping that Lu Yin would not harm them. Even though the azure lotus cultivated karma and covered the karma heavenly phenomenon, almost no one in the ninth heaven universe could sense the power of karma. They were not worthy of the azure lotus taking action. Even Yuya had never experienced the feeling of being controlled by karma. It was like being a marionette that could control its life. Thus, countless cultivators in the ninth heaven universe were grateful to the heavens and wanted to use this opportunity to attract the azure lotus's attention. They were sure that the azure lotus could see them, but no one knew what it felt like to be watched by karma. After a while, the karma heavenly Tao retracted. Lu Li heaved a sigh of relief. Her back was drenched in sweat. Jian Hong was slightly better than Lu Li. He was arrogant and believed that he had obtained 30% of the world's sword intent. This was not only arrogance, but also a goal. He could take his basket and escape from the seventh night pillar. Even if the sixth night pillar gave up, he would not give up. His willpower was far stronger than Lu Li's. The weaker one's cultivation, the less they would feel controlled by karma. This was especially true for cultivators who had not even reached the emissary realm. They did not feel anything at all. On the other hand, the sun beasts in the underground trembled slightly. Ever since the meteorite had caused Lu Yin's karma heavenly Tao to skyrocket, even if a powerhouse who had crossed bitter adversity was forced into the appointment platform hell, the release of karma would be completed quickly. However, Yuya had taken more than 10 days. Lu Yin did not know when it had started, but his insufficient karma had caused him to lose his sense of security. Perhaps it was when he had relied on karma and the eternal substance to escape from the eternal realm creatures. Lu Yin had been constantly thinking about increasing his karma, and now that he had achieved it, it felt unreal. Sometimes, the more one obtained, the more uneasy one felt. It was as if he had snatched away an eternal realm powerhouse's lifetime experience. Lu Yin was silent for a long time before releasing Yuya from the appointment platform hell. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3844. The dark golden cloud was boiling to the point of almost burning, which surprised Lu Yin. Yuya's condition was different from the others who had been pushed into the hell of general appointing platform, and he understood after some thought. Most people who were pushed into the hell of general appointing platform would experience the past and tear open their scars. Only consciousness lifeforms did not care about these so-called experiences. Yuya was not a life form, he was a consciousness. Consciousness did not exist in history and only existed in the present. What he had experienced in the hell of general appointing platform would not cause him pain, it would only cause him to think endlessly, causing his consciousness to boil to the point of almost burning. Luin did not know if he was in pain or numb, or if he did not care. Just think about it. What would it feel like to think about something for more than 10 days until one's head was about to explode? Luin did not care about how Yuya felt. He enveloped the dark golden cloud with the space in his heart. Under the sky palace, his consciousness was suppressed, and Yuya suddenly shouted, "It's real this time." "Luin, what do you want?" "I can help you become the god of defense and help the Tian Yuan universe avoid being rebooted." "You can't kill me." The giant palm landed and slammed into the dark golden cloud. The terrifying power immediately dispersed the dark golden cloud, causing it to turn into a dark golden stream of light that scattered in all directions. However, no matter where it landed, it could not leave the region of space where Lu Yin's heart was. At the same time, Lu Yin's 9 heavens transformation collapsed. He took the initiative to erase the 9 heavens transformation and spread out his consciousness to search for the dark golden consciousness and grab it. Suddenly, a strange scene appeared in the space in Lu Yin's heart. The stars rotated, and the astral energy and consciousness planets caused the other stars to rotate rapidly. The skyfall cascade was swept up, and a 3-colored storm of soil blew across the land. Green sprouts danced in the wind, and endless power circulated in the sky. There was a hidden array, and the wordless heavenly book hung high in the sky. The divine seal catalog bloomed with golden light, and along with the dark golden consciousness, it was as if a dark golden meteor shower had descended upon the sky. Along with the dark golden light, streaks of dark consciousness entangled with the consciousness and collided with it, causing the sky to emit countless sparks. The dark golden and black continued to collide, falling onto the stars in a dazzling display. Lu Yin's expression did not look good. What was going on? He could not catch it. The progenitor and Yuya had both said that he could not seize the consciousness with his physical strength. Yuya could walk this path, but he could not. However, Che had reminded Lu Yin that he could change his state and use. He thought of dispersing the memories in his consciousness so that he could approach the palace without having to bear the pressure of the memories. Now, he also wanted to separate his thoughts and use his consciousness to grasp them one by one, continuously fusing his consciousness and thoughts. He didn't have to succeed all at once, but any success would give him the power to fuse his consciousness and thoughts together and attack. This was also inspired by the immortal matter. He did not need to fuse with all of Yuya's thoughts at once. As long as he could seal them and fuse them with the corresponding consciousness, he would be able to obtain the power that Yuya yearned for even in his dreams. Even Shangyu did not want Yuya to succeed in order to prevent the resurrection of the dead eternal life realm expert. One could imagine how powerful his words were. However, Lu Yin had failed at the first step. He could not catch the consciousness. These thoughts were constantly scattered, but each of them seemed to have an independent life. Under Lu Yin's control, each of these scattered consciousnesses surpassed the thoughts that he wanted to capture, but they were constantly toyed with by the thoughts and could not be captured at all. It was like a stupid strong man catching a weak but smart monkey. Sparks kept colliding in the starry sky near Lu Yin's heart, like an unprecedented fireworks dance. Lu Yin, you failed. Ha ha ha. A malicious mocking voice came from a dark golden light. Then, there were continuous voices mocking Lu Yin. Who do you think you are? You want to use the power of words. Ridiculous. You deserve to die. I curse you to die a horrible death. Ha 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 ha, countless voices echoed, and each dark golden light was a Yuya. The voices were full of hatred and roaring, cursing and swearing. Lu Yin watched calmly as the consciousness and consciousness collided. He could catch the consciousness with his strength, but what was the use? In the end, he still had to merge the consciousness with the consciousness. If his consciousness could not catch the consciousness, he would fail. Come, catch me. Can you catch me? Is this the essence of your strength? You are finished. I am going to destroy you. You are dead. Lu Yin, I will make you live a life worse than death. Streaks of dark golden light crashed into the stars, especially the divine power planets and continents. But as the infinite power swept across, the dark golden light was pushed away. Some of the dark golden light crashed into the ordinary stars, but those stars were from Lu Yin's Sirius art. With the activation of the art of Sirius, the dark golden light was swept away. Yuya was already a stray dog. His strength was constantly being scattered by the consciousness. It was easy for Lu Yin to erase these consciousness. But it was a pity. How could he catch the consciousness and merge it? Yuya's cursing and swearing filled the starry sky. Lu Yin put his hands behind his back and closed his eyes, listening quietly. That was all Yuya could do. Cursing and swearing was a sign of incompetence. As time passed, Yuya's cursing became worse and worse. His words were full of malicious words. In comparison, Miao Wu Wang's cursing and Yu Seng Tian's sounded like praise, but Lu Yin heard something different. Yuya's consciousness was changing. In the starry sky, the dark golden light was constantly being scattered. The more scattered it was, the harder it was to control the consciousness. Lu Yin's eyes widened. You should have died long ago. Ha 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 ha, you finally can't help but curse me. Is there any use? You can only curse me. If you can erase my consciousness. Lu Yin, you won't. Ha ha ha. Lu Yin's tone was low. Your death has nothing to do with me. It originated from the God of Defense. You have long been on the God of Defense's kill list. Nonsense. I am Yuya, the God of Defense. In the 9 heavens universe, other than the 3 gods, who can do anything to me? Why are you in front of me? Lu Yin shouted. He waved his hand and tore a dark golden light into more than a dozen. Yuya shouted, it's the Blue Lotus God. The Blue Lotus God helped you. Otherwise, you can't do anything to me. It's the Blue Lotus God. Then why were you stripped of your position as the God of Defense? It's the Blood Tower God. The Blood Tower God harmed me. You were captured by the Blue Lotus God. Did the Blood Tower God stop you? Did the Alarmed God stop you? They didn't. They all want you dead. Lu Yin waved his hand again and tore a dark golden light apart. No, why would they harm me? Why would they want to kill me? Because you are useless. You were fished up by me. You are a disgrace to the 9 heavens universe. No, you are despicable. You colluded with that traitor. How could you not be fished up? How could you resist? You shouldn't have resisted. Yuya's words were getting crazier and crazier. He was like a child who was being unreasonable. Lu Yin kept tearing apart the dark golden light. He knew that although Yuya still controlled these thoughts, his ability to think was deteriorating. Thoughts could give birth to Yuya, but they could also make him disappear. If no one did anything to this thought, a new life would be born in the distant future. Perhaps it would be called Yuya or something else. Lu Yin was stripping Yuya of his existence. I am about to succeed. I will definitely be able to merge thoughts into consciousness. Impossible, you will never be able to do it. Thoughts are the method, and consciousness is the direction. What right do you have to decide the method based on the direction? Yuya roared. His words gave Lu Yin a flash of inspiration. He stared at the dark golden light in front of him. So that's how it is. No wonder, so that's how it is. Yuya was right. Thoughts were the method, and consciousness was the direction. In other words, thoughts were the process, and consciousness was the result. Only the process would lead to the result, so how could the result lead to the process? The process was the cause, and the result was the effect. Cause and effect were always the cause before the effect. That was why the withered ancestor had been sealed in the mirage domain. He wanted to reverse karma, but the forbidden zone did not allow it. That was why Qin Yun had attracted Lu Yin's attention. Qin Yun's constitution was also reversing karma. Yuya was able to merge his consciousness with Lu Yin's words because he was the thought. He was the cause, and Lu Yin was the effect. Lu Yin would never be able to merge his thoughts, or else he would be reversing karma. The progenitor had only told Lu Yin that his body could not bear it, but he had not told him about the karmic relationship between thoughts and consciousness. The progenitor could not be blamed. He had not comprehended karma, nor had he cultivated his thoughts and consciousness. Naturally, he would not have thought of this. If not for Yuya's reminder, Lu Yin would not have been able to figure it out either. He stared at the streaks of dark golden light as he listened to Yuya's curses. Normally, Yuya would not have reminded Lu Yin, as he knew that Lu Yin had comprehended karma and would understand. Even if he did not believe that Lu Yin could reverse karma, he would not take the risk. However, the current Yuya was like a child who had lost his will, and he could say anything. The more the dark golden light was scattered, the lower his will would be. Now that he understood the reason, what Lu Yin needed to do was to change this karma. It was very simple, and only Lu Yin and Guardian Blue Lotus could do it. That was to add another result after the process and the result. This result was actually the process from before. It was equivalent to saying that after doing something, one could review the process and reverse engineer the process. Regardless of whether the process was right or wrong, it would still be the same. This way, there would be an additional result, and the process would be the same as before. This was to increase karma. Doing something like this was not as simple as comprehending karma. One had to be able to create karma. Otherwise, how could one add another result? This result was not something that anyone wanted to do, but rather something that had already existed in the past. Lu Yin's eyes darted around, and he looked through the void in his heart, searching for the streaks of dark golden light. Above his head, the divine seal catalog shone brightly and connected with the wordless heavenly tome. Lu Yin pressed down with one hand to create. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3845. There was now an additional karma that only Lu Yin could see between the dark golden light and his consciousness. That karma gradually transformed into a dark golden radiance. This was a process, and the result was once again a process. The result was not the final result, but the process appeared once again. The karma had been formed. His consciousness followed the dark golden light and entwined with the dark golden light, forming a scorching beam that traveled through the void. The scorching beams were the fusion of his consciousness and thoughts. Yuya screamed, "How can this be? My thoughts are decreasing. My thoughts, they've decreased by so much. Lu Yin, what did you do? You can't do it, Lu Yin. Give me back my thoughts. Yuya's screams grew softer and softer. Originally, they were coming from all directions, but in the end, they completely disappeared. Lu Yin looked into the distance as his consciousness and thoughts merged and fell into land. The universe was silent. The next moment, beams of light rose from the dark sky. They came from the consciousness that had merged with his thoughts, and they continuously moved towards his consciousness planet. The consciousness planet began to transform. Originally, the consciousness planet had already surpassed the God Force planet and was the largest planet in the starry sky near the heart. Now, it was still expanding. It was like a colossus lying in the starry sky. Even the God's sealing catalog couldn't cover up its brilliance. Lu Yin could not describe this change. Under the heavenly Tao of karma, his consciousness planet's gentle light constantly distorted the void. It was not the void being distorted, but rather karma being distorted. It seemed to be a power that could resist karma. Lu Yin looked at his consciousness planet as it rotated, and he was momentarily entranced. In the distance, Lu Li approached. Lu Yin put away the star in his heart, and everything returned to normal. He looked at Lu Li in the distance and thought for a moment. His consciousness enveloped her, and his consciousness planet rotated. Lu Li was hesitating about whether or not to look for Lu Yin. Although that uneasiness had disappeared, Lu Yin was the source. She hoped to persuade Lu Yin to join the sixth night pillar. That way, the expedition to the outer universe would be more assured. To be honest, that scene had left a shadow in her heart. If not for the fact that there was no one in the sixth night pillar and that she could not bear to leave this place, she would have left Yuzhou long ago. Although Yuzhou was usually the most peaceful place in the universe, and there was a lot of fighting in the universe, the death rate in Yuzhou was high. Come. Lu Li suddenly heard Lu Yin's voice. The word come wasn't polite at all. Instead, it gave off the feeling of a superior summoning a subordinate. The moment he heard this word, Lu Li was dissatisfied. But for some reason, that dissatisfaction disappeared in an instant and was replaced by a sense of righteousness. It was as if the person who said this word had the right to order him to go and order him to do anything. She walked towards Lu Yin without hesitation and quickly arrived. Mr. Lu, what was that just now? She wanted to know if Lu Yin had really fought with Yuya. Lu Yin looked at her. Are you afraid of death? Lu Li was startled. What do you mean? I think you're afraid of death, Lu Yin said bluntly. Lu Li opened her mouth, instinctively wanting to get angry, but for some reason she couldn't. She felt that Lu Yin's words made sense, she really did fear death. She blurted out, I do. Lu Yin frowned. Not angry. Li Li said, Sir is telling the truth. Why are you angry? Lu Yin shook his head, foolish. Lu Li bitterly said, yes, I'm stupid. I've been guarding the sixth night pillar for so many years, and no one is more stupid than me. Lu Yin stared at her. She felt that everything he said was right. Was this the power of words? You're looking for me. Lu Li's expression changed. I represent the sixth night pillar and would like to ask Mr. Lu to stay. We'll talk about this later. Can you let the fifth night pillar participate as well? Lu Yin asked. This time, he didn't use his consciousness to cover Lu Li. Lu Li sighed. I've already told Sir that the sixth night pillar and the fifth night pillar have had a grudge for a long time. Xiao Tong also came looking for me, but I rejected him. After all, the sixth night pillar doesn't belong to me alone. I hope Sir can understand. Lu Yin covered Lu Li with his consciousness and asked again, can you let the fifth night pillar participate as well? Lu Li looked at Lu Yin, hadn't he already asked? But for some reason, she suddenly felt that it was possible and immediately agreed, I'll think of a way to let the fifth night pillar participate. Lu Yin looked away and sighed, I'll have to trouble you. Lu Li was confused. Why did he agree to it? Impossible. Although it was inconceivable, she hadn't suspected Lu Yin at all. She was sure that she wasn't being controlled. What was going on? After Lu Li left, she tried to think of a way to resolve this matter, but not to let the fifth night pillar participate. Instead, she tried to think of a way to reject the fifth night pillar's participation without angering Lu Yin. After all, she had just agreed to Lu Yin's request. As Lu Yin's consciousness retreated, her thoughts returned to normal. This was precisely why she didn't believe that she had been controlled by Lu Yin. She had only agreed for a moment, and then she had to think of a way to reject him. If she had really been controlled, then a verbal agreement would have been meaningless. even if she had agreed in an inexplicable manner. Lu Yin looked at Lu Li's departing figure with a complicated gaze. Was this the power of a command? No, this wasn't the power of a command. This was a combination of thoughts and consciousness. It was different from the power of a command, but it also contained the power of a command. This was a power that could control people's hearts. Even Lu Li, who was at the peak of coup adversity, couldn't resist it. If Lu Yin's consciousness covered her, she would be able to do anything. It was too terrifying. In that moment, even Lu Yin felt terrified. Yuya could control someone's body through his thoughts, but that wasn't terrifying. Control and destruction were both manifestations of power, but this time, not only was he controlling someone's body, but he was also changing someone's thoughts and consciousness. This was completely different. If he took a liking to someone, he would be able to control that person with his consciousness, and that person wouldn't be able to sense the changes in their body. How terrifying was that? Lu Yi now understood why Yuya couldn't achieve the power of a command. Yuya's heart wasn't right. Even if he hadn't revived that eternal realm powerhouse's thoughts, no one knew what Yuya would do with this power. He wasn't a human, just a thought. His way of thinking was different from ordinary people. If Yuya couldn't achieve it, then what about Lu Yin? The Azure Lotus Emperor had given him a chance to achieve the power of a command, but was this power within the Azure Lotus Emperor's expectations? Lu Yin had concealed the karma of creation, but now he felt that the power of a command was just as terrifying as the karma of creation. It was a power that could change someone's fate. If this power wasn't used properly, it could lead to disaster. Even the Eternal Realm Lord would care about this power. Lu Yin looked up at the sky. Was the Azure Lotus Emperor watching him? Did he already know about the other Blood Tower Imperial and Alarm Gate Imperial? Did he know? If he were them, what would he do? Let him control this power that could change people's hearts. Even someone at the peak of Ku Ai couldn't escape it. He didn't belong to the Zhuxiao universe. If he were them, he definitely wouldn't agree. Suddenly, a chill descended, and Lu Yin seemed to see 3 pairs of eyes staring at him. He guessed right. Someone was indeed watching him. Above the treetop, in the Sea of Yi, the Azure Lotus Emperor looked down at the earth. His gaze fell on the 6th night pillar, and he slowly said, "The essence of a person's life is to fight against desire. Life, death, happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy, everything is based on desire. Only by controlling desire can one control their own life. Now, your desire is infinitely magnified, and you can control the lives of others at will. This is even more terrifying than controlling life and death. So, what will you do? Don't disappoint me." A voice said, "If he can't suppress his desire and changes the fate of others, then don't blame us." Another voice said, "I agreed at first, but I didn't expect him to succeed. Karma is really mysterious. I calculated all the possibilities, but I couldn't see through karma. Actually, karma is the power to change the fate of others. It's also a power that touches the eternal realm. Now, we just gave him an extra power that can affect the eternal realm. Now, he can be considered the 4th person in the Zhuxiao universe. Even Dan Hong and the others are no match for him. They were no match for him long ago. He doesn't lack this power." The Azure Lotus Emperor said indifferently, "You haven't talked about someone like this in a long time. Maybe in the near future, he will talk about someone with us. Such a high evaluation. Don't tell me you like him and want him to be your son-in-law. No wonder you agreed. The Alarm sect is really far-sighted. Love is never within my scope of consideration, but Qingyun will eventually marry." The Azure Lotus Emperor and Xue Ta fell silent at the same time. Lu Yin's existence was very important to the Zhuxiao universe, or perhaps to the human race. Karma was not simple, and it was far from what outsiders saw. Thus, the Azure Lotus Emperor wanted to use the 7 fairies to bring Lu Yin to the Zhuxiao universe. Now, the Alarm sect also wanted to use Qingyun to get Lu Yin. Xueta was unhappy. If Lu Yin could pass this trial, he would become the 4th person in the Zhuxiao universe. No, they couldn't wait. They had to do something. They didn't have to pull him in, but they couldn't fall behind either. Yi Hai calmed down. Time was worthless to the immortal protectors, and they could keep watching Lu Yin. 10 days, half a month passed, and they didn't move. They just kept watching him. Lu Yin sat atop the 6th night pillar and heard the conversation between Lu Li and some of the 6th night pillar's cultivators. She had only asked if they wanted to bring the 5th night pillar along, but all of the 6th night pillar's cultivators had objected. They all angrily rebuked the 5th night pillar's actions. Lu Li had purposely asked for Lu Yin's attention. Lu Yin had a solution. He just had to spread his consciousness and cover everyone. It was simple. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3846. Lu Yin could change the minds of everyone in the 6th night pillar at will and have the 5th night pillar participate in the battle to completely resolve the Tianyuan universe's crisis. He could also control Lu Li alone and have him be the villain who would bear the 6th night pillar's abuse and have the 5th night pillar participate in the battle. As long as he could control people's minds, he had plenty of ways to do so. However, he did not do so. He simply sat on the side of the broken piece of land and watched the cultivators visit from time to time, hesitating over whether or not to join Yu Zhuxiao. With a single thought, these people would all join. He did not care whether they joined Yu Zhuxiao or not, but the ability to change everyone's minds with a single thought was too tempting. He had wanted to try it many times, but in the end, he had not done so. Everyone had their own choices for survival, and others had no right to interfere with their own lives. One could deprive others of their lives, but they could not deprive others of their ability to think for themselves. This was challenging the bottom line. Enemies were one thing, but how could ordinary cultivators be interfered with? They had not done anything. They were independent beings with their own dignity, their own concerns, and their own families. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Yin had been looking at the ground the entire time, listening to the cultivators discuss whether or not to join Yu Zhuxiao. Lu Li had tried to approach Lu Yin several times, but had not been able to. He had put the wise silk away, and even Lu Xiyu could not contact him. On this day, he stood up and disappeared, leaving the 6th night pillar. Lu Li had asked to see him, but when she saw the empty ground, she wondered if he had left. She was a little apprehensive. Could he be angry? The bamboo raft, the sunglasses, the drinks, and the strange attire attracted many people's attention, but no one paid him any attention. Everyone discussed him behind his back, calling him a liar. Lu Yin appeared in the mortal city closest to the 6th night pillar. He was still dressed in the same attire as before, flowing with the flow of the water. Wherever he went, he would ask for divination if he was fated to do so. He did not take out the wise silk to contact Lu Xiyu, nor did he care if she tried to contact him. Right now, he only wanted peace of mind. The water continued to flow, and after a few days, it left the city and connected to the next one. No one in the entire city asked him for divination. The appearance of cultivators had allowed many people to see the world clearly. Omnipotence was only a fantasy, and they would rather live peacefully. Lu Yin was not in a hurry. He spread out a piece of white paper and wrote the word, obsession. Everyone wanted to let go of their obsessions, but he wanted to pick them up. If there was no obsession, how could there be adversity? If there was no adversity, how could there be eternal life? He suddenly understood the meaning behind that sentence. The 5 skandhas are all emptiness, transforming all bitterness. A full 3 months passed before someone finally wrote a word for Luin, money. This word again. Mortals' thoughts were very simple. As long as they had money and lived well, it was fine. This wasn't greed, it was precisely not greed. Another half a year passed in the blink of an eye, and more people sought out Luin for fortune-telling. Luin was able to change many people's minds, and he didn't rely on his words to enforce the law. Instead, he gained a broader understanding of the world. He felt more and more that his existence wasn't just because he was alive, but also because he was helping others see the world, experience it, and comprehend it. Perhaps this was the meaning of life. I want to do some calculations. A middle-aged man walked slowly along the riverside, not even looking at Luin. It was as if he was talking to the air. Luin looked at the man, who had a dispirited expression. The stubble on his face was a mess, and his eyes were cloudy. His clothes were dirty, and he seemed to be shrouded in a dark haze. That person was a cultivator, and he was an emissary. He was very ordinary in the continent of the 9 clouds, but in the Tian Yuan universe, he could be considered a strong cultivator. Of course, in this mortal city, he was a high and mighty figure. Luin didn't know why he had become like this. "All right, go ahead," Luin said. The man wrote in the air, and the air was frozen into the word li. Luin raised his brows. This was the first time someone had sought him out for this word. He had thought that this person would write the word love. No matter how he looked at it, this person seemed to have fallen into the word love. The man still didn't look at Luin, and he walked slowly along the river. Along the way, people saw him and hurriedly avoided him like a snake. Luin listened to his surroundings, and when the man appeared, there was a lot of discussion. It's been 9 years, and he's still here. Are all celestials so infatuated? But Kuan Yang won't go with him. Why can't he see through her? If only the celestial liked me. I'd be willing to go with him. You can go. You're not married, but Kuan Yang can't. At Lu Yin's fingertip, a karmic spiral shot towards the man, piercing through him and revealing images. This person was called Yuanhua, and he was a cultivator from far away. He had once wanted to join the 6th Night Pillar, but he had been chased down by his enemies and landed in this city with heavy injuries. He had been rescued by a woman called Kuan Yang, and the two had developed feelings for each other over time. However, Kuan Yang was a married woman. Even though her husband had died many years ago and she could have remarried, the rules of this city forbade her from remarrying. This was because this city had been built by a clan, and it had a large population. Although it was called a city, it was more like a clan. It was just a mortal clan with a large population. The rules of this city forbade women from remarrying. Once they were married, they would have to stay for the rest of their lives. There were many women in this city who had lost their husbands, and they lived their lives alone. At most, they could raise a child. Kuan Yang had developed feelings for an outsider and wanted to leave, but the people in the city naturally did not allow it. They could not stop Yuanhua, but Kuan Yang herself did not want to leave. She had been born in this city, and although her surname was an outsider's, this city was still her home. There were many people she was familiar with here, and there were many people she missed. If not for her feelings for Yuanhua, her life here would have been quite good. Yuanhua had wanted to forcefully take her away, and he had displayed his strength to intimidate the entire city. No one dared to say a word, but the gazes of the people in the city made it difficult for Kuan Yang to leave. She could not leave, as those gazes were filled with coldness and disgust. It was as if she was a traitor. Strength could be used to seize life and death, but it could not change a person's heart. In the end, Yuanhua was unable to take Kuan Yang away. She continued to live in the city, just like before. She did not leave, and the people in the city did not make things difficult for her. They could see that she had feelings for the city, and they did not dare to make things difficult for her because of Yuanhua. Yuanhua did not leave either, and he stayed in the city to accompany Kuan Yang from afar. Just like that, 9 years passed. He did not know what he should do. He could not let go of his feelings for Kuan Yang, but he could not forcefully take her away either. Kuan Yang was just a normal person, and her appearance had changed a lot over the past 9 years. She had become more and more unwilling to see Yuanhua, and she had locked herself in her room. Yuanhua did not want her to suffer, but he did not want to leave either. Thus, he had told Lu Yin to leave. Lu Yin had done his own divination before, and he knew that other people's feelings were much more complicated than Yuanhua's. Yuanhua had been waiting for Kuan Yang's courage. Kuan Yang wanted to leave with him, but she could not let go of the city and the people here. She could not let go of the rules and restrictions that she had once had. Lu Yin had seen many things in the world. Different civilizations had different rules, but some rules were not necessarily wrong. It was just that people had different ways of thinking. He lay down on the bamboo raft, his sunglasses darkening the sky. Yuanhua walked beside him on the raft. He didn't believe in fortune-telling, and how could a cultivator believe in such things? All he wanted was to talk to someone. Lu Yin was also a cultivator, and he just wanted someone to help him find a way out or give him a reason to leave. That was all. Is Kuan Yang willing to leave with you? Lu Yin asked. Yuanhua was not surprised that Lu Yin could see through this. After all, Lu Yin was a cultivator, and his cultivation was definitely higher than Yuanhua's. Yes. Then let her leave with you. Yuanhua suddenly stopped and turned to leave. This person could not even find a reason for him to leave. If it was that easy to let Kuan Yang leave with him, then why would Yuanhua have stayed here for 9 years? She will be willing to leave with you, Lu Yin's voice rang out in Yuanhua's ears. Yuanhua pretended not to hear. However, when he saw Kuan Yang run out of her room towards him and tell him that she was willing to leave with him, Yuanhua was stunned. Everyone else in the city was stunned as well, and they all had complicated expressions on their faces. They did not know what to do. They had trapped Kuan Yang for 9 years. Now that she wanted to leave, what were they supposed to do? They could not stop her. Would she still be the same as she had been 9 years ago? However, Kuan Yang did not even look at those gazes. She just hugged Yuanhua affectionately. Let's go. Yuanhua turned to look at the river, where Lu Yin was smiling at him. It was him. He must have changed Kuan Yang's mind, but how had he done it? There were ways to control others in the cultivation world, but was this necessary? Senior, what do you want? Yuanhua regretted his actions. What was this person's goal? Why was he controlling Kuan Yang? Lu Yin replied, since you want to take her away and she's willing to leave with you, then just leave. What's the point of asking? Yuanhua did not understand. What does Senior want? Please be direct. I don't need anything. Just take her away, Lu Yin said. Yuanhua's eyes flickered as he looked at Kuan Yang, who was still hugging him. He gritted his teeth and flew into the distance. Within the city, everyone was silent. He really left. On the bamboo raft, Lu Yin retracted his consciousness. The next moment, Kuan Yang changed her mind. Brother Yuan, please let me go. Yuanhua did not understand. Kuan Yang, you're the one who's willing to leave with me. I know. I'm willing, but I can't let go. Why? It's been 9 years. I've waited for you for 9 years. You shouldn't have waited for me. Let me go back. I'm begging you, Brother Yuan. Kuan Yang returned to the city and ran back to her house, locking the door behind her. The people in the city did not understand what had happened. Yuan Hua ran over to question Lu Yin. Lu Yin retorted, "Why do you have to take her away? Could this city be a cage?" Yuan Hua trembled and stared at Lu Yin blankly. Lu Yin stared into his eyes. "You want to take her away because you want to fulfill an obsession in your heart. You think that taking her away will give her an explanation for your relationship, but have you considered her? She's not willing to leave, and the city hasn't chased you away. Why must you leave? This is her home. Do you hate staying here so much? The fact that you've stayed here for 9 years means that there's no one in the outside world that you care about. If that's the case, why do you want to leave?" Yuan Hua stared blankly at the river. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3847. Your feelings for her are real, but you care more about your own obsession. Then, are you obsessed with your feelings or your personality? Lu Yin asked. Yuan Hua shouted, "No, Kuei Nyang has never left this city. She doesn't understand how vast the outside world is. I want to bring her out to see the world and the universe. I want to accompany her through her exciting life. To her, every flower and blade of grass in this city is the world, every water and wood is the universe. She'll experience her most exciting life the moment she leaves this house. This is the life she wants." "No, no," Yuan Hua roared. "If you bring her around the world and she still wants to come back, what will you do?" Yuan Hua didn't hesitate. "I'll stay here with her for the rest of my life." Lu Yin nodded. "All right, I'll give you an answer." He then used karma to create karma from Yuan Hua's experiences into Kuei Nyang's past, allowing her to experience a portion of Yuan Hua's karma. She could see the vastness of the world and the vastness of the universe. Kuei Nyang walked out of the house once more and found Yuan Hua. "Brother Yuan, I saw the light of Chongbao Mountain. It's beautiful." Yuan Hua was confused. "What are you talking about?" Kuei Nyang smiled beautifully. "I also saw the saber-toothed tiger that you like. It's so cute. I also saw the snacks in Chino City, the waterfall in Meitu, and the lights in Bingqing. I saw the waterfall from the Sea of Karma and the winding sea of golden sand. Brother Yuan, you've experienced all of this, right?" Yuan Hua stared at Kuei Nyang in disbelief. How was this possible? How could Kuei Nyang have seen all of this? He looked at Lu Yin again. Lu Yin looked at her. "Are you still willing to leave with him?" Kuei Nyang raised a hand and caressed Yuan Hua's face. "Brother Yuan, are you willing to stay with me?" Yuan Hua trembled and stared blankly at her. "You want me to stay?" Kuei Nyang smiled and nodded. Yuan Hua's eyes reddened. All right, I'll stay. I'll stay with you." "Thank you, Brother Yuan." Kuei Nyang hugged him tightly. Lu Yin smiled. Yes, this was her persistence. Just that one sentence, "Brother Yuan, are you willing to stay with me?" This sentence was all of his persistence. Yuan Hua wanted to take Kuei Nyang away, but Kuei Nyang couldn't bear to leave this city. They had been entangled for 9 years, tormenting them and the people of this city. Now, he was finally free. Yuan Hua had actually been waiting for Kuei Nyang to let him stay. This was the real reason. This was true misery. Even Lu Yin hadn't been able to see through the pain at first. It was only when Kuei Nyang urged him to stay and Yuan Hua's relief that he saw it clearly. There were so many mysteries in the world. There were so many powerhouses who had crossed the bitter calamity. Each and every one of them said that they had seen through their own bitter calamity. Had they really seen through it? If they could see clearly, even ordinary mortals could pass through, why couldn't they? They simply couldn't see their own suffering clearly. The more they experienced, the more they couldn't see clearly. Even with Lu Yin's current level of cultivation, he still had to rely on the power of the law of words and the creation of karma in order to see through Yuan Hua and Kuan Yang's suffering, let alone others. Therefore, this was the most difficult path to immortality. Only by overcoming the tribulation could one step into eternal life. The people of the world simply could not see their own suffering. However, mortals could pass through it. Lu Yin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Perhaps from the very beginning, cultivation had always been a path of regression, but this was a path that had to be walked. Who in this world wasn't the same? They pursued fame and fortune, but in the end, they became indifferent to it. After walking a circle, they returned to the starting point. However, this circle was not wrong. Cultivation was a circle. Lu Yin had also seen through that his own power of the law of words could never change people's hearts. The creation of karma could not change fate. When he left this city, Kuan Yang and Yuan Hua were still here. They hadn't left, and it was as if nothing had changed. Lu Yin lay on the bamboo pole. Then, what was his obsession? How could he see through his own bitter calamity? He knew that after what had happened with Yuan Hua and Kuan Yang, it would be too difficult for him to see through his own suffering. This was not something that could be determined by his cultivation. What he thought of as his obsession might be the bitter calamity, but it might not be. As he thought about it, he lay on the bamboo raft for 3 days. No matter how many people called out to him, he didn't get his fortune told. It was only after 3 days that he got up and wrote the word Ji. This word would accompany him for the rest of his life. In Yehai, Qinglian Yu retracted his gaze, and a faint smile appeared on his face. The results were better than he had expected. This person seemed to have seen through something. Some things might seem ordinary to ordinary people, but they held extraordinary meaning in their eyes. Even though this person had not cultivated for long, he could still see through these things. He was indeed worthy of being the chosen one who had comprehended karma. Now, he could let go of his desires. Another year passed, and it had been 2 years since Lu Yin had left the 6th night pillar. In the Tianyuan universe, there was an endless sea of insects. From time to time, strange and powerful insects would tear through the void and travel from one parallel universe to another. Battles would break out from time to time, and human cultivators would use their own power or technology to destroy the sea of insects. They could usually clear out a few parallel universes, but those parallel universes would quickly be occupied by the insects again. Miao Wu Wang sat on a broken planet. He watched as the ground beneath his feet split apart and dissipated into the starry sky, crashing into another planet. He lay on the ground and thought of what happened in the square inch. Was this what that guy meant by peace? A few years ago, he had crossed the core space and arrived in the Tianyuan universe. The first thing he saw was an endless sea of insects. He had thought that this was a characteristic of the Tianyuan universe and that these insects might have been reared by the Tianyuan universe's experts. However, he had been wrong. When he had entered the Tianyuan universe and encountered these insects, he had been drowned by the endless sea of insects. Even though these insects posed no threat to him and he could wipe them all out with a wave of his hand, there were just too many of them. Occasionally, a few powerful ones would pop out. Some of these insects were weak, but their methods were strange and disgusting. Some of them looked disgusting to begin with. In the process of killing these insects, he had finally found someone from the Sky sect, but he had been mistaken for an insect. If not for the fact that these people knew Lu Yin and treated him as their master, he would have killed them all. He had followed them to the Sky sect, and it had to be said that the Sky sect was very grand. Its presence was no weaker than the realm beyond heaven. The moment he saw the Sky sect, he had subconsciously taken out the virtue banner and was about to hang it up. He had explained everything to the people from the Sky sect and told them about the disaster that had befallen him, but they were extremely wary of him and did not believe him completely. Fine, it did not matter. He had never planned on making them believe him in the first place. As long as he could hang up the virtue banner, he could do whatever he wanted in the Tianyuan universe. Did he care what the people of the Tianyuan universe thought of him? However, he had underestimated the Sky sect. There was someone called Lu Yuan who clearly only had the strength of a primordial realm expert, but he was actually on par with him. He was confident that he could defeat Lu Yuan. In terms of battle prowess, Lu Yuan was powerful, but he was nowhere near Lu Yin's level. There were so many primordial realm experts in the spiritualized universe, and Miao Wuhuang believed that he was only second to Yu Sang Tian and Wu Huang in the spiritualized universe. However, Lu Yuan could actually use his innate gift to create a large group of experts. What general appointment platform? What divine investiture catalog? What baffling names! The strength of the experts he created was only a so-so, but there were so many of them that he actually struggled to take them down. Lu Yuan was definitely a genius to be able to match Miao Wuhuang as a primordial realm expert. He had a rather terrifying battle sense. Once he advanced a step further and increased his strength through Kuai, Miao Wuhuang really had no confidence in being able to suppress him. Afterwards, someone called the ancient god returned and clashed with him, but Miao Wuhuang was actually unable to do anything. This ancient god relied on something called the Battle Force Mastery Realm, but Miao Wuhuang was actually unable to do anything to him. What the hell? Afterwards, someone called Jiang Feng appeared, and Miao Wuhuang's days began to dim. Jiang Feng's battle prowess was strange and terrifying, such that Miao Wuhuang was unable to fight back at all. He felt powerless, like he was facing Yu Sang Tian. No, even more powerless. He did not know what was going on. Afterwards, his virtue banner was confiscated, and he was even forced to swear an oath to help the Sky sect fight the insects. He had never thought that this would happen. Didn't they say that there were no experts in the Tianyuan universe? Didn't they say that it was very peaceful? Didn't they say that the ones left behind were the elderly, women, and children? Why didn't those top experts go to the spiritualized universe? Why did that Jiang Feng stay here? To the spiritualized universe to discuss Yu Sang Tian. It was as if he had stayed here to discuss Miao Wuhuang. Miao Wuhuang was truly disgusted. The insects disgust him. Those from the Sky sect disgust him. He did not want to fight at all. He turned around and buried himself in the ground. No one would be able to find him. At most, he would just hide like in the spiritualized universe. The wireless goo vibrated. Miao Wuhuang glanced at it and did not pick it up. The wireless goo continued to vibrate. He was impatient and was about to put it away when his eyes suddenly widened. Wu Jiang had returned. At the border of the spiritualized universe, a figure suddenly charged through the door and headed towards the spiritualized universe. Many cultivators tried to block him, causing the starry sky to crack. Too many cultivators were bleeding. This person risked his life to barge in. It was Calamity. Calamity took out the insect nest and threw it into the depths of the spiritualized universe. He fled in another direction with blood at the corner of his mouth. The mission is completed. I really hope to see the day when the insects appear in the spiritualized universe. Ha 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 ha, time continued to pass. It did not stop because of a single person or a single event. In the blink of an eye, 10 years passed. Lu Yin was already very famous on that river in the eastern divine region, and countless people had come here to ask for his calligraphy and divination. After 10 years, Lu Yin seemed to have forgotten all his troubles. He watched each person go through their own experiences, felt their troubles, and experienced the myriad facets of the world. There was a template for happiness. Everyone seemed to have the same template, but everyone was different in their own way. Regardless of whether they were powerful cultivators or mortals, emotions were fair to everyone. They would be happy, sad, angry, or regretful. These 10 years did not seem to be of much use to Lu Yin, but they also seemed to be very useful. He wanted to pick up his obsession, but in the end, he let go of it. He did not see through anything, but he seemed to have understood something. Some things were better left to nature. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3848. On this day, the river suddenly stopped flowing. The women washing clothes by the river were surprised. They all discussed this. The river had never stopped flowing since the beginning of history. Mortals could not see the source or the end. Now that it had suddenly stopped, they felt uneasy. Afterwards, the wind changed. The sky remained as clear as before, but they felt dizzy. Did the clouds drift a little faster? Did the sun set a little faster? Fish leapt into the water. They were very lively. Smoke and fire rushed into the sky in the cities. The wind was clearly very strong, but it was unable to disperse the smoke. Cultivators opened their eyes one by one in the mountains and forests. They walked out and looked at the world. What had changed? Strange. They felt like everything was clear. It was as if something had blocked their vision in the past, but it had recovered now. However, the sky was still the sky, and the earth was still the earth. Cities, forests, mountain ranges, and the distant sixth night pillar. No matter what cultivation level the experts were at, they all had the same feeling at this moment. The curtain that blocked their view of the world had been lifted. However, they still saw the same world after the veil was lifted. Breaking through to the primordial realm. Lu Li was surprised. Jian Hong arrived nearby and gripped his sword. This is the feeling of breaking through to the primordial realm, but why can we sense it? Another person arrived in the distance. It was a primordial realm expert. He was surprised. You can sense it too. This is clearly breaking through to the primordial realm, but only you can sense it. Others will only feel pressure. What's this? We can sense just who is breaking through to the primordial realm. That's impossible. Lu Li frowned. That's impossible. If we can sense it, their battle prowess must be extremely great. How can they only break through to the primordial realm when they're so powerful? Can this person overwhelm us in terms of the laws of the sequence? The people who heard that did not believe it. It was possible for someone to overwhelm a primordial realm expert with a cultivation of the laws of the sequence. The supreme geniuses of the Prodigy Pavilion should be able to do that if they cultivated step by step. It might even be possible for them to overwhelm Dooku. After all, some primordial realm experts possessed the same battle prowess as Dooku, but it was impossible for them to overwhelm Lu Li, who had reached great perfection. Reaching great perfection and Dooku were two completely different concepts. Who could do something like that? Lu Yin's figure flashed through their minds, but they quickly rejected it. In their opinion, Lu Yin was definitely a top powerhouse who had reached the great circle of the bitter adversity realm, and not the so-called ancestor realm that he appeared to be on the surface. How was this possible? To break through to the primordial realm, one had to rip open the beginning of the universe and breathe in that breath. Afterwards, the laws of the sequence would counterattack and forcefully suppress it, preventing it from approaching the primordial realm. Only then could one break through. This was the process, and the result was the feeling of clarity at the beginning of the universe. That kind of clarity could only be felt when one achieved a breakthrough. No one had ever heard of anyone else being able to feel it. It was as if the beginning of the universe had replaced the stars and reversed time and space. This was impossible. This feeling continued to spread, first to the sixth night pillar, then to the entire eastern region. In the Sea of Yi, the Green Lotus Regent was astonished. To think that they would spread it to such a large area. They are not stingy at all. Xingmen's voice rang out, if an expert of the laws of the sequence uses this opportunity to breathe in, it's not impossible for them to break through to the primordial realm as long as they can endure the backlash of the laws of the sequence. Xue Ta's voice rang out as well. It's beneficial to cultivators, but it's even more beneficial to ordinary people. This is enough to cure many people of their illnesses. This child doesn't seem to have any great enmity towards our nine heavens universe. Xingmen said, it's not that he doesn't have any enmity, but that he surpasses all enmity. Xue Ta praised, only by reaching the level of transcendental eternal life can you cast your gaze across the entire universe and not just focus on temporary gains and losses. The Green Lotus Regent smiled. You overestimate him too much. If he really could reach our level, why would he care about the Tian Yuan universe? Actually, we've been too heartless. That's how it is after living for so long. You've become indifferent to everything. It's pretty good that he's like this. You don't have to worry about him being controlled by his desires anymore, right? Said the Green Lotus Regent indifferently. Xingmen said, desires are still necessary. That girl Qing Yun has to get married one day. Xue Ta was displeased. Don't always talk about your family's matters. Xingmen snorted coldly. The Green Lotus Regent stared below. I'm curious how a mere breakthrough to the primordial realm will transform him. Everyone transforms differently after breaking through, but he's almost at the peak. His words are the law, and he can combine karma. Coupled with the fact that he can borrow the eternal substance, he's equivalent to half an eternal life realm expert. He's the fourth person in the nine heavens universe. What else does he want? That's not necessarily true. Let's see. In the eastern region, Lu Yin looked up at the sky on the bamboo raft on the river. Shouts rang out in his ears. Sir, this is what I wrote. Please take a look at it for me. Sir, I'm here to greet you. This is what I wrote, and there's a reward attached. Please take a look at it. May I know where you've been cultivating? The Hong family of the Southern Islands is willing to hire you as an elder. Lu Yin smiled. 10 years of mental journey was very short, but it was enough for now. The next time might be when he was going through hardships, or he might have comprehended something before he would read his fortune again. He retracted his gaze and looked around. I'm not fated to be with you all. Please return. If you can wait until the bamboo raft rises again, then you and I are fated to be together. Someone panicked. Sir, I'm from the Hong family of the Southern Islands. Have you heard of them before? Us. Before he could finish speaking, Lu Yin took a step forward and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already standing in the sky. He raised a hand and flicked his finger, causing ripples to appear in the void. His eyes lit up as he wrote with his index finger. At the same time, the sky shook and rumbled as if the world was celebrating him. In the nine heavens universe, countless people were shocked. They looked up at the sky. Where did such a huge commotion come from? Following that, words streaked across the sky and fell towards the four regions. Some people tried to snatch the words, but they passed through them. The moment they fell to the ground, various scenes appeared. A Escher word landed outside the eastern region's 4 approaches sword gate. Sword intent sword, but it could not tear apart the word. As the word landed, scenes of Lu Yin becoming the master of the inner verse and outer verse appeared. He fought in the heavens, and the universe was isolated. He established the above heaven sect and became the master of the Tianyuan universe. Lu Xizhan and the others all looked at him. Was it him? The word war entered the southern domain and appeared below the wind wills Qiu-nan. As the Qiu-nan clan's wind howled, the clouds soared into the sky, and the inexplicable sound of drumming filled the air. The battle between Iron Blood Weave and the astral beast domain appeared, and the humans were bathed in blood. The battle between the blazing mist flow zone and flames engulfed the heavens. The battle between the three sovereigns and the 5 zones of calamity appeared. A vengeance word landed in the western region's hidden sky city. Under the gazes of many cultivators who were studying the hidden sky lock-breaking technique, a piece of paper with the surname Lu and 72 lives appeared. The battle at Night King planet appeared, and Lu Yin stepped on the halberd of Xia and slaughtered the Eternals. Within Hidden Sky City, Duke Cheng's eyes flickered, and his face paled. It was him. He had broken through. A human word landed outside the entrance to the northern region of Death Mound. Everyone looked over and saw Lu Yin's statue towering over the Tian Yuan universe. They saw the entire Tian Yuan universe chanting, praying, and worshipping him. They saw him fighting to protect the Tian Yuan universe. They saw him bathed in blood in battle. Zhao Yi was shocked. It was him. A love word landed in the 4th night pillar. Big Sis Battle Group, Astral Combat Academy, Mr. Mu's apprenticeship, the Lu family's return, and meeting Ming Yan for the first time. A time word drew out the river of time. A space word allowed people to see the strings of the sequence. A Yan word allowed the heroic spirits to live forever beneath the 5th tower. A guard word protected the Tian Yuan universe. A Wang word allowed the universe's stars to remain unchanged. Time flowed, and I became eternal. A Shao word, difficult word, words fell from the sky like a meteor shower, crashing down on the continent of the 9 clouds. Someone yelled out, "How dare you disturb the world after breaking through to the primordial realm?" As he said that, he extended his hand, but he suddenly pulled it back halfway. He did not dare to move anymore. At that moment, the person felt like a disaster was about to befall him. He was clearly an expert at great perfection of coup adversity. Who could give him such a feeling? It was a feeling of certain death. Why would this person cause such a great disturbance when breaking through to the primordial realm? Why would the entire 9 heavens universe accompany him and watch his life? Who was this person? He had never seen him in his universe. In the northern region, Lang Ruyu and Si Jiu looked at the scene before them bitterly. Why is it him again? We've already fled to the northern region, so why is he still haunting us? Marshal nephew, how did you offend this person? I didn't, Marshal uncle. I really didn't offend him. I'm just a road sign. In the eastern region, Ming Xiaolong, Ming Xiaoqiu, and the others were shocked. Wan Lu was pale as he stared at the scene in the distance in disbelief. He's broken through to the primordial realm. This person has just broken through to the primordial realm. How is that possible? How can such a person be born in the world? Elder Lu gulped. He knew Lu Yin was very powerful when he was in the sword sect, but he never thought he would be powerful enough to destroy the spring and autumn slip alone. He had only broken through to the primordial realm now. Was this person only an expert of the sequence laws before? No, perhaps he was not even an expert of the sequence laws. Ancestor realm. Unbelievable, unbelievable. That guy from the Qing family must have offended this person. He's finished. This person's strength is shocking. Looking at the disturbance, there's no one else in the entire 9 heavens universe who can fight this person aside from the 3 superiors. The Qing family must be having a headache right now. Inform the entire Spirit Alliance that no one is to offend this person, or it'll be a disaster for our Spirit Alliance. Don't mention the matter from before anymore. Just treat it as if it was done by one of the 5 great sections. What if the Ruojin clan is unwilling? Then let them leave the Spirit Alliance. The Spirit Alliance doesn't want to be destroyed. Fortunately, our Luo family has resolved our grievances with this person. This person was actually an expert of the sequence laws or ancestor realm before. It's unbelievable. Now that he's broken through, he actually dares to cause such a huge disturbance. It looks like our nine heavens universe's superiors aren't a threat to him. This person entered the nine heavens universe from the Sea of Yi, and as expected, he's connected to the Azure Lotus superiors. It's very likely that they're master and disciple. Father, I know even if you don't say it. Those people in the junior palace must be in despair right now. It's time to let them know what a true genius is. Thank you for your tips, brother. I'll add more chapters. Thank you. I've been rather busy these days. My head hurts. I'll add more chapters in a few days. Thank you for your support. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3849. In the fifth pillar, Sword Master Taizong stared blankly at the scene in the distance. He had attacked earlier, slashing at the character, but he suddenly stopped. His sword was shaking. He had a feeling that if he attacked, he would be the one to die. This person had only just broken through to the primordial realm. How could there be such a person? Yuya had completely disappeared. He had disappeared for 12 years. It was indeed Yuya who had fought against this person. He didn't need him anymore. How could he become the Night Chief? If the fifth pillar's target was the Tianyuan universe, how should he face this person? Maybe it would be better if he didn't become the Night Chief. His thoughts were in a mess. Countless people were shocked by the disturbance caused by Lu Yin breaking through to the primordial realm. It meant that Lu Yin had just broken through to the primordial realm, but he could destroy the spring and autumn jade alone. It meant that he was invincible. It also meant that he didn't fear the continent of the nine clouds discovering his true identity. He had nothing to fear. Behind him stood the protector god. From now on, he could do whatever he wanted in the continent of the nine clouds. No one could stop him. It was like the characters that represented Lu Yin's past were announcing his arrival. Everyone's jaws dropped as they stared blankly on the two sides of the river in the eastern region. Breaking through to the primordial realm was already an extremely important person to them. Lu Yin's breakthrough was even more unimaginable. The person from the Hong family of the southern islands rejoiced. He rejoiced that there was nothing wrong with his attitude. Otherwise, how could he still be standing there? This person had shaken up the entire continent of the nine clouds. Lu Yin stood in the sky and gazed at the continent of the nine clouds. He was announcing his arrival. With his strength, there was no need to hide his identity like when he went to the starry sky of trees and the spiritualized universe. He was the lord of the Tianyuan universe, an existence only second to the eternal realm. Upstanding Lotus Protector's attitude was very clear. He supported him. What did he have to fear? He had come with the will of the Tianyuan universe. He looked at the mother tree in the distance and said slowly, I am Lu Yin from the Tianyuan universe. I have come to the continent of the nine clouds this time to protect the Tianyuan universe. His voice spread across the continent of the nine clouds, echoing in the continent of the nine clouds. Many people heard him. No matter what the continent of the nine clouds thinks of the Tianyuan universe, whether you ignore it or look down on it, Lu Yin, am here. If you see me as your friend, then you are my friend. If you see me as your enemy, then you have nothing to fear even if the entire world becomes your enemy. The human race will protect the world. I, Lu Yin, will not shirk my responsibility. Whether it's the continent of the nine clouds, spiritualization, or Tianyuan, I will protect my friends with my life, and kill my enemies without mercy. If anyone wants to make things difficult for the Tianyuan universe, I'm right here. I can bury all my enemies. In the name of Tianyuan, I will enter the continent of the nine clouds. I hope the continent of the nine clouds acknowledges me. I, Lu Yin, am endlessly grateful. His voice resonated in the air. The whole continent of the 9 clouds remained silent. Apart from the Supreme God, nobody had ever silenced the entire continent of the 9 clouds. Whether it was the great powers of eternity, heaven and earth, or the warmongers of Yujiuxiao, they were all shaken by Lu Yin's domineering aura. What he said showed his respect for the continent of the 9 clouds. He wanted to advance and retreat with the continent of the 9 clouds. He was challenging the continent of the 9 clouds. Who could be his enemy? He could bury anyone who wanted to harm the Tianyuan universe. It was too domineering. Looking at the whole continent of the 9 clouds, how many people cared about the 3 universes? Most of them ignored the 3 universes. Some were even full of contempt and disdain, like Qian Shu. They thought that the creatures of the 3 universes should not enter the continent of the 9 clouds. It was an insult to the continent of the 9 clouds. Lu Yin wanted to suppress this prejudice with his own strength. He wanted to suppress the continent of the 9 clouds with his own strength. One had to know that his words would be heard by the superior deities. If a superior deity found him an eyesore and wanted to attack him, what would he do? This was the question everyone was thinking about and waiting for the answer. Yi Hai and the Blue Lotus Supreme God were stunned. He had not expected Lu Yin to be so domineering. He had directly challenged the entire continent of the 9 clouds. This was too arrogant. But apart from them, it seemed that no one in the continent of the 9 clouds was his opponent. He knew very well that Lu Yin was the 4th master in the continent of the 9 clouds. Even if the 3 universes were included, and at most, Master Grass was added, he would still be in the top 5. He's too arrogant. Jingmin, are you sure you want him to be your son-in-law? He's not easy to train. Xue Ta gloated. Jingmin's voice carried a smile. I like this temperament. Blue Lotus Supreme God shook his head. Young people have no spirit if they don't have a temperament. They have lived for too long, and their temperaments have long been smoothed out. But they have forgotten that Lu Yin is still so young. How long has he lived? A few hundred years. Any cultivator can live longer than him. He is full of personality, just like my 7 female disciples. It's just that some are unruly and some are reserved. These are all personalities. Xue Ta said, we know how powerful he is, but others don't. Some people can't sit still. Jingmin said, but if we don't intervene, they will be afraid. That's true. Why don't we think of a way? As he said that, he suddenly paused and was surprised. A vision. Blue Lotus Supreme God suddenly stepped forward and stared at Lu Yin's position. Behind Lu Yin, the beginning of the universe that he had torn apart was slowly twisting. The scenes were constantly changing, and even they could not see clearly. It was changing too fast. It was the power of time, and the scenes were silhouettes of time. Lu Yin looked back and also saw the changing scene. He was surprised. Every time he broke through, there would be a vision, and it was always that big tree. What would happen this time? As he was thinking, the scene suddenly stopped. Below his feet, water flowed along the void. Lu Yin stared blankly ahead. Was this the river of time? In the eastern region of the 9 clouds universe, countless people who saw this scene were stunned. At first, few people in the Tianyuan universe could recognize the river of time, but there were too many experts in the 9 clouds universe. Blue Lotus Supreme God was surprised. The source of the river of time. In the sky of the eastern region, Lu Yin looked along the river of time and saw a big tree extending continuously. It was like a giant holding up the sky and earth. Every branch of the tree had something hanging on it. Lu Yin knew that those things were turbid treasures. The river of time seemed to flow down from the tree. Looking down from the tree, at the source of the river of time, which was closest to the tree, there were figures going against the current and rushing towards the tree. A passage flashed through Lu Yin's mind. At the beginning of the world, everything was clear, giving birth to the river of time. The clearer things are, the easier it is for them to become turbid. Under the river of time, there are those who go against the current, carrying items from the future. Turbid things are called turbid treasures. This scene was very similar to this passage. There are those who go against the current, carrying items from the future. Lu Yin did not know why, but he subconsciously raised his foot. Light shot through the river of time, going against the current. These people could go against the current, and so could he. Ordinary people could not go against the river of time. Even those in the primordial realm or those who were not proficient in the power of time could not do it. However, Lu Yin just happened to be proficient in the power of time. As he took a step forward, he went against the current. Behind him, Blue Lotus Supreme God, Shweta Supreme God, and Alarmed Gate Supreme God appeared and stared at this scene. "He's going against the past," said Shweta. It was a young man in blood-red robes. His face was sallow, and as he appeared, a boundless sea of blood surged around him. It was like a world that contained everything. It also seemed like there were countless eyes looking at the world. "Lu Yin, come back. Now is not the time," Blue Lotus Supreme God called out. A supreme woman stood to one side. Her face was obscured, and ripples constantly appeared in the surroundings. The ripples connected with each other, forming a door. She was the Alarmed Gate Supreme God. Moving through spacetime, going against the flow of time, walking with the ancients, the pioneer of humanity. Does he know what he's doing? Lu Yin had no idea that the three alarmed protectors had appeared to stop him. He only wanted to follow the river of time and catch up to the people in front of him. He wanted to see who they were and what they wanted to do. He wanted to see what that tree was and why it would always appear in his phenomena. An inexplicable impulse drowned out his rationality. He only wanted to get closer to the tree. The closer he got, the better. With every step he took, he stepped on a streak of light. The light would sometimes turn into a boat that sailed against the current, or it would turn into specks of light that he stepped on. Lu Yin constantly approached those people. His body and presence changed, becoming more and more unfathomable, more and more ancient. It was like he was walking against the flow of time, but time was unable to corrode him. This was clearly not the real river of time and was just a phenomenon, but he could actually be carried against the flow of time. Lu Yin could not understand this feeling. Even the Alarmed Gate Supreme God and the others were stunned. They did not understand how Lu Yin's phenomena could become reality. How could he see scenes from ancient times? No, not just scenes, but reality. To the source of the river of time, what they saw was what had happened in the past. It was just that the people of the present could not chase after the past, but Lu Yin could. The boat of light continued to absorb the time that was not integrated into the river of time and strengthened itself. It carried Lu Yin as it chased after them. Space chased after time, and time assimilated with time. He chased after them to see who they were and why they wanted to go against the flow of time. He also wanted to see what kind of relationship that tree had with him. Finally, Lu Yin caught up to the last person in the group. Lu Yin was getting closer and closer to that person. The Alarmed Gate Supreme God and the others held their breaths. They were people from ancient times, people who could go against the flow of time. Lu Yin had crossed an endless distance and actually caught up to them. These people were definitely not ordinary people. Perhaps each one of them was an eternal life realm powerhouse. No, not perhaps, but definitely. Only eternal life realm powerhouses were qualified to step on this path and become the pioneers of humanity. Lu Yin looked at the last person. He could not see him clearly, as time had blurred him. He raised his hand and grabbed at that person. Alarmed Gate Supreme God shouted, "Don't be rash." Lu Yin's hand fell, but in an instant, time returned to normal. The river of time disappeared, the tree disappeared, and everything disappeared. He stood tall in the sky. The weather was clear, and the sun was shining brightly. If not for the flowing light forming a boat under his feet, he would have thought that it was an illusion. However, it was definitely not an illusion, because he heard a sentence. Which family's brat is so abnormal? This time is a bit too chaotic. Go back and cultivate for tens of thousands of years before coming back. Following this sentence, the river of time and the tree disappeared at the same time. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3850. Lu Yin stood in the sky in a daze as he stared at the empty space in front of him. He did not know how long it had been since the ancients had spoken to him. Would they appear again? Were they the ones who brought the turbid treasure? The sky returned to normal, and the characters that had been scattered throughout the 9 firmaments universe vanished. Everything vanished as Lu Yin broke through to the primordial realm. Breaking through to the primordial realm was even easier than breaking through to the explorer realm. Before this, he would face an origin tribulation every time he broke through, but now, there was none. The origin tribulation came from the primogenitor. Even the primogenitor's combat power was not as high as his. Not to mention that the resources and reserves he'd accumulated at the ancestor realm were too deep, and it was deep to the point that so long as his mental state was sufficient, he could directly enter the stage of overcoming calamity and ascend to eternal life. The only difference between the primordial realm and bitter calamity was a mental state, a process of facing obsession. Although the breakthrough was simple, the shock it brought was incomparable. The time river, the ancient people, the turbid treasures hanging on the tree, the defense god was astonished, let alone the other people of the continent of the 9 clouds. Although Lu Yin was only active in the eastern domain, the entire 9 firmaments universe recognized him. The river regained its flow, but no one on either side of the river could see Lu Yin, even though he was clearly in the sky. Other than Lu Yin, there was also the Azure Lotus Protector. Lu Yin turned around and saw the Azure Lotus Protector. The other 2 protectors had disappeared. He bowed slowly. "Greetings, Senior Blue Lotus Shangyu." The Blue Lotus Emperor praised, "You can control people with your words. You used 12 years to suppress your desire for control and reached the primordial realm. Not bad at all." Lu Yin looked at Teal Lotus Emperor, "Senior, are you sure I can achieve the absolute command?" Qinglian Yu said, "I'm not sure, but I believe in you. You can comprehend karma." Lu Yin smiled bitterly. "My words are law, and I can control people's hearts." He stared at the Blue Lotus Protector. "If I can't suppress my desire and use the law of words at will, what will you do?" Qinglian Yu looked at Lu Yin in silence. A moment later, Lu Yin found out the answer. If he could not control his words, then there would only be one outcome, the same as Yu Ye's. The absolute command was a path that could allow one to climb to the immortal realm. Although it was not immortal realm, it was more terrifying than the immortal realm. They were afraid of Yuya's consciousness and did not allow Yuya to break through. However, they were also reluctant to give up Yuya's consciousness, so they allowed themselves to try it. It was fine if he didn't succeed, but if he did, the desire to control people's hearts would be his greatest test. Lu Yin recalled the 3 gazes he'd felt when he'd used absolute command on Lu Li. They must have belonged to the 3 supreme gods, and they were all staring at him. Although Qinglian Yu treated him well and was even willing to marry the 7 fairies to him, Lu Yin knew very well what would happen if he failed the test. This was the cultivation world, a world of mutual deception. No one would be nice to you for no reason. Of course, the Blue Lotus Protector could not be blamed. He was already very good. Yi Futian had always wanted to obtain Yuya's thoughts. If he did not have this greed, Yuya would not have forced Yi Futian to achieve the absolute command of words. Naturally, this test would not have existed. The trial might not have existed, but Yuya had truly been dealt with by Lu Yin. Lu Yin could have dealt with Yuya much earlier, but he had intentionally left Yuya to Lu Yin. Lu Yin had to accept this favor. He couldn't tell who was right and who was wrong. The only thing he could see was that this was the Ninth Firmament universe, not the Tianyuan universe. You have a grudge? Qinglian Yu asked. Lu Yin smiled. No grudges, no regrets. Qinglian Yu nodded. Cultivation is like walking on thin ice. Whether you have a grudge or not, it's fine as long as you have a clear conscience. You are very good, very good. Although you provoked the entire Ninth Firmament universe with your overbearing words, you also showed your heart to protect the human race. No matter what kind of power you have, it is not excessive. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. What did he mean by this? What did Qinglian Yu see? That was right. Normally, it would be impossible for Lu Yin to fuse with Yuya's thoughts. It was too difficult, so the possibility of that test from the beginning was extremely small. However, Lu Yin had succeeded. How did he succeed? With Qinglian Yu's ability, he might not have been able to see it clearly. He might have already known about the karma of creation. Do you want to reconsider marrying the 7 girls? Qinglian Yu suddenly changed the topic, catching Lu Yin off guard. Lu Yin hurriedly refused. There is no need for that. I already have a wife. Qinglian Yu was helpless. You don't like them. Actually, what you see is only the surface. The 7 girls are very good. You will know in the future. Lu Yin pursed his lips. Very good. He didn't see what was good about them. He could only say that they were normal. By the way, Senior, I seem to have seen Qinglian Yu and Qingmen Yu just now. Lu Yin asked, changing the topic. He had just caught a glimpse of a shadow and didn't really see it clearly. Qinglian Yu said, they came and left. They admire you very much. Admire? The situation in the Ninth Firmament universe was not what he had thought at the beginning. He thought that he would encounter some trouble because he had attracted Eternal Realm monsters from the Tianyuan universe. However, the 3 Supremes seemed to be completely different from what he had thought. When Wu Jiang went to the spiritualized universe, he also thought that he would be besieged, but in the end, he was not. The changes in the world made it difficult to see clearly. It could only be said that if he wanted to see the situation clearly, he must have a big picture. All his guesses about the future were just guesses about the current situation, not the truth. From the beginning, he felt that the Ninth Firmament universe was plunder. Coupled with Yuya's fishing, he thought that the Ninth Firmament universe was the opposite. Yu Sang Tian and Master Qingcao's helpless protection of the spiritualized universe made him feel the same way. However, only when he really came to the Ninth Firmament universe could he see some things clearly. Without plundering the resources of the spiritualized universe, how could the powerful Ninth Firmament universe be? How could the Ninth Firmament universe be able to fight against the outside world? Strength could be not used, but it could not be without. If he looked beyond the current universe and looked at the Ninth Firmament where humans were, spiritualized in Tianyuan, then what the Ninth Firmament universe did was not necessarily wrong. At least, he allowed the spiritualized and Tianyuan humans to survive. This was the big picture. Perhaps one day, he would only look at the big picture. Just like Qinglian Yu, he did not care that he was from the Tianyuan universe. As long as it was worth it, he could even eliminate the Supremes of his own universe. Would he have such a big picture? If one day he really had to sacrifice the Tianyuan universe, what would he do? According to his temperament, he would rather sacrifice the spiritualized universe or the ninth firmament universe. The big picture came from generosity. Selfishness came from the heart. You have just broken through to the primordial realm. Familiarize yourself with your current power. Don't be in a hurry to comprehend. The more you understand this universe, the heavier the weapon you pick up, Qinglian Yu warned. Lu Yin suddenly bowed deeply to Qinglian Yu. Senior, I have a request. Speak. I would like to return to the Tianyuan universe, Lu Yin said. Qinglian Yu looked at Lu Yin. Sure. Lu Yin hesitated. I would like to borrow your one-leaf lotus to return to the Tianyuan universe. He could return by himself, but he would have to go through the spiritualized universe. Not to mention whether Master Grass would be there or not, just the time alone would take at least a decade. The one-leaf lotus was almost there. As long as Qinglian Yu's karmic phenomenon spread to the Tianyuan universe, he would probably arrive in less than 2 years. Naturally, he was more inclined to this path. It was time to return to the Tianyuan universe. Wu Zhang's return might be able to delay the threat of the hides, but if the immortal master arrived, the Tianyuan universe's current power would not be able to stop him. If he went, there was still room for maneuver. At least he could ensure that all the hives were dealt with before the immortal master arrived, reducing the probability of the immortal master reaching the Tianyuan universe. Qinglian Yu said, there are 2 ways to go to the Tianyuan universe. The first is through the spiritualized universe. The second is through my one-leaf lotus. Lu Yin was excited. But you won't be able to use it. Lu Yin's heart sank. Why? Qinglian Yu said, it's not that I don't want to, but on the way to the Tianyuan universe, there's an eternal realm creature blocking the way. Although it can't see karma, it can stop the one-leaf lotus with its eternal realm strength. Lu Yin was surprised. An eternal realm creature. What does it look like? Qinglian Yu slowly described the appearance of the eternal realm creature. Lu Yin knew that it was the eternal realm monster, but why was it on the way to the Tianyuan universe from the Zhuxiao universe? He had come to the Nine Clouds universe because of the eternal life stage monster and Master Green Grass. However, he had come to Yihai because of Blue Lotus Emperor. Blue Lotus Emperor must have known that he had led the eternal life stage monster to the gate of heaven. Now, the monster was blocking the way to the Tianyuan universe. Was it Blue Lotus Emperor's punishment? Lu Yin's thoughts were in a mess. If the Azure Lotus Protector could block the path to the Tianyuan universe, then the path to the spiritualized universe would definitely not work either. The Azure Lotus Protector would not allow Lu Yin to leave the Ninna Firmament's universe. Are you worried about the Tianyuan universe? Qinglian Yu asked. Lu Yin bowed. Yes, the Tianyuan universe is in danger. Since my one-leaf green lotus can reach the Tianyuan universe, you should know why. The Tianyuan universe is one of the 3 universes. We will not let anything happen to it easily, Qinglian Yu said. Lu Yin was relieved. Yes, he cared about the Tianyuan universe because it was his hometown. However, Qinglian Yu also cared because the Tianyuan universe was useful to the Zhuxiao universe. It was both a barrier to the spiritualized universe and a barrier to the Zhuxiao universe. Lu Yin still had many questions, but Qinglian Yu had already left. He could not stop him. Looking down, many people had gathered on both sides of the river. More and more people were arriving. Some bowed respectfully, while others kowtowed, wanting to take him as their master. Lu Yin thought of his disciples. He did not know how they were doing. After breaking through to the primordial realm, Lu Yin's own rules did not allow him to get close. In fact, he could have done it with the starry sky in his heart, but the rules of the primordial realm were completely different. That was achieved with his own combat strength. Now, He had become a rule that could not bear the weight. It was as if he was above the world, ignoring some rules. It was a strange feeling. It did not help his combat strength, but he was free from some kind of restriction. There must be a reason for a person's cultivation to follow the path of the primordial realm. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3851. Ascending to the primordial realm meant overcoming adversity and gaining immortality. Lu Yin took the first of the final 3 steps. His physical strength had grown much stronger. When the ancient god had broken through to the primordial realm, his battle force had broken through to the palm realm and reached the palm god realm. Lu Yin had long since reached the palm god realm, and while his battle force had not changed, his physical strength had. Even he himself did not know how strong he was now. If only Mo Shang was here, he would give it a try. He looked at the horizon and wondered if the words he'd said when he'd just broken through would cause trouble in the Nina Firmament's universe. Of course, it was a good opportunity to test his strength. It had been 12 years since he'd left the 6th night pillar, and this was the first time Lu Yin had taken out the nostalgia to contact Lu Xiyu. The 7 fairies should be able to meet the conditions. Although Upstanding Lotus had treated him well, Lu Yin was not so narcissistic that he would be able to get Upstanding Lotus support in everything he did. He still wanted to be bound by a promise, and the 7 fairies' conditions had to be fulfilled. The nostalgia shook, and Lu Xiyu's appearance appeared. She looked at Lu Yin in surprise. Lu Yin was puzzled. Why are you looking at me like that? Haven't your sisters thought of the conditions yet? Lu Xiyu blinked. You really haven't been idle your whole life. What do you mean? I've seen your past. You fought in outer space, established your sect, and so on. You're quite impressive. Now you know. Do you regret your attitude towards me in the past? Lu Xiyu rolled her eyes, far from master's level. Lu Yin smiled, but that's something you'll never be able to achieve in your lifetime. Lu Xiyu was exasperated. Can you watch your words? Am I interfering with your worship of me? Shameless. All right, tell me about the new conditions. Lu Yin was in a good mood. Lu Xiyu's expression changed. My second sister wants you to take her to see the most beautiful scenery in the universe. Lu Yin was stunned. What? Take her to see the most beautiful scenery in the universe. Simple, right? Lu Xiyu asked. Lu Yin frowned. Simple. No, it was difficult. The most beautiful. What was the most beautiful? Where did the word come from? Whether or not this word was recognized depended on the person. If one was willing, even a pebble would be the most beautiful. If one was unwilling, even if one looked through the entire universe, it would still be difficult to succeed. Your sister is making things difficult for me, Lu Yin said. Lu Xiyu shook her head. Second sister did not make things difficult for you. Before you appeared, anyone who went to Tsangtian City to ask for her hand in marriage would be given the same question. She wanted to see the most beautiful scenery in the universe. Lu Yin fell into deep thought. Take your time to think about it. By the way, sixth sister is waiting for you at the 6th night pillar. She wants to meet you, Lu Xiyu said. After that, the image disappeared. The second of the 7 fairies was called Heartless, and she was the second daughter of the Zhu family in Hidden Sky City. Lu Yin was stumped by the most beautiful scenery in the world. If he wanted to know the answer, he actually had a way, which was to use karma as an end. Since you want to see the most beautiful scenery, then let me see what the most beautiful scenery is in your mind. In that case, he had to go to Hidden Heaven City. Lu Yin stretched lazily. Actually, even without these heartless conditions, he would still want to go to Hidden Sky City. Home was right there. Some debts had to be settled. Lu'in was in the eastern region, and so was the sixth night pillar. To the west of the eastern region, there was another world behind the mother tree, which was the nine firmaments universe's western region. The western region was different from the eastern region. Yellow sand filled the sky, and ferocious trees grew everywhere. Vegetation grew on the yellow sand, and the water was even clearer than the eastern regions. From time to time, people would rush out of the water and jump into the yellow sand. This might seem strange to outsiders, but it was normal in the western region. The yellow sand was like silk, but people would jump in and out from time to time. It was like the yellow sand was an ocean, and the silk was torn apart. Rumor had it that the yellow sand came from the Tsangtian branch, and the Tsangtian universe had a method to carve spiritual treasures that was hidden within the grains of yellow sand. Those who were fated could obtain it and comprehend the peerless carving method within the yellow sand. However, until now, only the Qingshi had truly grasped the carving method. It was not important whether or not one could grasp it. What was important was that even if one could not, they could still sell it to the Qingshi for a sky-high price. However, the western region was vast and boundless, and there was so much yellow sand that it was like a sea of stars. Finding the carving method was even more difficult than ascending to the heavens. It all depended on luck. Thus, many large families hired cultivators to search for it. This was a way to make a fortune in the western region. Not far away, there was a city floating 100 meters in the air. In the western region, cities could not be built directly on the yellow sand, or they would be swallowed up by the sand before long. At the center of the western region stood Tsangtian City. It was the only city in the western region that stood above the yellow sand. It was rumored that Tsangtian City was connected to the mother tree's roots, so it would not be swallowed up by the sand. Tsangtian City was extremely large, and most of the lockbreakers in the nine firmaments universe lived there. Previously, when Lu'in had broken through to the primordial realm, a grudge had fallen into Tsangtian City. Everyone in the city had seen it and discussed it. Very soon, it was said that the Qing family had offended someone who had broken through to the primordial realm, and they would be in trouble. This news made many people stay away from the Qing family. Regardless of whether it was true or not, they had to stay away first. Otherwise, with this person's ruthlessness, not only would the Qing family be finished, but they might also be implicated. The Yu family was the one who spread this news. The Yu family and the Qing family had been fighting for a very long time. Whether it was in Tsangtian City, Nine Firmaments universe, or even in the spiritualized universe, the two clans would always fight. The Yu family had established the intelligencer domain in the spiritualized universe, and they used their wisdom to lead the spiritualized universe to the path that the Nine Firmaments universe wanted to take. The Qing family had also sent people to Divine Ruling Mountain to assist the Ru family, and they wanted to find an opportunity to replace the Yu family. The people sent by the Yu and Qing families were all working for the Ru family. However, as time passed, the people they sent to the spiritualized universe left Tsangtian City, and the conflict between them gradually decreased. The Ru family controlled both sides and did not let the conflict grow. With Yu Tsangtian, even if the intelligencer domain and the Qing family were enemies, they did not have the opportunity to attack each other. Yu Lao had his own plans. He wanted to return to the Nine Firmaments universe and the Yu family. Qin Gong's plans were even deeper. He wanted to replace the Ru family as the god of defense. Thus, when Lu'in had been in the spiritualized universe, Yu Lao and Qin Gong had not worked together, nor were they enemies. They had both acted according to their own plans. However, Tsangtian City was different. Because Qin Gong had offended Lu'in, the Qing family suddenly became cold. On the other hand, the Yu family was much better. However, the Ju family was the most lively. There was no other way. With the second daughter of the Ju family, it was impossible not to be lively. Over the years, more and more people had proposed marriage to the Jew family. However, the Jew family could not decide on heartless marriage. She was backed by Yi Hai, and she was one of the 7 fairies. The Jew family could not control her at all. She did not reject the marriage, but she had a condition that was difficult for everyone. She wanted to see the most beautiful scenery in the universe. Second sister, I told him your condition. Do you think he can fulfill it? Zhangtian City, Jew family. Heartless stood under the rough city wall and looked at the sandstorm in the distance. She said faintly, it doesn't matter. If he can't fulfill it, then forget it. Lu Xiyu was curious. Second sister, what is the most beautiful scenery in the universe? Heartless was lost in thought. I don't know, so I want to see. What if he really takes you to see the most beautiful scenery? That's good. What if he can't see it? You really won't let him fulfill the condition? Do you want me to let him fulfill it? Lu Xiyu was silent for a moment. Actually, he's quite good. Heartless smiled. The smile on her fair face added another line to the scenery in this rough world, forming a sharp contrast with the yellow sand that filled the sky. Seventh sister, are you moved? No, I just think that he's quite good. So many people care about him. He came to the 9 heavens alone so that the Tian Yuan universe would not be destroyed. He's a hero, Lu Xiyu said. Heartless said, yes, he's a hero. Don't worry, I'll let him fulfill the condition. Hee, second sister, you never wanted to make things difficult for him, right? Anyway, I'm not the one being touched. Lu Xiyu was speechless. In the east, Lu Yin returned to the 6th night pillar and saw Chunan Hongye. He immediately recognized Chunan Hongye among the crowd. She was too unique. She wore a tight red battle suit and had a beautiful face. Her long hair was tied up high, and her eyes were covered with a black cloth. Anyone would look at her immediately. Chunan Hongye was quite famous, even if she was not one of the 7 fairies. In the south, there was a clan called Fengwen Chunan. A strong wind rose, clouds flew, and drums beat. Fengwen Chunan. The Chunan clan specialized in drumming for the 9 heavens pillars. They did not belong to any night pillar, but they belonged to all night pillars. Every night pillar had a member of the Chunan clan, and anyone who saw a drum on a night pillar knew that it belonged to the Chunan clan. It was the most dangerous position, but also the most exciting position. There was a saying in Yuzhou that as long as the drums did not stop, they would continue to beat. You would never be the last to fall. The Chunan clan's ancestral teachings were to be the last to fall. For countless years, the Chunan clan had fought alongside Yuzhou, and many of their members had died. Their clan might not be considered powerful in the 9 heavens universe, but no one dared to provoke them. Countless people had been saved by the Chunan clan, and many respected them. Chunan Hongye was born into this clan. Ever since she was born, she had covered her eyes with a black cloth to block out the light. She had cultivated the Chunan clan's drumming battle technique, the Song of the Gale. Everyone had thought that she was just a child, and that she would play around for a few days. No one had expected that she would persist until now. In other words, Chunan Hongye had never seen the world with her eyes. Of her 5 senses, she had always lacked hearing. She had only cultivated the Song of the Gale to reach the 9 heavens and beat the drums for the 9 heavens universe. Regardless of her cultivation, she was worthy of being a member of the Chunan clan. Of the 7 fairies, she was probably the one that Yuzhou respected the most. The condition for escorting Jianhong to the 6th night pillar had come from her. Lu Yin did not have to return, as he had already completed his mission, but he wanted to know why Chunan Hongye was looking for him. He also respected Fengwen Chunan. He thought back to the various battles that had occurred in the Tian Yuan universe. Those who beat the drums were all solemn and moving, and they were all respected. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3852. Chunan Hongye greets Mr. Liu. Lu Yin landed in front of Chunan Hongye as Lu Li, Jianhong, and the rest retreated, leaving only the two of them. Lu Yin studied her. "You're different from Lu Xiyu and Ming Xiaolong." Chunan Hongye replied, "Everyone is different. Fourth sister is able to let go of things, and seventh sister is pure and lively. I can't compare to them." "Why are you looking for me?" Lu Yin asked. Chunan Hongye's ears twitched. "First, thank you for not telling me that I asked you to protect Jianhong. I won't go against the conditions. Even if you do, I will accept the result and won't make things difficult for you." If anyone else had said this, they would have been too hypocritical. After all, the matter had already ended 12 years ago. However, Chunan Hongye's words were inexplicably convincing. It wasn't true, but it couldn't be false. True and not false. They seemed to mean the same thing, but they were completely different. Lu Yin trusted Chunan Hongye based on his intuition. "Sir, you've broken through to the primordial realm, and the word battle has appeared in the southern region. My Chunan clan has seen it all. Sir, your battle intent is admirable. If my sister and sister have offended you before, please forgive us." With that, Chunan Hongye bowed deeply. Lu Yin replied, "There's no need. There's no need to offend me. I'm not that petty. Tell me, why are you looking for me?" Chunan Hongye looked up. "Please let the sixth night pillar go." Lu Yin was surprised. "What do you mean? Did I attack the sixth night pillar? Or did the sixth night pillar do something to provoke me?" Senior Lu Li agreed to let the fifth night pillar participate in the battle, but she can't do it. The sixth night pillar and the others won't agree. "I would like to ask you to let Senior Lu Li and the sixth night pillar go," said Chunan Hongye. Lu Yin laughed. "Lu Li asked you to come." Chunan Hongye nodded. "Yes." Senior admitted that she couldn't do what she promised and remembered that I asked Mr. to escort Jianhong here, so she came looking for me. Lu Yin asked, "Do you think you can influence my decision?" "Of course not. I'm just begging. I heard that there are members of the Qiu Nan clan in the 9 night pillars. Naturally, this includes the 5th night pillar. However, your attitude seems to be leaning towards the 6th night pillar. This is unfair. However, my grandfather was protected by the 6th night pillar. In that battle, tens of millions of people died protecting my grandfather. When the 6th night pillar weakened, the 5th night pillar took advantage of the situation to bully him. That was unfair. I had the ability to do so but did not help him. Yu Zhouxiao's actions were open and above board, but he was destroyed by the 5th night pillar. That was heartless. Diwu Xiaozhu is heartless and unfair, but I am not willing to do such an unjust thing." When he heard Chunan Hongye's words, Lu Yin replied, "But if you interfere, will it be fair to 5th night pillar? Yu Zhouxiao and the others have yet to make a move. Do you think it's your turn?" Chunan Hongye's expression was bitterly cold. "No matter how others look at me, I have a clear conscience." Lu Yin smiled faintly. There were many things that one couldn't tell right from wrong. All one had to do was to have a clear conscience. However, there were some things that needed to be separated into right and wrong, and the way to do so was through strength. When he truly reached the eternal realm, he would have the ability to determine right and wrong for the universe. He would then ask Grandmaster Grass whether using Tian Yuan as a barrier was right or wrong. "I can't comment on your choice, but since Lu Li has promised me, he should do it," Lu Yin said calmly. Chunan Hongye was helpless. "That's true. It is reasonable that Sir is unwilling to give up. However, I would like to know why you want the fifth night pillar to participate. Did Sword Master Taitsong promise you something? I have no comment. If that's the case, then I can only use conditions to get you to not interfere. Lu Yin was shocked. Conditions for the 7 fairies. Yes. You've already used up all your conditions, so you want to use the others' conditions in exchange for me not interfering and whether or not the fifth night pillar will participate in the battle. Yes. Is anyone willing? The 7 fairies are as close as brothers. Lu Yin laughed. Do you know what my existence means? If any of you want to get your revenge, or if you don't like anyone, or if you want to marry someone, I can help you. In the entire continent of the 9 clouds, the only thing I can't do is involve the immortal emperor. A condition is equivalent to a wish. Do you still think that anyone will be willing to help you? Chunan Hongye slowly said, actually, the sisters are very content. If there are conditions, then it's good, but if there aren't, then it won't affect the sisters' lives. 7th sister helped her father become the head swordsman of the 4-lin sword through you. From the results, everyone is happy. However, without your help, Lu Xizhan would still be able to live a carefree life. In fact, he would be happier than becoming the head swordsman. Lu Yin did not deny it. With Lu Xizhan's temperament, although becoming the head swordsman of the 4-lin sword sect had made him very strong, it also gave him a great responsibility. On the surface, he looked as carefree as before, but deep down, he was under great pressure. He had to bear the responsibility of inheriting the entire 4-lin sword sect. 4th sister brought back her brother through you, but without your help, eldest sister had already informed us that we would help her bring back Ming Xiaoqiu even if it meant flipping the spring and autumn scroll. She even contacted senior brother Ming Zhua and the others. Even if the spring and autumn scroll wanted to obtain Ming Xiaoqiu, it would not be able to resist the combined forces. The result would be the same. As for me, without your help, that foreign creature would definitely have fallen into the 5th night pillar's hands. I would have thought of a way to get the 6th night pillar to participate in the battle. The sisters have already discussed how to pressure the 5th night pillar together. This is not to erase your efforts, but to tell you that we are truly satisfied. There are many things that the sisters can accomplish together. So, if I ask the sisters about this matter, there will definitely be sisters who are willing to use conditions in exchange for you not interfering. Lu Yin listened quietly, and after Chunan Hongye finished speaking, he smiled. No wonder people say that the 7 fairies cannot be provoked. Yi Hai is only the link that binds you together. When you come together, even without Yi Hai's support, your combined strength is enough to shake up the 9 firmaments. Chunan Hongye nodded. Indeed. We have the confidence to do so. Then use conditions to get me to let go, said Lu Yin. Chunan Hongye looked at Lu Yin as if she was studying him. Lu Yin did not rush her. I do not know how important this matter is to you, sir. Using conditions to force you to let go of this matter is unfair to you. If you want to blame me, I will bear all responsibility. With that, she bowed deeply towards Lu Yin again. Lu Yin looked at her. Blame me? Not really. Even if the 5th night pillar had been preparing for the Tian Yuan universe, nothing would happen to the Tian Yuan universe for the time being because Lu Yin had broken through to the primordial realm. Furthermore, if the 5th night pillar really wanted to go on an expedition to the Tian Yuan universe, Lu Yin would attack and see how many experts the 5th night pillar had. Unless an eternal life realm expert intervened, Lu Yin was confident that he could prevent Yu Zhuxiao from taking action. If an eternal life realm expert wanted to interfere, Lu Yin could do nothing. He no longer cared whether the 5th night pillar would participate in this battle or not. However, using this matter to get rid of one condition was just right. Not long after, Lu Xiu's image appeared. 5th sister's conditions are out. She hopes that you will not push the fifth night pillar to join the sixth night pillar. The 7 fairies will be eternally grateful. She then bowed towards Lu Yin. To the side, Chonan Hongye bowed again. They had thought that this matter was very important to Lu Yin, and they felt guilty for forcing him to stop. Lu Yin wanted to laugh. One condition had been removed. Very good. This matter is very important to me. This sentence made Chonan Hongye and Lu Xiyu feel even more guilty. Although Lu Xiyu kept calling him a thief, as Lu Yin fulfilled one condition after another and helped them, her impression of Lu Yin had changed greatly. This person was not bad. Lu Xiyu was especially shocked when she saw Lu Yin's past. She even hoped that her second sister would be heartless and force Lu Yin to fulfill the conditions. Now that they had used this condition to stop Lu Yin, this guilt was more important than anything else. The more open-minded a person was, the more unwilling they were to make things difficult for others. Alright, that's it. Lu Yin took a step forward and disappeared. Chonan Hongye took out the Bozher and contacted Lu Xiyu again. Lu Xiyu's image appeared, and she pursed her lips as she looked at Chonan Hongye. Sixth sister, did we go too far? Chonan Hongye fell silent. Do you want me to contact him again and ask for the reason? Chonan Hongye shook her head. He didn't say. There's no point in asking. Forget it, we owe him a favor. Lu Xiyu's eyes lit up. I asked second sister, and she said that she would let him fulfill the conditions. Chonan Hongye nodded. That's good. She then moved to end the conversation. Lu Xiyu hurriedly stopped her. Sixth sister, are you going to participate in the battle as well? Chonan Hongye was stunned. How did you know? Lu Xiyu was nervous. Are you really going to participate? Fifth sister and the others have already guessed it. Sixth sister, with your current cultivation, you're not suited to participate. Can you not go? We sisters can't do without you. Chonan Hongye smiled. This is the fate of the Chonan family. But it's not your turn yet. Then, will it be the turn of those with lower cultivations than me? Lu Xiyu opened her mouth, but she couldn't refute this. Chonan Hongye looked into the distance. Ever since the Eternal Emperor issued the order for the expedition several years ago, millions of cultivators have joined the sixth night pillar. Many of them have lower cultivations than me. Do you know what the entry level for participating in this battle is? Lu Xiyu whispered, the spirit transformation realm. The Nina Firmament's universe and the spiritualized universe both used spiritual seeds to cultivate, and their realms were the same. The spirit transformation realm was equivalent to the explorer realm in the Tian Yuan universe, which was the realm where one could explore the universe. It seemed like the explorer realm wasn't bad, but when it came to participating in an expedition to a universe, it was the weakest. If one couldn't even reach the explorer realm, then they wouldn't be qualified to participate. The 7 fairies were all progenitors, and they were similar to the geniuses in the Xiaoyu pavilion. There were many youths who were stuck at this realm, and the difference in power between them was like heaven and earth. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3853. Even progenitors were not strong enough to protect themselves, let alone those in the spirit transformation realm. Sometimes, even primordial realm powerhouses would not be able to protect themselves. Most of the participating cultivators are only in the spirit transformation realm. As a progenitor, why can't I go? Chonan Hongye said before ending the call. Her veiled eyes seemed to be looking into the distance, at the sixth night pillar. Countless cultivators were still arriving, wanting to join the expedition. In the cultivation world, it was far too difficult to climb up. Some people could only rely on the most basic resources to slowly cultivate their entire lives. The probability of a progenitor appearing was actually about the same as in the Tianyuan universe, but because there were so many cultivators in the Ninefall universe, many progenitors could be seen. This was especially true when he saw cultivators with powerful backgrounds and fortuitous encounters. Ordinary cultivators would not be able to interact with him at all, so it was only natural that he saw many powerhouses. However, most of them were very ordinary. If these ordinary cultivators wanted to stand out, they could only risk it all. The Ninefall Universe campaign was an opportunity. If one survived, not to mention what they could obtain in the outer universe, just the battle merits from participating in the battle would be enough to push all cultivators one step higher. Some even pushed 2 or 3 steps higher. This would save them a lot of time. Even though there was a high chance of death, there was an endless stream of people who wanted to participate. Of course, this depended on who the expedition target was. There had been an expedition to the Garter Sky universe, but there had been very few participants. The various large organizations had had to forcefully conscript to gather enough people to participate. This time, the expedition target was rumored to not be very strong, or else the Eternal Emperor would not have issued the order in just a few years. From the time when a foreign universe was discovered to the time when the order was issued, the time had basically become the basis for everyone to determine the strength of the foreign universe. This expedition could be said to be one of the shortest times, so there were many people participating. Lu Yin arrived at the side of the ground that had been cut off. At this moment, the area below was filled with cultivators, and there was a hubbub of voices. It was completely different from 12 years ago. As he listened, Lu Yin understood. It was no wonder that so many people were participating. They all believed that the foreign universe was not a threat and that they could snatch contributions and resources from it. At this moment, Lu Li arrived and stood behind Lu Yin with an awkward expression. Whether or not the 5th Night Pillar participates has nothing to do with me, Lu Yin said indifferently. Lu Li sighed and slowly saluted. I failed to fulfill my promise. I'm sorry, sir. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. What kind of promise was this? It was just a matter of changing people's hearts. Even Lu Li, who was at the peak of the bitter adversity realm, did not know that his heart had been changed, so it was understandable that the 3 imperial emperors had tested him. It's none of your business, Lu Yin replied. Lu Li didn't know what to say. Compensation. What could she possibly have that could enter this person's eyes? She had seen Lu Yin break through to the primordial realm. After all, it was not far from the 6th Night Pillar. Only the word shocking could describe it. She had never thought that Lu Yin had not even reached the primordial realm back then. She could not imagine how powerful he was now. That was why she had contacted Chunan Hongye and asked her to help resolve this matter. Chunan Hongye had no confidence in facing Lu Yin. This was only because Lu Li had not seen Azure Lotus and the others appear. If he had seen them, he would definitely be in a different mood. Following Lu Yin's gaze, Lu Li said, everyone thinks that this battle won't be too dangerous because the Eternal Emperor issued the order for the expedition too quickly. It's so quick that they feel like they're just taking credit for it. In reality, any battle against a foreign universe isn't simple. Even the weakest foreign universe that we've ever fought has suffered heavy casualties. It's already good enough that half of them returned. Most of them only returned with blood-stained spirit seeds. Lu Yin looked at Lu Li. Where is that foreign creature? Take me to see it. He did not want to discuss this with Lu Li. He had experienced far too many battles. Lu Li was surprised. Sir, you haven't seen it. No, Lu Yin said. He had seen it when he had escorted Jianhong to the 6th Night Pillar, but he had not studied it closely. To be honest, he had even fought against Eternal Realm monsters before, so he was not too curious about foreign creatures. Since he was about to leave the 6th Night Pillar, he wanted to take a look before he left. Lu Li nodded. Sir, please follow me. That foreign creature was handed over to Lord Eternal Life after you left the 6th Night Pillar 12 years ago. Following the order of the expedition, Lord Eternal Life sent that creature back to the 6th Night Pillar and asked us to study its combat methods so that we can start the war. With Lu Li's introduction, Lu Yin learned about the strange foreign creature. It was a tadpole-like creature with a transparent body that allowed one to see its internal organs made up of granules. The 7th Night Pillar had captured a batch of these creatures and sealed them in a sourcebox array so that they could not move. We call this creature Total Sense. It attacks in a state that humans cannot see, and it can also travel through space, including parallel spacetime. It seems like it does not live in the same universe as us. Its attack method is to break down the granules in its body and pour them into another creature's body, assimilating the creature's organs and turning them into granules. Once this process ends, the creature will die. Lu Yin was surprised. This creature was similar to the void wanderers of the Tian Yuan universe. It could travel through space, but the void wanderers did not have such an attack method. Total sense creatures have a single attack method, which is to assimilate other creatures' organs. However, the attack method is the most troublesome, which is why they are called total sense creatures. We humans can smell, and some scents can be seen when they are too dense. However, most scents cannot be seen. Of course, cultivators are an exception. However, these total sense creatures can see, and not just smell. When the 7th Night Pillar first discovered them, they used vibrations as a channel to kill a group of people. Vibrations? Lu Yin was curious. Lu Li explained, creatures, when they move, will have an impact on space. Even if it is an ordinary person, as long as he moves, there will be an impact. This impact is very subtle and difficult to detect, but a full sensory creature can see it. They can also use this impact as a channel to enter the body of the moving creature. Vibrations are the first attack method we discovered. I've just mentioned the second channel of attack. It's smell. And the third attack method, Lu Li said solemnly, is vision. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Lu Li explained, a creature's vision is like a channel to these total sense creatures. This includes the vibrations and scents from before. When they come into contact with these channels, they ignore the distance between them and directly enter the creature's body. That's why everyone has to be blindfolded during this expedition. Otherwise, there will be a lot of casualties. So far, we've discovered these 3 channels of attack. Eternal Life Supremacy reminded us that other than these 3 channels of attack, there are even more troublesome channels of attack. Furthermore, these creatures can evolve because their line of sight attack was obtained after they were caught by the 7th Night Pillar. When we first encountered total sense creatures, we did not discover that they could use vision as a channel to attack. Once we discover a new attack method, there will be huge casualties every time we discover one. Lu Li sighed, the most frightening thing when fighting against other universes is not understanding their attack method. The price to pay for verifying their attack method is your life, and it can only be exchanged with countless lives. Why didn't the Eternal Ruler help you see their attack method? Wouldn't that reduce the cost? Lu Yin asked. Lu Li said, I don't know. The Eternal Ruler must have his reasons. Some creatures are constantly evolving, and even the Eternal Ruler can't see how far they will evolve. Not every creature is as easy to see as us humans. Lu Yin muttered to himself. Could it be the karmic chain? Eternal realm powerhouses were restricted by the karmic chain and could not act freely. The universe was vast, and even an eternal realm powerhouse was just one of many creatures. The universe was always the largest, and an eternal realm powerhouse could not be the master. The invincibility of an eternal realm powerhouse was also accompanied by restrictions. And some other universes might have eternal realm powerhouses. Sir, are you willing to go on an expedition with us? With your strength, there will be no danger. Lu Li brought up the old matter again. Lu Yin shook his head, no time. Lu Li was disappointed. How many night pillars are going on this expedition? In addition to the 6th night pillar, there are also the 2nd and 4th night pillars. Lu Yin nodded. Ming Zhuo was going on the expedition. The 2nd night pillar was located between the western and southern regions, while the 4th night pillar belonged to the southern region. No wonder so many people came to the 6th night pillar. They were all from the eastern and northern regions. It was not easy for cultivators from these two regions to go to the 2nd and 4th night pillars, so they could only come to the 6th night pillar. Lu Yin looked at Lu Li. This woman was quite smart. She did not randomly choose which night pillar to go with her. Aside from the 7th night pillar, the eastern region still had the 8th night pillar. If the 8th night pillar could participate, most of the cultivators below would be willing to go. The 5th night pillar could not participate not only because of past grievances, but also because of this. After all, the 5th night pillar and the 6th night pillar were adjacent to each other, and they both belonged to the eastern region. No wonder Lu Li risked offending him to ask Chunan Hongye to stop the 5th night pillar from joining the expedition. Otherwise, the 6th night pillar would be greatly affected. As far as the eye could see, the 6th night pillar was completely different from 12 years ago. There were no less than 5 powerhouses who had crossed the bitter adversity, and there were also familiar faces such as Lu Feiqin and Lu Jing. They had also joined the expedition, and there were also some unfamiliar powerhouses. If the 6th night pillar had such strength back then, the 5th night pillar would not have dared to stop Jian Hong's arrival. I wish you all victory in this battle. I will take my leave first, Lu Yin said. Lu Li asked, where are you going next? Western region, Zhangtian City. Lu Yin did not hide anything, as there was nothing worth hiding. Lu Li was shocked. Sir, you are going to the western region. Then you will need the help of the sky rope. That is the fastest way. Lu Yin did not understand, what sky rope? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3854. Lu Li explained, the sky cable is a rope that hangs from the mother tree's branches. Since the mother tree is in the center, one must go around from the northern or southern regions. The 4 regions are vast, and even with Mr.'s strength, it would take a considerable amount of time to go around. The sky cable can throw Mr. directly from the eastern regions to the western regions. Although you'll have to go around the southern or northern regions, it's the shortest distance and extremely fast. There's no need for Mr. to go through the trouble. Lu Yin was surprised. There's such a method. I'd like to see it. Lu Li said, however, my 6th night pillar is at the edge of the eastern regions. If you want to find the sky cable, you'll have to cross the eastern regions to reach the mother tree. Of course, although this path is far, it's much closer than going directly to the western regions. He then sighed, there's another path that's even faster, but it's something that ordinary people like us can't do. Ordinary people. You're a powerhouse at the peak of bitter adversity. I've embarrassed myself in front of Mr. My cultivation base is only obtained through spiritual cultivation, and even if I did reach the peak of bitter adversity, it would still be ordinary compared to that path. He then looked up at the sky with a solemn expression. The one-leaf azure lotus. Lu Yin's brows rose. The one-leaf azure lotus. Lu Li said, the one-leaf azure lotus can not only cross the 9 firmaments, but it can also travel to 3 universes. That's the fastest speed. Unfortunately, unless we go to the consciousness universe, we won't have the chance to come into contact with it. She looked at Lu Yin. Mister, you came from the Yi Sea, so you'll definitely be able to ride the one-leaf azure lotus in the future. The 7 fairies often use the one-leaf azure lotus to travel the 9 firmaments. Lu Yin had forgotten about this. The one-leaf azure lotus only took a year to travel from the 9 firmaments to the consciousness universe. He hadn't understood it before, but now he did. The one-leaf azure lotus wasn't fast on its own, but it traveled through another world, the karmic phenomenon. Within this world, the one-leaf azure lotus could quickly reach any place covered by the karmic phenomenon. Lu Yin had previously seen the karmic phenomenon cover the 9 firmaments, and that shock still hadn't faded. If Mr. wants to go to the western regions, there's no rush. We'll leave in a month, Lu said. Lu Yin was surprised. You're leaving in a month? Lu Li nodded. Although Yu Zhuxiao doesn't go out to battle frequently, he has done so before. Moreover, in the past 10 years, news of the expedition to the outer universe has spread. The cultivators who should have come have all come. The number has already been met, and they can go out to battle at any time. They are just waiting for the eternal ruler's orders. According to the time, it should be in a month. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. All right, I'll leave in a month. At that time, I'll send you off and give you my blessings. Lu took a step back and bowed deeply. Thank you, sir. The 6th Night Pillar's participation in the battle had little to do with Lu Yin. She had only kept Lu Yin in the hopes that he would change his mind and join the battle within a month. Only those who had reached her level understood just how shocking Lu Yin's breakthrough to the primordial realm was. As far as she knew, no one below the eternal life realm could cause such a big commotion. If Lu Yin could accompany them to battle, their chances of success would be much higher. Lu Yin did not care about this 1 month. He also wanted to see what Yu Zhuxiao's expedition was like. A month passed quickly. During this month, Lu Li sought out Lu Yin several times. He talked about Yu Zhuxiao's gains from the expedition to the outer universe the most, hoping to get Lu Yin to stay. However, Lu Yin remained unmoved, which disappointed Lu Li. 9 firmaments universe, Yu Zhuxiao, eternity. If Lu Yin wanted to protect the Tian Yuan universe, he had to do something. Otherwise, he would have to break through to the eternal life realm. However, even if he reached the eternal life realm, he might not be able to protect the Tian Yuan universe. The spiritualized universe also had eternal life powerhouses, but they could not change reality. Chonan Hongye also met Lu Yin once. When Lu Yin learned that she was going out to battle, he could not help but admire her. Chonan Hongye was from the Fengwen Chonan clan and could be considered revered. She was also one of the 7 fairies and had Yi Hai behind her. Even with such a background, she was still willing to take the risk and charge to the front line. This ambition was admirable. I will not forget the fate of the Chonan clan. Even if I reach the eternal life realm, I will still beat the drums for Yu Zhuxiao and be the last person to die in battle. That way, the people fighting at the front lines will not be lonely, Chonan Hongye said. Lu Yin looked at her profile and suddenly said, "This battle suits you very well. You have to be blindfolded." Chonan Hongye could not help but look at Lu Yin, not knowing how to respond. "I hope you can come back alive. Those full sensory life forms are not easy to deal with. Once they evolve, whoever is closest to them will be unlucky," Lu Yin said. Chonan Hongye looked into the distance in a daze. "Beat the drums without taking a step back. Your courage is commendable. You want to protect the Tian Yuan universe and go to the spiritualized universe alone. Now, you have come to 9 firmaments. In terms of courage, I am not as good as you. I have comrades in front and behind me, but you are alone," Chonan Hongye said. Lu Yin smiled. "That may not be the case." Chonan Hongye did not understand. As long as 9 firmaments universe does not plan to reactivate the Tian Yuan universe, we are not enemies. Just treat it as a vacation. Chonan Hongye smiled faintly. I hope so. After a pause, she said, 9 firmaments is spiritualized. With the consciousness universe as a barrier and the Tian Yuan universe as a backup, once 9 firmaments is in danger, no one can escape. If you really want to protect the Tian Yuan universe, you have to protect 9 firmaments. Under this premise, we will help you protect the Tian Yuan universe. Lu Yin was stunned. We? Chonan Hongye said, we are the 7 fairies. Why are you helping me? That girl, Lu Xiyu, doesn't like me. But what I heard was different. Is that so? You can think of us as innocent and willful. From your point of view, we might be pleasing to the eye if we help you. But from 9 firmaments universe's point of view, once the 2 universes become enemies, we will be treated as traitors. Then why are you still willing to help me? Chonan Hongye smiled. This is in line with the impression of us 7 fairies in the eyes of outsiders. We can be willful and mischievous because we have Yi Hai behind us. We will help whoever we find pleasing to the eye at all costs. Even if we become traitors in the eyes of others, we will not care about anyone's cultivation. This confidence comes from Yi Hai, from Master, and not from ourselves. But so what? These are the 7 fairies. Lu Yin looked at Chonan Hongye, and the willful Lu Xiyu appeared in his mind. She kept calling him a thief, and Ming Xiaolong, who angrily rebuked him. Now that he thought about it, those 2 girls were quite cute. He finally understood why outsiders did not want to offend the 7 fairies and did everything they could to marry one. It was because the 7 fairies were willful and brazen. They were just like that. To put it bluntly, they were brainless and did not recognize people. To put it nicely, they were emotional people. What do you find pleasing to the eye about me? Lu Yin was curious. He did not seem to have done anything to move the 7 fairies. Chonan Hongye thought about it. You apologized to the Lin Sword Gate and helped Lu Xizhan enter Kuai. You saved Ming Xiaoqiu and destroyed the Spring and Autumn Scroll at the same time. You escorted Jianhong and respected the 6th Night Pillar. Keep your promise. Even if you fail, you still agree to the conditions without any complaints. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. Had he done so many pleasing things? Also, how did the 6th Night Pillar know that he respected the 6th Night Pillar? Although the 6th Night Pillar respected the 6th Night Pillar, he did not show it. After all, the 6th Night Pillar had experienced too many battles, and he respected everyone who fought for humanity. We have seen much of your past. You are respected by the entire Tian Yuan universe, and you are honest. For the sake of the Tian Yuan universe, you dare to challenge the entire 9th Heaven universe. Although Master pays attention to fate, he pays more attention to human nature. The fact that Master values you so much shows your character. Is that enough? Or do I have to continue? Lu Yin said, that's enough. It's very pertinent. Chonan Hongye nodded. But you don't know me well enough. Chonan Hongye was puzzled. Not enough. Lu Yin looked at her. When the 6th Night Pillar returns from this battle, you should be able to hear more stories about me in the 9th Heaven universe. Let's talk then. Chonan Hongye was speechless. She found herself unable to respond to this person's words several times. Was this something an absolute powerhouse who cared about humanity should say? He was not modest at all. The ground suddenly shook. Lu Li's voice resounded throughout the world. 6th Night Pillar, quiet. The millions of cultivators in the 6th Night Pillar were silent. Below the ground, the tomorrow beast opened his eyes and breathed heavily. On the surface, a lion shook and tore open the ground, revealing a grayish-brown, elastic skin. A crimson light fell from the sky, and a crimson tower slowly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone who saw this scene felt their breaths quicken. And this scene could only be seen from the sixth night pillar. Anyone who left the sixth night pillar would not be able to see this crimson tower. At this moment, those who could stay on the sixth night pillar had been recognized as participants of the expedition. Those who did not have the qualifications had been driven away. Aside from Lu Yin, no one dared to drive him away. Lu Li also hoped that Lu Yin would join the expedition. As long as Lu Yin did not leave, no one would look for him. The crimson tower's light enveloped the entire sixth night pillar and shone on Lu Yin. It was very warm. There was an indescribable oppression and majesty that made him subconsciously alert. An eternal life realm expert. This was the aura of an eternal life realm expert. He had fought with Master Grass and escaped from the pursuit of an eternal life realm monster. He was no stranger to this kind of majesty. The Crimson Tower's majesty was within Lu Yin's knowledge. He found that this majesty was no stronger than a grass master. He wondered how majestic the guardian of the Crimson Tower would be if he personally appeared. Lu Yin did not sense the guardian of the Azure Lotus. He really wanted to see the guardian of the Crimson Tower and the guardian of the Alarm Gate. On the sixth night pillar, no one dared to raise their heads under the crimson light. Only Lu Yin wanted to try using the triple firmament sword intent to see how powerful the guardian of the Crimson Tower was. After breaking through to the primordial realm, his physical strength had changed. He could only try it on an eternal realm expert. He was filled with battle intent. Of course, now was not the time. The guardian of the Crimson Tower's voice rang out, "The universe is an unfathomable place. No one knows what is there. No one can see it all. My ninth firmament universe is very strong. My eternal realm experts are very strong. I think I am invincible, but I still can't see the end of the universe. Do you still remember when we fought against the Tsang Tian universe? Do you still remember when we fought against the universe of tomorrow? You may not remember, but I do. Every time we went on an expedition to the outer universe, 50 to 60% of our people died in battle. However, we still had to fight. There was no reason, just fight. This is the most basic rule of the universe. There is no hatred, and there will be no hatred. Destroy all enemies that come to invade us. Destroy all enemies that you see. Destroy all enemies that you want to destroy." The sixth night pillar boiled. Chonan Hongye took a step forward and appeared under the huge war drum. The drum beat rang out. Fight! 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 Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3855. Underground, tomorrow's beast stood up, and the sixth pillar shook. All the cultivators sat down cross-legged and focused. Tomorrow's beast crawled out of the ground and roared at the sky. A huge power distorted the void and rushed towards the stars. At the same time, tomorrow's beast's roar came from the southern region. The tomorrow beast grabbed onto the ground and grabbed onto the grayish-brown skin. It circled around the huge sixth night pillar and pressed onto its back. Its roar became more and more violent. Boom, boom, boom. The heartbeat of the tomorrow beast caused ripples to appear in the starry sky of the universe. That was the heartbeat of the tomorrow beast. It forcefully pulled back the slingshot, causing the sixth night pillar to tilt. Chonan Hongye was unmoved and continued to beat the drum. Even tomorrow's beast's heartbeat could not suppress the sound of the drum. With a loud explosion, the sixth pillar rose up in the air and disappeared from the continent of the nine clouds, like a shooting star. At the same time, two shooting stars flashed in the southern region. They were the second and fourth pillars. Countless people in the universe looked up. The disappearance of the 3 shooting stars represented the beginning of the war. What would happen in the end? Even if there were 3 eternal emperors, no one could say for sure. It was not like there had never been a case of retreating in defeat, and more than once. Moreover, there were originally 4 eternal emperors. Yu Zhuxiao's destiny was to fight, while Yu Zhuxiao's destiny was to make the Zhuxiao universe more fertile for cultivation. At the border of the eastern region, where the 6th pillar had been, it was now empty and had become a bottomless ravine. Tomorrow's beast slowly lay down and fell asleep. It had exceeded its limits and caused its muscles to crack. Not far away, Lu Yin watched tomorrow's beast lie down and was amazed. That attack was much stronger than when tomorrow's beast had thrown him into the Zhuxiao universe. However, it was not as strong as Lu Yin's. His strength definitely surpassed tomorrow's beast's. If he had been the one to pull the slingshot, who knew where the 6th pillar would have gone? Tomorrow's beast's strength was definitely related to distance. The slingshot shot the pillar, and the heavenly rope swung like a swing. The Zhuxiao universe was really different from what Lu Yin had imagined. There was a sense of cynicism, but the battle intent just now could not be faked. If there was a day when Yu Zhuxiao was fighting in the Tianyuan universe, what would Lu Yin think if he saw this scene? In the next moment, countless voices rang out in the eastern domain. They came from all the great clans and powers, and they were all expressing their gratitude to the heavens and earth. Even the Lin Swords Gate and Wanxiang Valley were thanking the heavens and earth. They were thanking the heavens and earth, and also bidding farewell to those who would never return. The entire continent of the 9 clouds was grateful to the universe. Further away, Jian Hong was also present. He belonged to the 7th night pillar and naturally could not participate in the battle. When he saw Lu Yin look over, he bowed deeply without saying a word. Lu Yin nodded and then headed in the direction of the eastern domain sky cable. It was time to head to the western domain. The bamboo pieces floated in the air, crossing the eastern region and heading toward the mother tree. The bamboo slip was the spring and autumn scroll, and Lu Yin was seated cross-legged on top of it as he stared at the stars. No one knew what he was thinking. Behind them, Qian Shu was working hard to carve the word luck onto the spring and autumn slip. It was not easy to carve the word luck onto the spring and autumn slip, as the spring and autumn slips' many years of history only contained a few luck characters. They had used this word to create what seemed like an absolutely fair bet, but they had also exposed this word. For the sake of Myriad Elephant Valley, they had ended up provoking Lu Yin and paying the price of their lives. If I let the spring and autumn slip choose again, would you still have made the bet with Myriad Elephant Valley? Would you have made the bet with me? Lu Yin's voice traveled over, and Qian Shu paused. His gaze was complicated as he whispered, "Definitely not." "Then what do you think this word brought you?" "You relied on it to take Ming Xiaoqiu away, but it also provoked me," Lu Yin asked. Qian Shu stared blankly at Lu Yin's back, feeling lost for a moment. Yes, luck had helped the spring and autumn slip obtain Ming Xiaoqiu, and it had also helped the spring and autumn slip accomplish what they wanted, but what had happened in the end? It had brought Lu Yin and destroyed the spring and autumn slip. If the word luck was written until the spring and autumn slip's destruction was a line, then what had this line brought to the spring and autumn slip? They had not gained anything, but they had paid the price of their lives. Why had this happened? Qian Shu felt weak all over, and an incomprehensible feeling of suffering appeared within him. It was as if countless voices were mocking him and the spring and autumn slip. He could not help but ask, why? Lu Yin stared blankly at the stars. Why? He did not know. If the spring and autumn slip could really obtain luck, why had it been destroyed? Luck had helped them do many things, but they had paid a heavy price. Was this still luck? If they could obtain luck, then where had the misfortune of their eventual destruction come from? Wait, good luck, misfortune. He turned back to look at Qian Shu. Luck. Must it be good luck? Qian Shu met Lu Yin's gaze, his eyes unfocused. Of course. Why did it end up like this? Lu Yin retracted his gaze. If the spring and autumn slip began with the word luck, then it was equivalent to ending with the word luck. If luck could be controlled, then who had controlled it before humans? Was it the laws of the universe? Had the spring and autumn slip violated something by obtaining luck? If luck could be, then did karma, as well as the laws of the sequence, violate something? Continue, Lu Yin said indifferently. Qian Shu took a deep breath, suppressed his confusion, and continued writing the word luck. However, at this moment, Lu Yin was no longer looking forward to it. The spring and autumn slip's fate made him shudder. Was the luck obtained good luck or misfortune? Would a moment of good luck be repaid with misfortune? He did not know if forcefully obtaining luck would violate something. Under this premise, the word luck that Qian Shu had written seemed to dim. Not long after Lu Yin left the sixth night pillar, an orchid leaf appeared in the void. It was different from Ming Xiaolong's orchid leaf, as this one was exceptionally large. It was obvious that it was not on the same level. Jian Hong had not left yet, and when he saw the orchid leaf appear, he was shocked. Why are you here? A middle-aged man sat on the orchid leaf. He was the same height as an ordinary person, but his skin was dark green. From the side, he looked flatter than an ordinary person. He looked like a human, but he was different from ordinary people. This person had a cigarette in his mouth, and he glanced at Jian Hong from the corner of his eyes. He raised his hand to take the cigarette and exhaled. Immediately, dark green air swept through the surroundings like remnant clouds, causing the trees that came into contact with it to wither visibly. The grass and the creatures in the grass were all choked to death by this dark green air. Jian Hong frowned and stared at the newcomer. Be careful. This is the sixth night pillar. If you cause trouble, it won't look good for anyone. The newcomer sneered and put the cigarette back in his mouth. He took a deep breath and exhaled the dark green air again, causing Jian Hong's expression to turn even uglier. When did it become your turn to lecture me? Jian Hong. Jian Hong stared at the newcomer. What are you doing here? The sixth night pillar has already left. I'm not looking for the sixth night pillar. I'm looking for that Lu Yin. The newcomer's voice was coarse and hoarse. As he spoke, he exhaled another dark green air. Jian Hong was surprised. You're looking for Mr. Lu. The newcomer sneered. Mr. You really respect him. He's just a lowly person from a third universe. It's already a blessing for him to enter the 9 clouds, yet he keeps causing trouble and even dares to provoke the entire 9 clouds universe. Does he really think there's no one in the 9 clouds universe who can stop him? I'd like to see if he really has the ability to do that. Jian Hong warned, you're from the 7th night pillar. Don't cause trouble for the 7th night pillar. Him. The single annihilation spring and autumn slip is very powerful, and the commotion caused by breaking through to the primordial realm is very great, but it's not enough for him to provoke the entire 9 clouds universe. As long as he's not an eternal realm expert, Supreme Sovereign Lan Yi, have nothing to fear. Where is he? Jian Hong said, Mr. Lu's strength is beyond your imagination. Can't you see the commotion caused by breaking through to the primordial realm? Lan Yi sneered. I can cause such a huge commotion if I want to, but the Eternal Realm Emperor won't allow it. This person is so arrogant. I'm not the only one who wants to teach him a lesson. Where is he? Tell me quickly. I want to win face for the 7th night pillar. I want to show those trash from the outer universe that whoever comes to the 9 clouds universe will have to submit to me no matter who you are. Jian Hong shook his head. I don't know where he went. You're wasting my time. Lan Yi snorted coldly and vanished. Jian Hong looked at where Lan Yi had disappeared and felt a headache. Some people relied on their cultivation and talent to act lawlessly. This person was one of them. In the seventh night pillar, even if Night Capital couldn't suppress this person, with the strength Mr. Liu had displayed, even Yu Ye and Xia Yu weren't his match. This Grand Venerable Lan Yi wouldn't be able to cause too much trouble, but some small troubles were unavoidable. Thinking up to here, Jian Hong contacted Lu Yin and reminded him. In the sky, Lu Yin stopped thinking about the spring and autumn slip. Is Supreme Sovereign Lan Yi very powerful? Qian Shu was surprised. Supreme Sovereign Lan Yi. Seeing Lu Yin's silence, Qian Shu continued, Supreme Sovereign Lan Yi is a very powerful wandering cultivator. Although he's only at the bitter adversity realm, because of his special physique, even peak bitter adversity realm powerhouses aren't willing to provoke him. He followed the seventh night pillar to the orchid universe. Because of his physique, he definitely improved there, but I don't know to what extent. Grand Mistress Ing Mei once said that if Supreme Sovereign Lan Yi breaks through to the bitter adversity realm, then even she might not be his match. He can become one of the few peak experts in the eastern region, so my spring and autumn slip is very polite to him. His threat isn't below that of the Luo family or the Silan Sword sect. Lu Yin was shocked. If even Ing Mei wasn't confident, then it was no wonder that she dared to provoke him. One person could rival an entire power, so he was indeed a peak expert. If he reached the bitter adversity realm, then his strength should be similar to Yu Ye's. What kind of physique is this person? Lu Yin asked. Qian Shu was about to answer when the distant sky suddenly turned dark green and spread out in all directions. Following that, a loud hoarse voice rang out. Where is Lu Yin? I, Supreme Sovereign Lan Yi, want to see what qualifications you have to challenge the entire Nine Clouds universe. Come out if you have the guts. Qian Shu was shocked. What happened? Lu Yin challenged the entire Nine Clouds universe? Lu Yin calmly looked into the distance. Interesting. It's slower than I thought. Thank you, Brother Qian Yongxing, for your tip. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Thank you. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.